You found the Christian channel that loves atheists. I am so glad that you're here. Today we're going to be talking about consciousness as I respond to an atheist critic of a recent production I did with my church in which I made a case for consciousness and the soul and God's relationship to all of those things. And I'm going to do something a little strange. Normally, I try to make these videos more concise by just clipping out the relevant portions and then responding that way, always linking the original video. But this time I think I'm just going to play the original video or the video, not the original video. The original video is my consciousness production, and you can find that on this channel just a few videos back as of the posting of this video. And I'll say some more about what that was and why we did it the way we did in just a few moments. But thank you, James Fodor, for interacting with this content. I appreciate that. But I am going to be more straightforward probably than I typically am, because there's a lot. I mean, he made like a 2-hour video, so I'm just going to go with this, and we'll see what happens. Yeah. Let's begin. So I'm gonna do this again in a way that is unconventional for this channel. But now you're gonna see James Fodor from the very beginning of his video because there's some things I want to say.
Hello everyone, it's time for another live stream. And today we're going to look at a video that Braxton from Trinity Radio put up a couple of days ago. And when I saw this, I kind of knew that I would just sort of have to respond to it. And then I thought, you know, I don't need to do that. I can do other things. But then I thought, no, actually, I can't help myself. It's going to be bad, and I should respond to it. Now, in some sense, that's unfair, right? Because I should judge a video on its content, not based on preconceptions or thumbnails. But I watched it and it's bad, so I'm going to talk about it. So this is the video that I'm talking about here. Let's make it a bit bigger here. Why God Explains Consciousness is the title. What I didn't realize at first is that this is actually a sermon. I guess you would call this a sermon. It's presented at a church. The church is called, it mentions it in the comments here, or the description rather, One Life Church, or the network. Maybe it's multiple churches. I'm not really sure. But they've got quite a slick production there, which you'll sort of see throughout this. Anyway, so I'll call it a sermon. The sermon that Braxton is giving is about this issue of God and consciousness. And it's quite interesting, actually. It's sort of a little introduction to some aspects of philosophy of mind presented to what I assume is a Christian worship audience, presumably fairly large. We don't see the crowd. And it's interspersed by these this kind of rock music and these pretty slick visuals, which it's bizarre. I've never been to anything like this myself. Maybe others wouldn't find it bizarre. I don't know. I find it a little odd. But anyway, so I suppose at the outset, it's important to note that, welcome everyone as they come in, by the way. It's important to note that because this is a sermon and because it's presented to a popular audience, I'm not expecting it to be, extremely rigorous or use a lot of technical jargon. That would be, I think, unreasonable. But the argument still should be good, right? I mean, just because it's to a popular or wider audience doesn't mean that the arguments can be lousy or invalid or not looking at alternate views or straw manning and that sort of thing. So I will be critiquing that. And having watched it through, I think that the arguments are just terrible, and that he does straw man alternate views quite a lot, and that the fundamental premise of this, which is that God explains consciousness, which he does, isn't just a thumbnail. Sorry, it's not just a title. He actually does effectively say that. I don't know if he says literally those words in the video, but that is his thesis. He doesn't even come close, in my opinion, to establishing that. So that's the, let's see, that's my initial remarks.
Yeah, let's say some things about the initial remarks. So first of all, this is what we've all gotten before he's even begun. We've heard it's going to be bad. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but I watched it and it is bad. It's kind of interesting. He's presenting some stuff related to philosophy of mind to a church audience. It's got these musical breaks, but it's in a church. It's like he's never seen anything like this before. I'm not expecting it to be extremely rigorous. Okay, we're going to come back to that last comment because that's pretty important to what is going to follow. But first of all, it's going to be bad. It's bad. It's terrible. I agree with all those statements if we're talking about my visual appearance on the screen, because I have to say that though I'm used to watching myself on screen, I used to be used to watching myself on screen full-bodied when I was, and I still am when I pre-COVID, and now when I go out and speak, I get to see that. But it's always a shock now because I've gained weight. And what is going to be bad and is kind of terrible is that I realize that about myself on the screen, the way I look. And so I have renewed interest in losing weight. But of course, that's not what James is talking about. He's talking about something else. Now, I want to point out exactly what we did here as a church. What was the point of this? Well, our church has for years done an occasional project of sorts. That's what they call them, a project. Explorers in our church are people that are searching, like they're open to the possibility of Christianity being true. They're not sold or something like that. And they come to our church. And so we call those explorers. And once a month now we're doing what's called Explorer Edition. Not every one is as highly produced as this one was. But at least once a Sunday, what we do is we assume in our language, we know it's not going to be true, but we assume that every single person we're speaking to from the stage is an unbeliever, is not a Christian, and doesn't believe this stuff. And and of course, on those days, some days, I'm sure there's more unbelievers than others, but what it does is it creates 1 week out of a month where we're focused on giving you the reasons why we think that it's reasonable to be a Christian and why you don't have to check your brain at the door to be a Christian and those sorts of things. So, because that's what some of the culture says out there. But yeah, there's going to be believers and unbelievers in the audience, but that's the goal. And part of the goal, even if it was just unbelievers in the audience and we had that sort of way of thinking about it, still once a month, trying to presume that everyone's a believer in the way we talk, the way we present things and all of that. It sends a message to the Christians in our church that your unbelieving friends, you can bring them here. It's going to be fine. They'll feel comfortable. It's not like it's going to be a bunch of churchy religious dripping with Christianese and that sort of thing, because I recognize that for someone who is not already a Christian or hasn't been a Christian for very long, certain church language sounds weird. For example, taking a bath in the blood of Jesus sounds like a violent and horrifying prospect, even though that's not at all, well, we don't mean it the way that most people might hear that if they've never heard the concept before. So we take this 1 week out of the month and we aim it at unbelievers, and then the people in our church know that that's a good week of that month. They can bring an unbeliever, and I mean, if you're an unbeliever and you're in church and they're singing praise and worship songs and everything like that, it's like, well, what am I doing here? Now, other unbelievers might just join in as a social thing. But the point is, we're trying to create a place for unbelievers to feel comfortable and come. And we want to put a lot into it because we believe that the way we represent ourselves to unbelievers can be done with excellence. And so what we do is there were 2 original songs and a cover of an Aerosmith song, Dream On, in there. All the video production was original. The talk was original. And this is going to be important coming up later. Even what I presented, because the timing of this and getting everything done on time and with the elements that we were going to use meant that there was stuff that I would have liked to have covered that was left on the cutting room floor. All that said, I realize that this seems unusual to him, but it shouldn't seem, I mean, I don't know why it would be bizarre or odd for a church to try to do things differently or experiment a little bit. I mean, you realize there are different kinds of churches and that function differently, almost different genres of churches. And guess what? Those started somewhere. So that's what's going on there. I wouldn't expect him to understand. I guess it's that's what's going on. And also, as to whether this is a sermon or not, I kind of feel about it the way he does. It's like, well, it's in church on a Sunday, so maybe it's a sermon, but it's not a sermon in the typical sense that people think of a sermon. It's a presentation on some issues related to the philosophy of mind and consciousness that is aimed toward the truth of Christianity, the existence of God, the existence of the soul. So, yeah, you could call it a sermon, but I wouldn't think of it as a sermon. I would think of it as a talk or something. Presentation would be a good way of thinking about it. But if you're thinking the way this church does church is they always do this kind of thing every week. No, that's not it. This is a special presentation. That's why you know about it. That's why I put it on YouTube. Okay. Now he says at the end of this section, I'm not expecting this to be extremely rigorous or use a lot of technical jargon because it's for a popular audience. That is going to be very important because much of if not most of what I see James Fodor doing in this presentation, in his response to this presentation, is just using certain moments to jump off and talk about something else that's related that he's interested in talking about and spending time. You're going to see that in just a few minutes, but well, let's just keep trucking and let's begin as he starts talking about my robot analogy. So let's go ahead and begin there.
Yeah, let's make a start and have a look at this.
They're amazing if you feel about it like we do in our family.
Oh yeah, so I think I've skipped a little bit of the intro bit here, but I just want to focus on sort of the main argument that he's making. So it should become clear what he's talking about here.
Blown away that these artificial intelligences and robots exist on the one hand, but then on the other hand, they're really frustrating because if you asked it this morning, hey, how do I get to One Life East? Maybe it told you, or maybe it said, I don't know, but here's a website, you can read about it on your own. Thanks. Well, why is that? It's because these things aren't conscious like a human being is conscious. Siri, Alexa, Google Home, they don't have this first-person experience. You're not really interacting with a real person who's conscious. You're just interacting with pre-programmed responses. So we have those brains of a sort, the best we can do at coming up with a fake consciousness. Then on the other hand, there are some robots that you probably have some affinities for in a place like One Life and the people that might show up to church at a church like One Life. I would wager that some of you have some great feelings of love, admiration, or something toward one of these characters. Maybe not. We have Commander Data there, and Commander Data is on Star Trek, and one of his story arcs is he really wants to be a real boy, basically. He wants to have that conscious experience of the world, or he acts like he does, and he wants to have a human experience of the world. Then we have the robot from Lost in Space, and some of you may remember the robot from Lost in Space who's always worried about Will Robinson, right? And then we have C-3PO. Everybody knows C-3PO. And when we look at these characters, you probably feel as though you have more of a human connection with these particular robots. And the problem is, yeah, you do, but they're not real. You're not really connecting with robots. Those other things, those consumer products, those are real robots, and you're not connecting on a human level with them. But these robots that are fictional, we really believe them. When we watch them on screen, we think, Commander Data really is sad that he's not a real human being. We look at the robot from Lost in Space, and he's Will Robinson, and we really think he's consciously worried about Will Robinson. And C-3PO, when he says, we're doomed, we really think he's terrified. But the thing about it is, you're not really connecting with a robot when you're connecting with those fictional characters, are you? You're not connecting with C-3PO. You're connecting with this man, Anthony Daniels, the man who's inside of the suit, a real thinking conscious person. So all this talk about artificial intelligences and robots, we're going to come back to that later on. What I want you to realize right now is we've done the best we can so far and still not conscious. Most of them will tell you they're still not conscious if you ask them.
All right, let's pause there and just review a few things. Now, it occurs to me because I started the video by clicking this link here, which skips to when Braxton starts talking, and that appears to be when he starts. Well, now that I mention that, it seems that he's spoken a little bit before then. I'm just wondering because he doesn't appear to define consciousness, so that is one concern I have. Maybe I'll just.
All right, notice he says that I don't seem to have defined consciousness. He's going to discover that he's wrong about that, or at least that I gave an explanation of this, what kind of consciousness I'm talking about. Let's watch how that plays out. Also, he's responding to this video, but he's not sure where it starts because he just clicked the person's link that someone in the comments said Braxton starts here. Let's watch him discover this.
Back and check that. Why did they say it was 14 if it's actually 12? I trusted that link.
The people sitting around.
Don't trust random people in YouTube comments when you're making a response video. If you're worried about someone strawmanning someone, that's a good way to make sure that it happens. It's not a big deal because he's just trying to figure out where the video starts.
You or behind you, what you're going to do after you get done today, stop thinking about that. All of those things are possible because of this incredible ability to experience the world from a first-person perspective that we call your consciousness.
Okay.
That's what we're going to talk about today, and whether it provides evidence, good reason to believe that there is a God, that you are a soul, as the song just said, and all kinds of other things about the afterlife. And so as we talk about that, I want to set it up by picking up on something that Brett said a few moments ago, and that is really one of the big conversations we're having right now in the world is whether artificial intelligences and robots can ever become conscious. I want us to start there and think about this for just a moment as you begin to maybe toy around with the notion that maybe your consciousness and your brain aren't exactly the same thing, even if they're related. So on the screen right now, what you are going to see is you're going to see a number of consumer products that may be in your home or even in your pocket, depending.
All right, yeah. So he doesn't really define consciousness, but he does say that it's something about, I think he said first-person awareness. Let me actually make sure I get it exactly what he said there, because I don't
Yeah,
want to
make sure you get it right,
straw man
James.
The people sitting around you or behind you, what you're going to do after you get done today, stop thinking about that. All of those
Notice he still didn't go back all the way.
things are possible because of this incredible ability to experience the world from a first-person perspective.
Yeah, so first-person experience. So that's the way he's sort of conceptualizing consciousness there. Now, unsurprisingly, consciousness is the word is used in many different ways, both in real life and in philosophical life. Just having a bit of a browse through the Stanford Encyclopedia article on this.
Now, I just want to, at this point, so he says, I don't seem to have defined consciousness. Well, first of all, I explained what I meant by consciousness in the very clip that he just played, a first-person experience of the world, something I say throughout this video in one way or another. It's not my fault that James didn't start from the beginning of the video. Here's what I actually said 15 seconds after taking the stage. I say, the reason you saw all that you just saw and felt and heard is because everything that you have been experiencing this morning in this sanctuary is because of your consciousness. Every thought you had, every song that you heard, every color you saw, what you're thinking about, the people sitting around you or behind you, what you're going to do after you get done today, stop thinking about that. All those things are possible because of this incredible ability to experience the world from a first-person perspective that we call your consciousness. That's what we're going to talk about, end quote. So that's the explanation of what I'm talking about. That's the definition. Now, once he sees at least part of the definition after searching around on the video, he just kind of makes a brief hand motion and says, okay. In other words, he doesn't say, whoops, sorry about that. He did explain what he meant by consciousness. Sorry, Braxton, don't want to spread misinformation about this. Nope, just okay. And then he goes on to say, yeah, okay. So what he means is first-person awareness. That's what he means there. Well, multiple times I say first-person experiencer, but whatever. He understands what I mean because I was abundantly clear what I mean. And 2/3 of this talk detail and explore the parameters of that definition further. But this strikes me as a rhetorical trick. Kind of. And I hope I'm not reading this wrong, and maybe I am. But it strikes me as kind of a rhetorical trick. He's created a problem that doesn't exist, right? I didn't give you a definition of consciousness, even though I told you exactly what I meant by consciousness. And then he doesn't correct himself on that. But to seem like he's kind of the real authority or educator or something, he's going to needlessly trot out other definitions of consciousness that aren't the subject of what I'm discussing. He goes on for 3 minutes talking about that. Understand that we are now 10 minutes into James' video, and we've yet to hear anything wrong that I've said. We've heard that he's confused by the way we do church. He's pontificated about different definitions of consciousness. We're about to hear that. And he's told you all this is really bad, but not one actual criticism yet. Let's hear more from James. Well, here we go.
It mentions a number of different conceptions of consciousness. One is sort of wakefulness, of being the difference between being alert and asleep, or
yeah, I'm unconscious if I'm asleep in one sense, but that would be not the use. When you're in a dream and you're having an experience of something, you're consciously aware. You're having a first-person experience of that dream. You're conscious in that sense. That the sense that I'm talking about in this video, you're an experiencer. But obviously that's different from are you conscious or unconscious, meaning are you awake or not, basically. Yeah, but I explained what I mean is you're a conscious experiencer of amazing world. It's how you are able to take in this first person awareness of sound, light, color, all these kind of things.
Unresponsive. That is clearly, I think, not the sense that's meant here, because in that sense, I mean, you can actually kind of talk about machines as being conscious, sort of in that sense, right? And certainly even fairly low forms of life can have differences between like sleep states and awake or alert states. So I don't think that's what's really meant here. That's the sense in which we say someone is conscious, you know, they return to consciousness when they wake up from sleep. There's self-consciousness, which is sort of like a knowledge of the self and sort of self-awareness. So not all humans have that, like such as disabled persons or young children. And I don't think that's almost
so he's not challenging me here. He's just laying out different ways of thinking about consciousness
related to intelligence
or different types of usages of the word consciousness
and I guess self-reflection. So that's maybe part of it, but I don't think that's primarily what Braxton is talking about here. I think what he's talking about is what's sometimes talked about what it is like to be something.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That I say that in the video, but let's skip Well, maybe he's done now going on about consciousness.
Thomas Nagel has talked about this in terms of what it is like to be a bat.
What it's
his
like to be a
famous
bat.
essay on this. Yet another conception of consciousness is relates to the idea of intentionality. So being conscious of something. So I'm conscious of, the microphone in front of me and the lights in my room and other things like that. So that type of consciousness, or that aspect of consciousness, has an object. Whereas you can sort of think about consciousness in a more abstract way, that if you imagine, you go into sensory deprivation chamber and there's no sensory input.
Again, you realize none of this is related at all to this speech, except tangentially, as we're talking about consciousness, there are other ways you can use the word consciousness.
And you sort of, I don't know, go in some sort of meditative state. You're not asleep, right? But you're not really thinking about anything. There's still some sort of underlying awareness there, or whatever you want to call that, that state. And maybe that's the sort of what it is like to be something, as distinct from being conscious of a particular percept or memory. I mean, these issues are complicated. All I'm doing is illustrating that the word consciousness is used in different ways. But the way I take Braxton to be using it here is essentially that it is like something to be a person, irrespective of what you're actually doing right now, or whether you're like, asleep. Well, I suppose if you're dreaming, it's still like something.
Yeah, what you take me to mean, James, is what I tried to say in multiple different ways throughout this video, including that it's what, she knows what, with the case that you're going to get to with the woman seeing red, she knows what it's like to experience red. So I said all that. This is where I think that there's a rhetorical trick to try and say, look, Braxton's being sloppy here, but let me lay out for you all the different ways that consciousness is discussed. When he's already said that he understands this is a popular audience, we can't cover everything. So why don't I explain to them the sense of consciousness that I'm talking about and make my case there? I think he know. I don't know. I would think that James would know that this isn't really necessary. I don't know. I think this is just look, here's a bunch of stuff I know about other usages of consciousness.
To be dreaming. If you're not dreaming, then maybe it isn't. But it's not so much about like self-consciousness or the intentionality of conscious states. Anyway, so just that's important to set aside at the outset, that we have some idea of what we're talking about. So,
which is why 15 seconds after taking the stage, I explained with, I think, pretty solid clarity what I'm talking about.
What he then argues is that no machines that are currently extant have any of this sort of internal state where it's sort of like something to be that device. And I think that that's plausibly true, although it's interesting. The results from the most recent survey of philosophers indicate that, well, actually, I should probably bring this up rather than trying to go by memory. But a
now, remember, we're talking now about whether artificial intelligences are conscious. And he's saying that he pretty well agrees with me about this. Okay, then what are we doing next? If that's what, then what are you about to look up, and how is it relevant? Actually, what he looks up and shows, I think, helps my case. But let's go ahead and look at it anyway.
A number of philosophers don't actually agree that current AI definitely doesn't have.
Now, wait a minute. What did he say exactly?
State. You go into sensory, and to be using it here is essentially that
I lost it, because this is an important
device.
Piece.
And I think that that's plausibly true, although it's interesting. The results from the most recent survey of philosophers indicate that, well, actually, I should probably bring this up rather than trying to go by memory. But a non-trivial number of philosophers don't actually agree that current AI definitely doesn't have any sort of conscious state. So,
okay. So this is a non-trivial number. I want you to understand the number he's about to give you. He hasn't told you what it is yet. He's about to give you a non-trivial number that think it's not true that definitely the AI aren't conscious.
I mean, I don't think current AIs are conscious in the way that we're talking about here. But let me just...
But I take him to mean, he doesn't outright say this, but and he did that with me. He's like, Braxton doesn't outright say this, but here's what I think. He doesn't outright say this, but the only reason to include this, I guess, is to say Braxton is just taking it as a fact that these AI aren't conscious. But and I agree with him, actually, but there's he should have included what I'm about to share with you, or something like it, is what I think he means. Let's hear it.
Let's try to find this question, actually, because this isn't just me nerding out on this survey, which I actually want to talk more about later. But Braxton actually appeals to authority later on, where he mentions a couple of philosophers as
and go for it, James.
And quotes them as substantiating his point, which is a type of argumentation that Bill Craig uses a lot, and I really dislike.
We'll get to that eventually, and we'll see what he's talking about.
Just sort of quote mining authorities, even when there's actually a lot of disagreement in the field. I mean, I suppose if you're trying to establish that like at least one person agrees with it,
you got to understand it's really hard for me to sit here with this image on the screen because I look like a complete dope. Clip that out, atheists.
Then that's fine, but that's that's often a fairly trivial point. The idea is normally that you want to see how plausible is this view or how many people view it. Why can't
now? I just want you to notice this is I mean, every time he goes off on a side trail like that, maybe he wouldn't think it's a side trail. Maybe he thinks this is relevant. The only reason to mention it is you think it's relevant, I guess. So I'm taking it to mean I should have included this sort of information, what he's about to include right now.
Find this.
But look at how many minutes roll by.
Yes, other minds. It's under other minds. Okay, let me actually show you this because I think this is interesting. So part of the argument that Braxton is making here is that it's just sort of trivial that, which one is it? It's this one. Current AI is not conscious. So the question here is, so this is a survey of philosophy professors and I think some PhD students and so forth in major universities, mostly in the English-speaking world. So I think it's a very useful resource for understanding what Anglosphere/analytic philosophers tend to think about things. So you'll see here that the question is, for which groups are some members conscious? Critical, they don't have to all be, but at least some of them. And if you look down here, current AI systems, only about 3% think that they are accept or lean towards, so think to some degree that they are conscious. Now that is slightly larger than the percentage you think that particles are conscious. Now you might think, well, how can particles be conscious? Braxton mentions this actually a little bit later. This would be effectively a version of panpsychism, which is the idea that consciousness is sort of
okay. So 3%. Despite agreeing with me that AI are not conscious, he spends 3.5 minutes, a good chunk of time in a video like this, establishing that 3% of philosophers think AI have a conscious experience or lean that way. This isn't even saying that 3% think it's true. It's 3% think that in some instances, maybe it's true, right? They lean that way or they believe it. We don't have any information on how many of that 3% just lean that way or believe it hardcore. Now, let me remind you that James said at the start of this video that he knows this is a popular audience and he wouldn't expect that in a setting like this, one would be extremely rigorous. And after all, he does agree with me. But with limited time in front of a popular audience where you can't expect to cover everything, it seems that he's chiding me for not mentioning that only 97% of philosophers agree with me about this issue. 97%. Like, if this is a criticism, is this what makes this video bad? Is this what makes this video terrible, that I include information like this when it actually would have perhaps bolstered the point I'm making to say that 97% of philosophers actually agree with me? 3% don't even necessarily disagree. They just might even lean the other way. That's really interesting. It's not quite 100%. It's only 97. It's like, here's what it's like. It's like he admits by saying at the beginning of this thing, I realize this is a popular audience. I realize that I don't know if he said there was time limitations, but there obviously are. And there's and I know you can't go into everything kind of, this is kind of the impression he gives me at the start. I get that. So I'm going to be fair to that. Just as long as you're not lying or straw manning or anything. Okay. Fair enough. Fine. That's fine. So then I hear that I get the strong impression that you think I should have included the fact that 3% of philosophers might disagree with me. 97% or more, depending on whether they just lean or not, actually do agree with me. This is really surprising. It's as if he said, I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Something that he's going to accuse me of in just a few minutes. But notice that we're now 13 minutes into his video and still nothing of substance has been criticized. Let's keep going. Now, this is a bad video. Remember, bad, terrible presentation I gave. But we're still waiting on something to directly criticize.
Mental, and to some extent, everything is conscious. So this 3% being higher than 2% is not entirely surprising. So this says that, that there's some people who...
Yeah, and the point that he's making right now, I think, is an important point for you to notice, which is, so panpsychists, who we discuss in the presentation, who think that there are degrees of consciousness in everything, they're in this group presumably too. 2%, I think he said, think that fundamental particles or something, or electrons, I don't remember what he said, have a degree of consciousness. Well, if those panpsychists are in there, that affects the number, right? That would impact, because if they think electrons are conscious, they're going to think AI is conscious in some way, I would suspect. I don't know. I don't know how the question was asked exactly.
Think that kind of everything's conscious, and maybe then there's a few extra people who think that not quite everything, but then AI makes the category there. So it's not a lot, but you can still find a few philosophers who would lean towards the idea that current AI systems are conscious. In terms of the proportion who think that adult humans, at least some adult humans, are conscious, it's about 95%. So there's a small percentage there who are a bit unsure of that, although very few explicitly reject the idea. There are other views, like you can be unsure or have alternate positions there. Now, one thing that Braxton does not talk about at all, which I think is really odd actually in this video, is consciousness in other animals. So he talks about AI systems and he talks about humans, but he doesn't mention any other types of animals like mammals, fish, insects, worms, plants. And I think it would be really interesting to hear what he has to say about this, actually, because I realize this is a little bit small. Apologize for that. Because some of his arguments, it's sort of unclear how they would apply to animals. So, obviously Braxton, I don't think this is going to be a big spoiler, thinks that consciousness comes from an immaterial soul of some sort. It's unclear whether he thinks that animals have such a soul. Now, he might, but then that raises questions as to, well, how many different types of souls are there, and how do souls fit into the evolutionary story with speciation events, and how do we understand where, like, at what level of life does souls stop? Because you see, if I say as a naturalist and materialist that consciousness is the product of complex nervous systems, then it makes perfect sense to say that consciousness is graded, that as your nervous system gets simpler or loses the relevant complexity, then consciousness kind of fades away. I don't know that it makes a lot of sense to say that souls kind of fade away. Like, it seems you either have one or you don't. Now, there could be different types of souls, but still, you've either got one or you don't, right? I mean, and presumably rocks don't have souls, right? So what about flies? What about fish? What about amoeba? Like, what exactly has a soul? So what I'm saying here is, it feels like if you're going to go down that route, you actually have to make a cutoff as to what has a soul and what doesn't.
Okay, so animals. Now, I actually did talk about this a little bit on the One Life podcast. They have their own podcast, and part of what we did after this project, Explorer Edition, was to do an episode on the One Life podcast and an episode on Trinity Radio, and we've done that. Now I'm going the extra mile to respond to James. So if you want to hear more about that, you can go there. But there are two views that are discussed among Christians about this, I guess, just among theists who believe in the soul. And those are Triducianism and Creationism. Now, creationism is not to be confused with like scientific creationism, but the idea with creationism is I think what James has in mind, which is that at some point, when the physical body is developing or whatever, God implants a soul. Like, God creates through special creation a soul for that body. And perhaps that's the way it works, but it's not the only possibility on the table. And I'm not 100% sure exactly where I land on this, but Triducianism comes from the word Triducian, which has to do with a branch or of a vine. So people are like branches off of their parents, and the soul and the body are generated by your biological parents. Not that the soul is biological, but it's generated by your parents. This is in opposition to the creationist view that we've just talked about. So on the Triducian view, one can hold that animals have souls of the sort appropriate to that animal. And I think that's probably true. After all, Triducians believe that the physical and immaterial body and soul of the creature developed like the body. I have no guarantee of an animal afterlife, but I actually lean toward at least some animals having one. No, the expression of consciousness will be different in different animals, and he asks about a gradation or cutoff. What some of us who are dualists will say is that as far as we can go is saying that whatever has an existence in brains sufficiently like human beings likely has a soul. But again, notice James said he would have liked it if I had covered animals in my talk. But I don't see a need for me to have talked about animals in my talk. I don't see a need for that for my argument. Is this the sort of thing that James thinks makes this talk bad? It's really weird. I get that souls in animals is interesting, and I don't blame James for wanting to talk about souls being animals and souls and all that sort of being an interesting issue to hear from a theist about or from substance dualist. But one thing that we need to notice is that we still haven't heard anything that's an actual criticism of what I've said that's of substance. It's just what I would have really liked it if he'd talked about animals. Well, that's what stuff like this after the fact is for. And again, of course, I would love to talk about that whole issue. But again, I'm not 100% sure where I land on certain things related to animals and souls. I'm sufficiently confident about the things that are important to know related to us, and does it serve as any kind of a serious objection to the positions that we hold. So, but I would have liked to have talked about those things more, but you just have a limited time. As you said, it's a popular audience. You have a limited amount of time, and we did talk about it on 2 other podcasts. So hopefully that will suffice. And now we're going to move on, get some more interesting stuff from him.
Whereas I don't think the naturalist has to say that. You don't have to say that there's a cutoff. You just say, well, it grades out at some point. Maybe, I mean, Nathan and I have talked about some other apologists who talk about this a bit, and there are different views I know here, but I think that it's a significant problem, actually. The reason I mention it now is because, unfortunately, Braxton does not mention this issue at all, which I...
Wait a minute. It's a significant problem. It's a significant problem if animals have souls. I've already said in the main presentation, and we haven't gotten to it yet in his video if you're new to all of this, but I said in what he says is a terrible analogy, and we will get there, about your brain and your physical body being like an FM radio, and the signal being like your soul coming through the FM radio, and the hardware of the FM radio, the limitations of that hardware, or if the hardware is damaged, it's going to affect the representation of that soul. But I actually think that dogs have dog souls, and animals have souls related to that, the limitations of that animal and that sort of thing. I don't think they have some of the important things that I think that human consciousness and human souls have. And that would be more of a theological discussion that I'd love to have, because I think there's something important to say about what we mean by being made in the image of God. And actually, this is a great moment to say this, because James wants to know, like, how I cash out certain things. Like, how do you make sense of this and that and the other thing? And how does it work? And what is it like? And here's what I want to say. Christian apologists don't think that necessarily every single position that we hold on anything or anything the Bible teaches, we have to have this separate apologetic just for that. Now, I'm not talking about consciousness or the soul, but I'm talking about things about the soul that we would really like to know that we don't necessarily know, or things that we claim to know and naturalists or atheists don't think that we can know. Well, apologetics gets us so far as we're concerned to God's existence and the resurrection of Jesus and the authority of Scripture and other things like that. We believe that we can bring apologetics that demonstrate the existence of the soul, or at least make it incredibly reasonable to believe that there's a soul. But then specifics about that soul might come to us through special revelation through Scripture. That would be a separate discussion from, how, exactly what are the limitations of the soul of a dog if you could have something like a disembodied dog, like dog soul. I could speculate about something like that, but these are things that aren't important to my case. Number one, he says it's a pretty big problem. I've yet to see how at all that's a problem. I didn't notice it the first time around that he says, oh, this is actually a serious criticism or whatever he said. I can't see how, but anyway, I don't know everything I'd like to know about souls. But that's because some of the information that I think I have about souls, not usually what's discussed in this, not what's discussed in this project, is this stuff I get through special revelation. And I feel that I can establish things on special revelation if I establish that there's a God and that God raised Jesus from the dead and that Scripture is authoritative, such that I can have something like a reasonable a reason to believe that special revelation is valid for me. So, but most of what I'm discussing here, I don't rely on special revelation. I'm just providing what I think is evidence to believe these particular things. But I don't see how, in any case, I don't see how at all the fact that animals might have souls. I think they probably do have souls. How does that hurt anything?
It's quite disappointing because it'd be interesting to hear what he says about that. Anyway, so that gives us a bit of a framework. So yes, it's pretty unlikely, I think, that contemporary AI is conscious, but you will find the odd philosopher.
And now see, we're still back to the AI 3% that maybe think AI might have some kind of consciousness, or they lean that way. We're still talking about this, and this issue, since we've talked about it now this long, I'm really thinking he thinks I should have included this in my case, but it's 3%. And he said he understood that we're talking to a popular audience.
It's leaning towards that view, which is kind of interesting. Now, let's jump back to the video. I don't think current AI systems are conscious, by the way, but I just sort of wanted to...
And that's all we had to say.
...mention that. So let's take stock of where we are. We've got a definition of...
I mean, unless there were like a really large percentage that do think they're conscious. Okay, well, yeah, now we need to really focus some more on that and figure out why that is. And maybe there are good reasons for thinking so that I'm not aware of. But at this point, well, that's, I mean, if 3% or less think so, and you even agree with me, how is this a problem for my presentation?
Consciousness, well, not a definition, but at least an idea of consciousness as something relating to a first-person subjective experience of what it is like to be something. Braxton says that, clearly as adult humans, we have this, and I agree with that. And he also thinks pretty clearly that current AI systems don't have that. And I also agree with that, although I've noted that there are a few philosophers who would be not so sure about that. And he then gives some examples to sort of flesh out the point. I find it kind of cringe appealing, not so much in this sermon particularly, I guess, but more generally in when sermons appeal to like pop culture stuff. Maybe this is just me, but it just...
Do you find it odd or forced or whatever you said when comedians refer to pop culture stuff or politicians refer to pop culture stuff? I mean, look, the stories that we tell ourselves in our country are the things we get from pop culture. They are our modern myths that we enjoy. That's Star Wars is like that. Star Trek is like that. The stories that people listen to are very important to understanding how they process information. If I was talking about something, if I was talking about something I referred to Neo or the Matrix, would you think that's forced? Because that's really strange, because that would actually be a really helpful thing that people in a pop culture audience can grab onto to understand a deeper issue. I really don't get his why. I mean, I think what he's thinking of is something like a South Park sort of idea of the local youth pastor comes down and he wears sneakers so that he can seem like more relevant to the kids or something somehow. And yeah, I mean, we cringe at that too, but I think it's just an attempt to say, look how stupid or how silly these Christians are. They're trying to force stuff like this in. If that's what it is, I really don't get it. This happens everywhere with like literally almost everyone, and in almost every field. So I don't know, whatever. I guess I shouldn't spend that much time on it. It's just a silly comment, I think.
I don't know. Always comes across as a bit forced. I also wanted to mention something about data as being...
I love this.
Of a Trek fan, and I mean, obviously it's just an example. It doesn't really matter, but I can't help myself commenting on this. I would say it's quite unclear from the show Star Trek: Next Generation whether Data is conscious or not, in the sense of whether it feels like something to be him. I suspect that he actually is. In the show, it's ruled that he is a...
Does he think I'm saying Data is not conscious? I do say something like, he's conscious or wants us to think he's conscious and he wants to be human. The point is, it's very, very clear. Well, let's just listen to James.
But that's not necessarily the same thing, or at least I don't know if we can assume that. I think it's pretty clear that he has free will, maybe not in the libertarian sense, but at least I would say in a compatibilist sense. He certainly makes choices and can act unpredictably and things like that. Data also in the show is shown to have a very keen moral sense, can form friendships and all of these sorts of things. But what he can't do is experience emotions. I mean, until the very end, which he gets an emotion chip, whatever. But most of it, he can't experience emotions. But he can form attachments to people, for example, and he actually talks about how this works. So I guess the point is that even in a fictional example like this, I think it's actually kind of complicated as to exactly what we can and cannot say about data based on the evidence we have in that show, right? And we need to separate out different issues like feeling emotions, free will, forming friendships, having a first-person subjective experience, and maybe other aspects as well. And I think that, well, Braxton doesn't do that. He just sort of lumps them all together, and we'll see that a little bit.
No, I'll do that. Here's the reason you can lump them together in this sense. I think that it is, I think that to experience, what all did he say? Emotions, what did he say? Self-awareness. Well, let's just run it back just a little bit here.
Forming friendships, having a first-person subjective experience, and maybe other aspects.
Think about the things that he's saying here. Forming friendships, having emotions, having a subjective experience. Can any of these things be done without some level of experience? How can you do this without experiencing friendship? How can you have friendship without experiencing friendship? How can you have self-awareness without experiencing self-awareness? How can you have emotions without, I mean, what does it even mean to have emotions without experiencing emotions? That's the sense of consciousness that we're talking about, that you're an experiencer, that there's a what it's like, what is it likeness to be you. And these are all things that you can lump together in this sense, that each of these things requires conscious experience of the type that means you are an experiencer.
As well. And I think that, well, Braxton doesn't do that. He just sort of lumps them all together, and we'll see that a little bit later.
I don't lump them all together as the same thing. I lump them all together as things that you have to be a conscious experiencer in order to experience.
So, the point is not really whether, Star Trek's just an example, whatever, but I think it's sort of interesting that even in an example that he's chosen to make his point, it's sort of, that very example, I think, makes the point that I would make, which is it's actually more complicated than this. It's a bunch of different issues that we're lumping together. I think that we need to be more careful if we're trying to explain consciousness about what we're trying to explain. So that will come up.
Okay, so I do clarify in this talk that all of those things that he just talked about and said that I lumped them all in together, I explain clearly how they're connected, that you are an experiencer of these things. Now, when he comes to data, he's saying that even in the analogy that I have created and I have chosen, I mean, I think the impression is that it works against what I'm saying. And this, there's two possible interpretations I have for what James is saying here. I'm not sure which one is true. I lean toward the second one being what he's talking about. The first one is, well, what data shows is that this whole issue of consciousness and your brain and the most important things about life and being human and what are you and what does it mean to be you and that sort of thing. When we think about that with data in mind, it's really complicated. Well, yeah, of course it's complicated. I believe that it's complicated, James. I believe that brains are complicated and that this whole issue of who we are in the world and what we are and all that is complicated. Surely you don't think that my point was that these aren't deep, meaningful, or complicated issues. Of course they are. That's obviously true. But I think what he might be saying, and I'm not 100% sure, is, well, data might be conscious. In fact, I think he is. I mean, it depends on what all we're laying in there. He feels emotions. He does all that. It seems like he is conscious. And in the very example that Braxton rolls out, here you've got a robot that's conscious. That seems to me to be maybe what he's saying. It might not be. I'm trying to be as fair as I can. I don't know for sure that's what you're saying, but that's what it sounds like maybe you're saying, is that this is really complicated, which of course is trivial. Nobody disagrees, or at least between the two of us, nobody disagrees that this is not complicated. And then secondly, this whole thing seems to work against it because it seems like data is conscious. Oh my goodness. My whole point in this, with this analogy, is to say, here you've got a certain set of things. Those are your household products, the things that consumer products that have AI. They're not conscious. It's obvious to most of us that they're not conscious. Then you've got over here entities that are supposed to be robots. They're fictional and do seem to have consciousness. So my whole point is that data does seem to have consciousness. And in the story, I have no, so in a story, I just take it that what the author is telling me is true about this universe that they're creating is how they mean it to be taken. And so I take it that even though we're kind of all given this existential crisis that Data has throughout the series, that we are supposed to take him as a person. That surely the people watching Star Trek think of Data as a feeling conscious person. And that's how we look at him and C-3PO and the robot from Lost in Space. That's my whole point. My point is these robots are conscious, but they're not real. These robots are real, but they're not conscious. And trying to explain that, to point out the difference between brains, just having a brain, and being conscious, to draw out whether you think they're the consciousness is something the brain does or not. You can see that we can talk about these things separately, and maybe there's something more to that. That's the point that I was trying to make. But now we're 18 minutes into this damning refutation of a video that's so bad. And after no substantive actual criticism for all this time, now we finally do get one. We get a criticism. And that criticism, if I'm understanding James right, is based on a misunderstanding of the analogy that I gave. That's bad. Now, this is interesting because I've heard comments from lots of listeners who were present at the production, and none of them were confused about this point that I've talked to. That's relevant given that James is about to take a shot across the bow at the audience, or at least at what he suspects are my thoughts about the audience and their intelligence level on the basis of something I say. So let's just keep trucking right here, but let's keep that in mind.
And later, people are talking about the survey. Yeah, I'll do another video on that at some point. Yeah, there are some interesting results there. Let's continue with this video here. I'll just jump forward to where we got up to.
And who's inside of the suit, a real thinking, actually humans and other human beings. This seems like something that is really powerful and different than just a brain, because those robots have a brain of a sort. Another way to help you understand exactly the difference between your conscious first-person experience of the world, the way that you're awake to the world, like robots are not, is this thought experiment that comes to us from a man named Frank Jackson. Now, I want you to hang with me. This is the part where if you've got a thinking cap, put it on and straighten it up a little bit. This will cause you to have to think a little deeply about this. But imagine...
So I can't help making remarks like this, right? What is the implication of what Braxton just said? Like, just think about this, right? Again, you know, I don't want to overinterpret it, but I can't help making this remark. So these people are at a sermon of some sort. They're at church, right? And he's just said, if you've got a thinking cap, put it on. Just what does that imply? First of all, not everyone there has a thinking cap. And second of all, most people don't already have it on. They don't bring their thinking caps to church, and or even if they do, they don't put them on. I don't know. I just find that amusing that that sort of this sort of offhanded remark kind of implies that the people in the audience are kind of dummies or not thinking about things. I don't know whether that's what you want to imply, but anyway, let's just keep.
Okay, so let's talk about this for a minute, because he's going to get ticked off and say that he's ticked off. I think about this point that I play a video of a philosopher saying something similar to what I'm saying. Like I'm citing a philosopher, and that ticks him off because he thinks it's just quote mining. But he doesn't think that this is something that might tick someone off, or like maybe he just doesn't care. But yeah, I told them to put their thinking caps on because I'm a public speaker. And I don't actually know how much public speaking James has done. I'm not trying to say like, look, I've been doing this. I have been doing this for more than 20 years. Not sound like RN Raw, but I've been doing this for more than 20 years now. And I know a few things about how audiences hear things. And I know when I'm about to say something that could be complex, that has to do with an issue they're not used to thinking about at this depth, or at least all of them aren't. I mean, you got to understand, we've got older people here, but we've got teenagers here too. And we've got everyone in between. And so most people are not thinking too deeply about consciousness like you and I are. And so, yeah, I say something like, if you got your thinking caps, put it on as a way to ready them for the fact that I'm about to say something that might be something they got to wrap their minds around and really think through. This is just public speaking. And to use this as an opportunity to like poke fun, I think is unfortunate. By the way, these people that he thinks somehow I think are dummies, to use his term, these are people who didn't misunderstand the robot analogy as it relates to C-3PO and Data. And so that thinking cap is pretty important. And fortunately, they had theirs. It's not an indictment on their intelligence. And just to make things fair, James, and since there have been a couple of mistakes already, I'll just go ahead and say it to you. Put your thinking cap on for the rest of this video. Not meant as any kind of an insult, just readying you for what's going to come. All right, let's keep trucking.
That we have a story of a woman who is 35 years old, And her whole life, she's been in a black and white room. She's never seen color. Now, I know that this is hard for you to imagine, but just imagine that it's possible that we have a person who's 35 years old, and this woman has never seen color. Her favorite color, though she's never seen.
There are actually people, achromatopsia, who don't have cones at all, so they can only see.
Of course, there are people who have trouble seeing certain colors or seeing color. I'm aware of that. The point is, in fact, that's going to be great during your death experiences, because there's been a study actually done on congenitally blind patients who've never seen anything. And during their NDEs, they actually have experiences where they see things and can describe visual things. So this doesn't work for you at all to make this point, but he's just kind of poking fun that I said something like, well, whether you think this is impossible, or just imagine that someone's never seen color. And what, of course, I mean is they've never seen any color at all. Just black and white. I mean, that's all they've seen. Okay, that's the point. But these, the things that are, I don't know, the things that he wants to like take pot shots at, I think he thinks that's for entertainment purposes. But if so, it makes me wonder who the audience is supposed to be, and if that's really the audience you want to buddy up to.
In shades of gray. So that part of it's not actually a thought experiment. The thought experiment part is that then she goes out and then she can see color, which, to my knowledge, that's not possible because you can't restore cone vision if it's never been present.
Yeah, and that means you got to deal with stuff like these congenitally blind patients.
I just find it amusing. He says, "I know you can't imagine that." Well, it's actually not even imaginary; like it's a real thing. Anyway,
seen color is red. She studied all of the symbolic imagery about the color red. She knows all about the wavelengths and the light and all that stuff that makes red possible, but she's never seen the color red. In fact, we could say she actually begins a program in college to try and get a degree in color spectrum theory, and she gets a PhD in color spectrum theory. Her emphasis is the color red, and she knows more facts about the color red than any other person on the planet. But remember, she's never seen it. Now, here's the question. Her brain has all the facts, but if she escapes the room and the first thing she sees is red, the question is, does she learn anything? She knows all the facts, that's in her brain. Does she learn anything when she experiences red for the first time? I want to say that I think she does. What she learns is what it's like to see red. She knew all the facts, but now she's got what it's like, this first person experience of the color red. That's what it means to be conscious, to have that kind of an experience. It's an amazing thing. And because of that experience of red being different from just the facts, it's like your brain serves up all the facts and all the data, and then you and your conscious experience make decisions based on those facts, and you decide what you're going to do, and you can imagine. In fact, some of the greatest things about being human are possible because of our consciousness, the things that matter the most. Think about free will, for example.
Yeah, I'll pause it there because then he brings in some of the other issues that I mentioned that I don't think should be conflated with first-person conscious experience. But yeah, so the thought experiment that he mentioned there is sometimes called Mary the Colorblind Neuroscientist. I don't think he actually said she's a neuroscientist, but that's the way I typically hear it described. Anyway, the idea is that she knows all of the facts surrounding, like all of the, physical and material facts surrounding physical and material facts surrounding color vision and how that all works and all of the processes involved in that at a arbitrary level of detail, like more than we know now. But she's never actually seen red herself. And the question is, does she learn something when she actually experiences that?
Now, I just said exactly that.
Understanding of the purpose of the argument is to appeal to the intuition that she would learn something, like learn what it is like to see red. And this is supposed to, I think, indicate an argument that there's some sort of fact of the matter about what it is to experience red that exists beyond the material facts or beyond the physical facts. I'm not precisely sure. I think there are different versions of it. I will, actually intending to read a bit more about this sort of stuff soon. But the exact point of the argument, I think, is like exactly what it's intended to convey is not the main issue here. Braxton is using it as more of a thought experiment to illustrate how basically what he's going to be arguing, he's kind of already arguing it, is that conscious experience has to go beyond the physical world or the material world. Now, this argument is an interesting one. I don't want to get fully into it now. I think that it's plausible that Mary does learn something new, but I don't actually think that that's a threat to physicalism.
Now, he's about to give a counter analogy. And I want you to listen to this counter analogy and see if it hit you the way it hits me.
Essentially, because it depends what you mean by she knows all of the facts. I might make an analogy that you could know all the facts about biomechanics and riding a bicycle, but still not know how to ride a bicycle if you've never ridden one yourself, because that form of knowledge is really non-declarative. It's non-propositional.
Okay, now notice his wording here is very important. He says you could know all the biomechanical facts and you could know all the facts about riding a bicycle. But he says you wouldn't know how to ride a bicycle until you'd actually done it. I think this is actually technically false, and it's a bad analogy. You could know it's possible that you could know everything about biomechanics and riding a bicycle, and yes, you would know how to ride a bicycle. This is why it makes no point to, this is why it's not crazy whenever parents tell their children, all right, here's what you're going to do. Here's how it works. They're giving them the information that's necessary in order for them to know how to ride the bicycle. In fact, when they get on the bicycle and they are riding it, they'll learn new information, but that's not the sort of information that correlates to the woman who sees red. What that analogy, to help out the analogy that James uses, would be like, you know all the biomechanical facts, you know all the facts about riding a bike, but you don't know what it's like to ride a bike. Not how. You don't know what it's like. That's the correction that needs to be offered. It's the experience of riding a bike. It's not that when the lady goes out into the hallway and sees red for the first time, she suddenly understands how red manifests. No. She already knew that. What she learns now is the experience, what it's like to see red. That is pretty darn important, because that is just, I think, a terrible analogy that just completely misses this thing. So, but he's gonna move on to a bigger theological issue here. So let's pick that up.
And plausibly knowing what it is like to be a brain body system that actually processes color in a certain way. That's not a fact that you can sort of know propositionally. You just sort of have to be that system. Or if you're not, you're not. Which raises an interesting question, by the way. Does God know what it is like to see the color red? Or any other color? Because God doesn't have eyes, right? God doesn't interact with the physical light spectrum in anything like the way that humans do, or at all. I presume he doesn't, right? He's not embodied. So I'm not quite sure how God knows these facts, and that's actually, I think, a real problem, right? Because if these,
he thinks this is going to be a real problem. I love it whenever James begins to talk theology, because that's the area that I've studied most in my life, and so I love hearing what people who are meant to have, exposure to Christianity, maybe a background in church. I don't know if James ever went to church or whatever, but people like me who have a drug problem, in the sense that they were drugged to church on Sunday night, and Wednesday night growing up. Dad joke. Some of this is, I don't understand why someone would not know that this is what Christians think, but it's okay. Let's keep trucking.
If God is supposed to know all facts, right? So he can know everything that the neuroscientist knows, but then you get the issue of the incarnation. So I'm not quite sure, but you don't want to say that God learnt about color through the incarnation. That seems wrong, right? So let's put that aside for the moment and just say, absent the incarnation, how would God have access to first-person facts about what it is like to be a human experiencing color? Because by Braxton's argument, the only way that you can come to know those facts is to be that person in that experience. But God isn't and can't be that person in those experiences. So therefore, it seems by Braxton's own reasoning, God wouldn't actually know these facts. I've sort of mentioned this before, right? A stronger version of this is to argue, does God know what it is like to sin? And I'm not sure. Again, sometimes people get a weird idea when I say these things. They seem to imply that I'm imagining that no Christian has ever thought about this or responded to it. Of course, I realize that there will be people who've responded to this. That's not really the point, right? The point is to advance the discussion. And so I guess with respect to what Braxton's saying here, it seems to me that this is not a good argument, right? Because if he wants to say that Mary learned something new, later on, Braxton is also going to say that consciousness comes from God. There seems to be a disconnect here, right? Because his argument for why Mary learned something new, it would seem to also say that God can't actually know these things. And so, like, we're conscious in a way that God isn't, or our consciousness transcends God's consciousness, or I'm not quite sure exactly, but it seems to be at odds with what he would want to say about God and the nature, the origins of consciousness. So for that reason alone, I don't think that this argument works.
Okay, for that reason alone, he doesn't think this argument works. So let's talk about that one reason. So what he said is, and this is fair, I appreciate this. Maybe I was too hard on him just a moment ago. I appreciate that he just wants to advance the discussion. And he recognizes that perhaps Christians have thought about this before and have some kind of an answer to it. And, if you're going to make a response video, maybe I mean, maybe just do a quick Google search to see if, what Christians have said about this. But it's basically the difference between propositional knowledge and experiential knowledge, non-propositional, what we could call experiential knowledge. So, for example, I'll just read this from William Lane Craig from Can God Learn Anything? So now here's where it picks up. Premise 3 says a being's omniscience entails that a being has all experiential knowledge. Omniscience entails that a being has all experiential knowledge. That, I would say, is false. That is not the classical definition of omniscience. Remember, I said to be omniscient, a being must know every true proposition P and believe no false proposition. So that means that omniscience is defined in terms of propositional truth, not in terms of experiential truth. So being omniscient does not entail, for example, knowing how it feels to have a sore back. God knows that having a sore back involves having pain and is uncomfortable. That's propositional knowledge. But God doesn't know himself what it's like for his back to be sore because he doesn't have a back, or he doesn't know how it feels himself to be a sinner. Now, he knows the proposition that being a sinner feels lousy, feels guilty, feels depressing. He knows those propositions, but he doesn't know how it feels to be himself a sinner. Or he doesn't know what it is to be himself Bill Craig. This is sometimes called the Omniscience Paradox. Himself to be Bill Craig. He knows how Bill Craig feels. That's propositional knowledge, but he doesn't have to have the experiential knowledge of believing that he is himself Bill Craig. You see what I mean? So classically, omniscience is not defined in terms of non-propositional knowledge. It is defined in terms of propositional knowledge, and there is no incoherence with God having all propositional knowledge. So again, the objector here is saying that God cannot have the experiential knowledge of knowing what it is like to learn something. Now, I think that's false, as I've already explained. I think God does know what that's like, but that's not entailed by omniscience. God doesn't need to have experiential, non-propositional knowledge in order to be propositionally omniscient, and that is what the doctrine of omniscience holds. So it might actually come as a surprise to James to hear me say this, but yes, I know what it's like. I know what it's like to, let's say, have a romantic involvement with my wife. Let's just leave it at that. God doesn't have that experiential knowledge. He knows all the propositional facts about it, but he doesn't have the experiential knowledge. That's just not what we mean by omniscience. And so to that extent, this is like other paradoxes, like the Omnipotence Paradox, when someone asks, well, can God create a rock so big that he can't even lift it? Or the Homer Simpson parallel to that, can God microwave a burrito so hot that he can't even eat it? These are nonsense questions. It's not that there's something God can't do. It's just that those aren't things, right? So we would say that, no, God doesn't do logically contradictory things. And what we would say on omniscience is God knows all propositional truth claims. This is, maybe a lot of church people aren't familiar with that either, but so hopefully that'll be helpful.
On Braxton's worldview. But also, I don't think that it undermines naturalism or physicalism, because I think that we need to distinguish different forms of knowledge, essentially, and that if you just say knows this or knows that, I think that that's sort of too quick. Plausibly.
Oh, and another thing, it strikes me that for him to say that this doesn't work for certain forms of theism, well, that it doesn't work. Now you've made a claim. You've claimed that this doesn't work. You now need to bear that burden of proof. You need to explain why the responses that people have given are problematic. We don't get anything like that. And I just explained why that I don't think this is a problem for God to have all propositional knowledge.
Some types of knowledge that you sort of can only hold if you are a system in a particular state. And think about it. Consciousness in this way is supposed to be what it is like to be a certain thing. How you could possibly even know that in principle without being that certain thing. Like you could have a full understanding of all of the processes at work, but unless you actually run that simulation in your mind in full detail, you wouldn't really know that. So I suppose, yeah, it's not just knowing the facts, it's sort of running the simulation in your mind, so to speak. And only if you could do that in sufficient detail would you actually know what it's like to be that thing. But then you basically would just be that thing. Like, sort of like if you could fall asleep and dream about being a bat, but not an ordinary dream of being a bat, like in full resolution with everything realistic. Then maybe you would know what it was like to be a bat. But at that point, you've basically just been a bat, right? So anyway, that's not a full answer, but maybe that's some initial thoughts. I'm not convinced that thought experiment. It's interesting, but I don't think it really undermines naturalism. If anything, I think it undermines at least certain forms of theism in the way that Braxton wants to argue for it. Because
if you have if you have some sort of an understanding of theism that requires God to have experiential knowledge of everything that we have experiential knowledge of,
to imply that God can't have this knowledge either. Anyway, I think I made that point there. Now, Braxton's moving on now. It's going to talk about other things such as free will. So let's see where he takes this.
You have free will to make real choices that are meaningful because you have a conscious experience. Because free will is the conscious activity of looking at things and making a conscious decision of one thing over another thing. We have that. We have love, because love is a conscious decision to give of yourself for the good of someone else that you love. And we also have imagination, with the conscious activity of thinking about the way things are right now and how they could be later on. A song that hasn't been written yet, but you could write it, a work of art, someone who you are in love with, you can imagine what it would be like to be them so that you can love them better. The most important things about being a human being are things that we have because we are conscious. It's really important. And it doesn't seem like we had to be, because these robots aren't. In fact, I think we can...
Yeah, so I'm happy broadly to say that some of the most important things about being human do relate to or involve us being conscious. I don't...
Okay, again, agreement. Let's see what he says and whether it is an affront to the case that I'm making.
Really disagree with that. Consciousness is very important. The idea, though, that it has anything directly to do with free will, I'm not convinced about. These are separate philosophical issues.
It has to do with free will in the sense that you have to be conscious to make free choices on either libertarian freedom or compatibilism.
And I just don't quite see what the argument is there. Why do you have to have consciousness to have free will? Or why does free will imply consciousness? I don't know what the argument is there. Maybe it's intuitive to some people, but it's just sort of not obvious to me. The way that people like Braxton...
Okay, before he goes on to talk about how I perceive of free will, the only way you can say that we make free choices without, well, look, first, terms are very important. Not all Christians affirm libertarian freedom, but most do affirm either libertarian freedom or compatibilism. And we know that he knows what compatibilism is. He talked about compatibilism just a little while ago. Both of these understandings of free will simply require one to have a first-person conscious experience. James primarily focuses on some criticisms of how libertarian freedom is supposed to be possible, which is the view that I hold. But I don't think he specifies that he's talking about libertarian freedom, though he clearly is. And I've responded to the intelligibility problem, the rollback problem, and the scientific data that's supposed to undermine libertarian free will many times on this channel. But it's a red herring, but it's a red herring in this discussion. Whether you believe in libertarian freedom or compatibilistic freedom, you're making a choice. Now, that choice might be determined and it might be free in the libertarian sense, but in either case, you have to be conscious in order for it to be called a choice. We don't say the wind suddenly decided to blow this way instead of that way, because choice is something we use with respect to conscious agents. It may well be that some people, not necessarily saying James, haven't thought about this connection before, but it's not as simple as rolling out your favorite lines in response to libertarian free will. But James actually says it's not clear to him that you have to have a first-person conscious experience to make choices. The only reason that this... Now, if that strikes you as just absurd on the face of it, I think, to be fair, the reason he would say something like this is because if you go too far with, like, I've mentioned this before, there's a great book by Alfred Mealy on free. It's called Free: Why Science Hasn't Disproved Free Will. But if you go too much with it, like if you take the Libet experiments, and by the way, Deflate just made a great video on the Libet experiments. But when you take the Libet experiments, you misunderstand what they actually demonstrate and what Libet himself thought they actually demonstrated. And then you push it to some kind of an extreme. I don't know this is what James is doing, but he has to think this. If he thinks you can make choices without being conscious, without being a conscious experiencer, then this is what I'm saying is the only way I know why people get there, is if you think that the decision, that what you're going to do has already been determined by your brain before you become consciously aware of it, as the Libet experiments don't prove but are often thought to prove, because it's a difference between, like, just being told not to think real hard about it, just flex a muscle whenever, versus you actually thinking about something and tearing yourself up inside over it. And what should I do? And should I do that? And who should I marry? And where should I go to school? And all of these kind of things. But if you think it does actually show that across the board, our decisions are made before we're consciously aware of them, then okay, I guess there you could say something like choice does not require a conscious experience. But I mean, I think that is a flawed understanding of how we make choices. And even if that were demonstrated to be what happens, I wouldn't refer to that as a choice, because as I say, you don't say that when the wind started going the other way, it decided to start going the other way, because this is something we speak about conscious agents with. And so I really don't see why it would be surprising to say that you need to have a conscious experience in order to have free will. I mean, maybe he felt like he just had to say something at this moment because it had been a few minutes since he said something, or too many seconds had gone by. I don't know what it is. And I don't mean like that he just had to hear himself talk. I mean, maybe he knows I've got an audience. I need to cut this video somewhere and talk, but I don't know. I have no idea why he would say that, unless it's that very naturalistic view that everything's done before you're aware of it. And so in that sense, you don't have to be conscious to make choices, but then I just wouldn't even call those choices. It's really interesting. Okay.
Sort of people like Braxton, people who talk and think in a similar way about free will. The way they talk about the free will, I just find bizarre. They talk about it as if, well, I mean, what he said just here, your brain presents you with these facts and data, and then your free will just sort of picks between them and decides. Well, but how does it do that? Like, is it just literal magic, or is it just random? If there's a process that your will is moving through.
See, now the point I want to make here again, I want you to notice this, because this is somewhat irrelevant, because this video is not principally about libertarian freedom. It's just about free will. And it would apply, this point that I'm making would apply to compatibilism or libertarian freedom. He's focusing only on libertarianism. And if that's what he's doing, and he's presuming, okay, well, for the sake of argument, let's say that's what we mean by free will, and you're saying that consciousness is necessary for that. Consciousness is definitely necessary for libertarian freedom. But he's going to go off about libertarian freedom here and the problems he sees with it, primarily the intelligibility problem and things like that. But it doesn't really matter, because this works for compatibilist freedom too. The point I'm just making is, if you're going to make a choice, in any sense of making a choice, you need to be conscious for that to happen, I think.
Then that's like data crunching, that's analysis. Even if it's maybe not algorithmic, well, maybe it is, I don't know, but whatever's happening, there's a process there. And if that's a process, then where does free will fit in? Like, I guess I just don't quite understand. I've made this argument in different forms of how free will doesn't actually seem to fit with the idea of rationality to me. Basically, because if you're evaluating evidence, there are objective criteria that you should use to evaluate that evidence, or arguments, or whatever, or data, as Braxton likes to talk about it. And then you apply those criteria, and then you get a certain output. Where does free will fit in there? Like, free will, I suppose you could just decide to believe something else, maybe, but then that would be irrational.
Now, I've obviously discussed this. For those that follow this channel, I've discussed each of these issues at length in multiple videos and at least 2 debates. I'm very tempted to respond here to this, but since it's not even relevant to the argument that I'm making, I'm not really. I mean, I'm just making the point that you have to be conscious to make a choice on libertarian freedom or compatibilism. So let's just keep trucking.
I would say, like, you should just believe what the best analysis of the evidence indicates. So I don't really understand why it's sort of a good thing to be able to sort of transcend that process of data crunching analysis and then just sort of pick something to believe or do as a response. That just seems irrational, or at least irrational, like outside of rationality. I don't know why that's desirable, or why that's sort of.
Well, again, we could really talk about that. And this is the least I'll say is go check out Tim Stratton's free thinking argument, or go check out my argument that has to do with libertarian freedom when I debated with Dan Barker or Matt Dillahunty, because you've just said that you think that this would be some kind of irrationality if you choose among your beliefs, but freely, with a libertarian sense, freely. But understand that if determinism is true, and I think that James is a determinist, if determinism is true, then whatever you end up believing is determined. And if this guy ends up believing that he's a carton of milk, and this guy ends up believing that he's working on a master's in physics and understands what's wrong with Braxton Hunter's videos, both of those people just arrived at those positions deterministically. Like there was never a point where they could kind of assess these things and look at them, and reason is the process where you look at the available evidence and decide which thing you should affirm instead of another thing. If libertarian freedom doesn't exist and it's all just determinism, then whatever you believe, you just believe because you're determined to believe. And I've defended that in debates and things like that. I'm just saying that the charge of irrationality is just brings that to mind to me. It's like, well, wait, no. What I think, if you're a determinist, what you're describing, I think, leads to a situation where knowledge becomes really difficult to justify. But anyway, let's keep trucking.
To be so great. I guess that's further beyond the topic here, but I just find it strange the way Braxton talks about it. And even all of that aside, I don't know how that connects to consciousness. Like, do you have to be conscious to do that? Like, I don't know. Like, couldn't you just exercise free will, but it not feel like anything to do that? I don't see why that's obviously absurd. Again, one is,
how would you, James, how would you exercise free will and not experience exercising free will?
Feel like something to do this. The other one is, can you act in a way that where your action is not determined by any antecedent causes? Like, it's just not
necessary for this point.
Clear how those two things are the same or imply one another. I just think they're separate issues. Similarly with love, why does the thing is, love has many different definitions as well. I suppose some definitions of love would define it as a subjective state, and then it would presumably, you'd have to be conscious to experience that. But I don't know that that's the only sense of love, right? You could describe it as a strong sort of preference towards well-being towards the other person and caring a lot about it. And does that require a subjective state? I don't know that it's not obvious to me that it requires a subjective state. So I can see arguments about that.
Okay, so now we've heard that not only do you not have to be a conscious experiencer in order to make choices, you don't have to be a conscious experiencer in order to experience love or have love or whatever. Now, I'm going to use his terminology here. Maybe you could describe love as a strong sense of preference toward the other person and caring a lot about it. I think he means them. Okay, let's say that again, really slow, James. Really slow. Love is a strong sense of preference toward the other person and caring. Here's the question. Can you care and have a strong sense of preference without experiencing caring or a strong preference? Those seem like first-person conscious experiences to me. Remember, James understands that we're talking about consciousness as being an experiencer and having a sense of what it's like. To make this work, he has to say one could have a strong sense of preference for someone without having an experience of that preference, and caring a lot without having an understanding of what it's like to care about them. If that sounds like a contradictory mess to you, I can't help it. I don't know what else to do with that. Maybe contradictory mess is too far, but let's use his terminology. It's bad. It's real bad. All right.
Also, the way that people like Braxton sometimes talk about love, I find weird. They talk about it as if you freely choose, in a libertarian sense, to love someone. I don't know that that's actually how love works. I suppose that people will have different experiences about that if you can just sort of choose to love someone.
Yeah, let me help out with that, again, by invoking my friend Tim Stratton and colleague. He works here with us at our school. And Tim Stratton gives this example. Say a man meets a woman, and that woman has a child from a previous relationship. And that man who is interested in that woman and interested in having a relationship with her, and now is in love with her, let's say, he is introduced to this child. Let's say it's a, I don't know, what did I say? Like a 10-year-old boy or something. And he doesn't like have this experience of feeling let's use what it was that he said, a strong sense of preference toward the other person or caring a lot about them. I mean, he probably cares about them in the sense that, good people care about other people, but he doesn't have love like you're talking about like that. By the way, there are different ways that love is expressed in the Bible too. If we're talking about love as a verb, as something you do, then of course you can choose to love someone or not. But I'm going the extra mile and being charitable and taking you to mean something like a strong sense of like a feeling of love. All right. So And so can you choose to do that? Yes, of course you can. And here's the example Stratton gives. He says, I may not feel all that toward this boy just yet, loving him and like as a parental image in his life or something like that. But I can choose through indirect doxastic voluntarism to just put myself in situations where those feelings of fondness will emerge naturally. Maybe I start going to ball games with this kid or movies or, whatever else. And I hang around with him. I have conversations. I invest in his life by spending time with him. And then you will end up having those feelings of fondness naturally. And so can you choose to do that or not? Yeah, of course. There's just no problem with this. I really don't understand the difficulty here.
Or that's even how we would want to think about love. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. But I've said this before. It seems to me that the way I think about love, that it should be at least a little bit more reasons responsive, that you love someone because of their lovely or their loveliness making properties in some respect, not just for no reason at all. Anyway, I know different people have different views on this, but I just want to highlight that I think that Braxton's being just really fast and loose with throwing in free will and love there, and the way he thinks about them, I think is kind of...
Well, I didn't throw in free will and love alone. I also threw in imagination, and I could probably throw in some other things. And the way he's describing this or thinking about it, it sounds like he thinks I'm saying all of that is just the same thing as consciousness. That's not what I'm saying. He says I lump them all in together. There are things that can be lumped together in one sense and not lumped together in another sense. You can talk about individual things that are required for these elements like free will, love, and imagination to be possible. One thing that is required, and we've just been talking about it, is that those things, free will, love, and imagination, all require you to be a conscious agent. I don't even understand why this is really controversial.
Odd, and maybe
I mean, between me and James, I don't know why it's controversial. I can understand why there are people who have some other views. But with some of these like things, I think even about this point, James is like, I understand consciousness is important to some of these things. I think he said something like that, and now he's saying, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just going to keep playing it and enjoy the show.
Not evaluated critically enough, but I actually don't think it's central to his argument here. So I guess he's just saying, look how important consciousness is, and yeah, okay, fine, we can agree with that, and we don't actually need to bring free will into it, I think.
Detail this a little more.
Well, why is it important is what you could ask. So why is it important? Well, here's one reason: because free will, love, imagination, you can't have them without consciousness. So it's important. And he wants me to just say it's important, I guess. And I mean, I guess it's obviously important, but we can actually point to really good reasons why it's important.
About what it would be like if we weren't conscious. If we had brains but weren't conscious. Now, we've looked at some things like that. We saw the robots. They have a computer brain, but yet no consciousness. And they don't have what matters most about being human. But we actually, in pop culture, like TV, movies, and stuff like that, have come up with an idea for a thought experiment of what it would be like if you had a human being with a body and a brain, but no consciousness. I wonder if any of you all, and it's a little awkward bringing this up in church, but I wonder how many of you have ever seen the television program Walking Dead? Anybody raise your hand out there? Okay, a few of you out there, and some of you are afraid to mention that in church or admit that. But Walking Dead is all about zombies. And what are zombies? Well, they're not real, Braxton. Yes, I know, calm down, they're not real. But even though they're not real, they give us a way of imagining what it would be like if you had a brain and a body, but no consciousness. And basically, you'd be wandering around following your instincts everywhere, basically. You clip out consciousness, and you clip out the most meaningful things about being a human: free will, love, imagination. And it doesn't seem like this is something that we've reproduced in artificial intelligences.
That's an interesting remark there. I didn't pick that up the first time. He says that, so again, I get that he's doing this just for presentation. He's talking about philosophical zombies, which is the idea is...
Wait, you get that I'm just doing this for a presentation, but yet we've heard complaints that I didn't include that 97% of philosophers and graduate students agree with this, that only 3%, there's a substantial, what do you say, non-trivial number of philosophers who agree. I don't know.
It's physically identical to say a human being, but it doesn't have any subjective experiences. It doesn't feel like anything to be that person. That's a P-zombie or a philosophical zombie. He's relating that to the zombies of television fiction, and really they're not the same thing, right? A zombie in The Walking Dead or another show is not physically identical. Usually there's some sort of either viral infection or some supernatural force that reanimates them, so they're not literally physically identical. But that's it's just a flourish, really. But the point is that he then says that we did have this, if you had a brain in a body but no consciousness, you would just be following your instincts. Now that is bizarre to me, because just before Braxton said that your brain is doing all these calculations, right, and presenting data. And following instincts, I mean, I suppose you can talk about that as, instincts do involve processing of information, but it's often at a very simple level. The idea of an instinct is that there's often there's no sort of top-down control over it. And it's not very responsive to different circumstances or different factors that might modulate the response. It's fairly automatic and fairly consistent. And I don't know what that has to do with it feeling like something to be a person. Like, I mean, would you say that about modern AI, that they're just instinctual? I would say no, they're not. They're very sophisticated and can incorporate and process a lot of data. That doesn't make them conscious, right? But they're not just following instincts. I don't really know how that. Maybe that's just a flourish to link it to The Walking Dead, because that's what zombies are like in zombie fiction. They just follow their instinct to eat for some reason. But yeah, I don't think that in any way connects to the notion of a P-zombie, which is that actually they would be identical in every respect. Like, you would talk to them and they would
Yeah, I mean, go with the notion of zombie that I mentioned, like the ones in Walking Dead. And like the ones in Walking Dead, the lights are on, but nobody's home. That's the point that we're trying to get to here. He talks about this for a minute and says that he doesn't know what point I'm trying to make exactly. Again, I've yet to meet anyone who saw this presentation who missed this. The point was that when you consider zombies and robots, it strikes you as sad. I actually say that. I submit that the reason it's sad is because those are examples of entities that have no conscious experience and thus don't have these items that are incredibly important to what it means to be human, like friendship, love, imagination, free will, these sorts of things. So again, listening carefully to what you plan to rebut, I don't know. Let's keep trucking.
In exactly the way that a human would respond. That's the whole point of the thought experiment, that they're precisely identical in every observable respect. It's just that there's nothing.
Not the point of my thought experiment, James. I'm making a point here.
Sort of, there's nothing inside, right? There's no experience. There's no what it is like to be them. Yeah. So I don't know that that's actually deliberate, that he's trying to like appeal to people's intuitions, that if you took out consciousness, people would actually be like brain dead, like Walking Dead zombies who just followed instincts. I don't know that he's saying that, but I don't know. It did kind of come across that way.
You clip out consciousness and you clip out what matters the most. What I want you to do over the next few moments is
okay, and there it was. There was the explanation of why I said what I said. Because when you clip out consciousness, as in zombies or AI, you clip out what is most meaningful about being human.
To think about all the things that are going on in the room. I want you to do an experiment with me. I want you to count all of the things that you are consciously perceiving over the next few moments. And if you've got a pair of 3D glasses, might be a good time to put them on.
Okay, so this is super weird. Like, I thought that he was just going to pause for a few moments, or maybe they'd play a bit of music. But like, maybe this is just me, but I've never been to a church like this before. They have this whole like 3D presentation with all of this. Obviously, you can't see it properly on YouTube, right? But probably actually, I don't know if this music is like safe. But yeah, like I don't know if they commissioned this or this is from somewhere else. But like, what?
No, we have an unbelievable creative team and unbelievable musicians. And we brought in a local band to do some original music for us. So this was all created just for this.
And then
our church is incredibly impressive.
They're playing music to it.
I invite everyone to attend.
I just find this very odd. Like, he's giving a sermon about these philosophical topics, and then they're just like playing all this, and it's Dorothy for some reason, and I don't even know what's happening.
Yeah. So he says he doesn't know what's happening. I'm actually going to say something about this. He's baffled that churches would try different things, I guess, and not do them the way he's used to in the churches that he's been to. But again, why each of these musical pieces is used is explained before each of these musical pieces. In fact, I did just explain on the video clip that he played on his video why it's there. I said, what I want you to do is I want you to try and count how many things that you are aware, that you are consciously aware of, that you are experiencing around you and on the screen and everything. And we threw tons of content at them. I think this might have been at the beginning of the presentation, but it was there. There were bubbles falling from the ceiling. There was smoke. There was 3D. There was a bombardment of incredible imagery. There was all kinds of stuff going on. It was really interesting. But I said, I want you to think about this for a moment, because what we're trying to do in this first section is to show people how important consciousness is and how amazing it is. And it's just a celebration of consciousness. I really haven't even started necessarily arguing anything yet. But that's where we're at there. So I guess we'll keep trucking.
I'm muting the music because I'm a bit worried about YouTube's kind of finicky with music, so probably in trouble playing that. And then there's these like movie clips. Oh, sorry, Braxton's back. Sorry, hang on. What am I doing?
How many things you were consciously aware of during the midst of that? Probably not. You probably lost track. But it's amazing because all of that is possible because of your consciousness. We know consciousness is
See, I said it again there. I'm like, how many things did you notice? Oh, yeah, well, you probably lost track.
amazing.
Wait, there are bubbles
and
on
the
the
question
stage?
becomes, okay, well, what is it exactly? How is it
didn't notice
possible?
that.
So what we're
Why
going to
are
do is
there
we're going to look at
bubbles?
4 problems that I think
Well, I mean, I want to say again, it was explained right before the video what we were doing, but
are when we discuss consciousness. And when we look at these 4 problems, I think in answering them, we can find out where the evidence leads and whether it leads to naturalistic atheism or something else, or maybe something to do with God and Christianity. So we're going to use these questions. How does matter wake up? Are you just your body? Are the brain and consciousness related? And does consciousness exist without the brain? So that's what we're
All right, so these are very good questions. Well, except 3. I find 3 is
this might be the only place where I think he says maybe there's somewhere else that I've forgotten, but this is like a straightforward, like, good comment. I like these questions. So thanks, James. That was a breath of fresh air. But I think he then modifies the statement.
probably too vague, but I mean, they're fine.
Oh, well, and at least they're fine. I appreciate that, James.
I'm just sort of thinking, I think it's actually fine. We'll just sort of let him walk through them. I think these are good questions. I think that Braxton actually has he doesn't really have answers to these questions. Well, okay, he has an answer to 4 and 2. So 2 and 4, his answer to 2 is no, unsurprisingly, and his answer to 4 is yes, unsurprisingly. So he has answers to those, but I don't think he has a good explanation for how those work. And 1 and 3, I think that his answers are actually quite confused. So let's see how we go here.
we're going to talk about here. And number 1, how does matter wake up? Well, you might think, well, what does that mean? I'm matter and I woke up this morning. Well, you did wake up and there are parts of your body. I mean, your body is made of matter. But what we mean is, how is it even possible for a brain to become conscious if your consciousness is just your brain? How is it that dirt wakes up? How is it that the lights are on in somebody's home? You know, how is it that you can put it up?
So the dirt waking up, that's got to be a biblical reference, right? You know, God makes Adam out of the dirt.
Yeah.
I don't know why else he would use dirt as an example, because no one thinks that, well, I suppose like 2% of philosophers think, not many people think that dirt is actually conscious, right?
Mm-hmm.
The idea would be that a sufficiently developed, elaborate, evolved nervous system could wake up gradually over a period of evolutionary time and developmental time as well. Because, you know, a fetus is not, well, an embryo at least is not conscious. I suppose maybe fetus is at some point in development, but you know, it's at some point it's just a ball of cells. So that's definitely not conscious. So the point is that it doesn't just wake up one morning the way he presents it. The way he presents the problem is, I think, kind of leading in one direction. But you know, I guess that's
Enough Legos together, so to speak, you know, physical stuff, and then suddenly you have a person who's awake. It's a little bit of a problem. And by the way, just in case you think, well, yeah, you're going to say it's a problem for naturalism, just matter is all there is to explain how we're conscious. Of course, you're going to say that. You're a preacher.
Okay, actually, before we go on to this, let me go ahead and tackle what he just said. So he does say that I asked some good questions, thanks. But then he goes on to say I'm leading, again, not an actual criticism of the points I'm making, because I say, how does matter become conscious? How does dirt wake up? And how is it that lights are on in somebody's home? These are the things I said. This is actually what I said. I said, how does matter become conscious? How does dirt wake up? And how is it that the lights are on and somebody is actually home? Somebody is home. This goes back to an awareness of public communication principles that I've been pointing out a couple of times. And you have to explain things in very clear terms for audiences who are not used to thinking about these things to understand. It doesn't mean they're dumb. It doesn't mean that when I said something about putting on your thinking caps and that sort of thing, we just saw opportunistic, joking about that from James. But the fact is that you can't presume that everybody in the audience has this awareness of these issues or has thought deeply about them. And so you kind of have to put it in terms that they'll understand and that they can connect with. Because if I say fundamental particles, for certain people, I mean, if you ask them if they understand what those are, they could probably say yes, but already I'm beginning to use language and ideas that maybe some people in the audience aren't connecting with. So I start with something simple and then build up from there. We're going to see that again in just a few moments when I talk about skin cells fluffing off. This is a public communication thing that shouldn't be surprising. In any case, from what James says here, you would think that the hard problem of consciousness doesn't even exist. I mean, okay, he's going to say that I'm getting paid to say this sort of thing in just a moment. I got paid nothing and contributed quite a bit to this production. So I would just in a friendly way, James, I would ask you to ease up a bit with that sort of language. I mean, it's not like, James, you don't know that it's a highly charged issue about ministers making money. And I make my predictable income through reliable means that have more to do with administration than anything else. But yeah, all of that I think is helpful. Then he goes on to talk about Goff, and he's about to be really annoyed by this. I mean, he's really going to be annoyed. Let's
Okay, I understand that concern, and that's a valid concern. So what I want to do is I want to introduce you to Philip Goff, who is a philosopher.
So this really pisses me off. As I said, I understand it's a sermon, so there's a lot of things that I'm going to say, yep, that's the format, whatever. But he doesn't have to do this, right? It's like the criticism he's responding to is, of course, I'm going to say this. This is my job to say it, basically, which I think is a good criticism. It doesn't refute the argument, but I think it's relevant, right? That, he's kind of getting paid to say this specific thing. What is his response? Well, his response is just to find a philosopher who is saying something similar and then just sort of point to them and say, look, someone else says this. I just think this is quite juvenile, actually.
No, what's juvenile is pointing out that it's a problem to cite someone who has been an outspoken voice on this issue on outlets that are the kind of things that people that watch my videos watch and probably watch your videos watch, like Unbelievable. I think he's been on Unbelievable with Justin Brierley a couple of times. He's been on a number of shows. Yes, citing a very outspoken philosopher to substantiate that I'm not making stuff up is bad form. Okay. James knows full well that the hard problem exists, and he knows that I could have trotted out more content from people saying that. My point was not to say, believe this because this guy says it, like he's characterizing it and calling it juvenile. Now, I describe the problem and then point to an authority legitimately to substantiate my statement. Now, James kind of talks for a few minutes about the problem, but he literally says, I guess it depends on what you mean, because Goff says we don't even have the beginnings of an understanding of how complex neurochemical signaling could give rise to an inner world of sound and color and all that sort of thing. And he says, I guess it depends on what you mean by the beginnings of an understanding. Well, okay. I think that's enough to make the point, right? This is kind of like saying, well, 3% of philosophers and graduate students might disagree with you. It's kind of like that here. It's like, well, I mean, if it depends on what you mean by beginnings, whether we have a beginnings of an understanding. But anyway, let's hear what he has to say.
I find a philosopher will say pretty much anything.
Despite great progress in our scientific understanding of the brain, we still don't really have even the beginnings of an explanation of how complicated electrochemical signaling is somehow able to give rise to an inner subjective world of colors and sounds and smells and tastes that each of us knows every second of waking life.
So this is a man, an expert, who's doing work on this very issue, and he says, we don't even have the beginnings of an explanation of how these complicated electrochemical signals give rise to this conscious experience that we have. And in fact, maybe some of you were thinking a moment ago, hold on, you threw up those images of all the consumer products and Alexa and Google Home and all those things.
Yeah, so basically the argument he seems to be making here is because this guy says it, therefore it is the case, which
no.
I just hate.
No, I said something that was outside of my field of expertise. And so to show the audience that I'm not just making this up, I bring in a guy who I'm familiar with because he's been in the midst of a lot of the, I think he's even in the Oxford Handbook on, is it the Oxford Handbook on philosophy of mind or consciousness or something like And I think he's in there too, and so I think we read that too. But he's been on a lot of programs. He's on Unbelievable. I've listened to a lot of what Goff has to say, and because I'm aware of him, I am aware of that video. And so I shared someone substantiating what I've said. That is a legitimate use of an expert or an authority. He didn't do this, but I'm almost imagining if I didn't include any quotes from anybody or anything like that I would get that as a criticism, right? So I don't know. Let's just keep going.
In any field, but especially philosophy, where things are so contested. I don't know that philosopher or the context of what he was saying there. I'm not that interested in it. It wouldn't really matter what he was saying. Presenting it in that way, I think, is really problematic. It's terrible philosophy. Just to quote an authority. The only case would be if you're directly studying that authority, like if you're studying Hume, then it's fine to quote Hume as a point, as defense of your point. The other case would be just to simply show an example.
Oh, by the way, I should mention, and you can go check out the episode on Trinity Radio where my pastor sat with me and talked about this project. There was a lot that was left on the cutting room floor, including about 12 quotes, 2 or 3 more on this point that were left out because of time. Again, I appreciate that James said at the top of this and echoed it again for some reason, even though it doesn't seem to be what he's doing or how he's treating this, that it's a popular level. He calls it a sermon. It's limited time, that sort of thing. And so we have to be conscious of all of that. But then we get criticisms like this that seem to completely ignore that reality.
Well, that someone has argued this, but to make a point like that, I think it's completely invalid and really irrelevant. Also, I want to comment on that maybe as someone who has a tiny bit of knowledge on this, doing a PhD in neuroscience, not specifically on consciousness, but I just disagree that we don't have even the beginnings of an explanation about how conscious states arise, or whatever exactly the guy said. I think
this is where he's going to say, well, it depends on what you mean by beginnings.
The beginnings of one, but I suppose it really depends on what you mean by the beginnings of something. That is vague, so there's reasonable disagreement there. Part of the issue is it's not clear what the question actually is, and I think that's a big issue of the problem of consciousness. It's that what the question is supposed to be is so vague. So let me just talk a little bit about that. Obviously, I can't answer that question here, and I'm still thinking about it myself. But if you pose the question as, why does it feel like anything? Why is there any first-person experience associated with having a brain and a body and so forth? The question then there would be, well, as opposed to what? Like, as opposed to there being what it is like to be that? Or why would it be that, right? I think there's sometimes an assumption that it should just be the case that we're all zombies. Like, there's just no internal experience. And I guess the question is, well, why is that antecedently more plausible? Like, why is that the default? It's just sort of unclear.
So this is a point I'm going to make now that is going to come up a lot more toward the end, where he thinks that I don't in any way connect this to God, and we're going to talk about ways that you can do that. But the one thing that I want to say is this is something that is not surprising on theism, but I think it would be surprising on naturalism. And if someone says, well, I don't think it would be surprising on naturalism, well, we're going to talk more about that in just a few minutes with something else that he says too. But I think a lot of people would admit that this, not everybody, obviously. I mean, there's some people that won't give you an inch. But I think some people, I think many people would say, including Scott Clifton, soap opera actor who recently responded to my 10 questions for 2021. I think you can say that it's an evidential chip that seems to fall in favor of theism. This is much more expected on theism than it is on naturalism. And if you want to see why, just think about teleological arguments, design arguments. What are design arguments trying to say? Design arguments are trying to say, look, the fine-tuning of the universe for life seems to indicate intelligent design, right? That seems to indicate theism. It seems like it's so well designed that there seems to be purpose and telos. Well, the fact that we're conscious experiencers, and let's not pretend that is not a huge mystery, how consciousness works. I can roll out for you Roger Penrose saying that it's a mystery. It's one of 3 great mysteries, he thinks. So this is a strange thing. And so I don't think it's bizarre to think about our existence and say, even without a soul, even if you think that we don't have souls and the consciousness is just something the brain does, that's an interesting fact. That is a chip that seems to fall in favor of theism. It's more likely on theism that you would have conscious persons looking to have conscious experiences. And we could debate about that. There could be a debate about that, but I'm just saying that that's one really obvious thing that I think we can point to at this point.
I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing to explain. I'm just saying that I don't think that you can just assume that, well, obviously there would be no, that if it was just naturalism, right, that there'd be nothing that it would be like to be a person and have a brain. And the fact that there is means that, oh, there's something really suspicious there. Like, I just don't see why it's obvious that there wouldn't be anything that it's like. So
what?
I think that in some sense you can just say, well, I mean, that's the way it turns out. Like it feels like something to be that. You could ask, yeah, but why does it feel like that? But is it more, would it satisfy you if it turned out that we were just P-zombies? And would we be asking, well, why are we P-zombies? Why doesn't it feel like something? I don't know that there's a real asymmetry here about which is sort of antecedently expected. I feel like people have an intuition that we kind of should be P-zombies, but that is that there should be no internal experience. I'm just not quite sure where that, like, how that can be justified. I don't know that there's a strong argument either way. Another way that you could frame the question is, well, not why does it feel. The question is, well, not why does it feel like anything, but why does it feel like specifically how it feels? But then, of course, the question becomes, well, as opposed to what? Like, there's any number of things that it could feel like, I suppose. And
yeah, so we're going to come back to this in just a little bit because he's going to make this point again in a little while. It's a little repetitive, so we'll just deal with it then when it comes up. Let's keep trucking.
It's like whatever it does feel like, we would just ask, why does it feel like that? So I don't know that that's actually a well-formed question. It's sort of just like, well, this is the way it feels, and so that's what we're used to. That's not really an answer to the question. It's more just asking, what is the question trying to get at? I think that part of the question is trying to appeal to this intuition that we kind of should be, or it seems like that we ought to be P-zombies, but we're not. And so why not? And I guess I don't really share that. To me, it's just like, well, I don't really know. Like if you just asked antecedently, you have knowledge of all the physical facts, but somehow you don't know what it's like to be a person. You just ask, well, would it feel like something to be that or not? Like, I don't know which way you would go. I don't know that we have actually a good sort of prior on that, essentially. So that's another way to put it. It feels like this question is sort of assuming that the prior on it feeling like something is really low, whereas I just don't know that that's justified.
Again, we're going to come back to this point.
Now, there's another side to this question, which is that suppose that physicalism is false and that there are immaterial souls. Why does it feel like something to be a soul? Like, is that just part of the, like, you could just say, look, that's just a brute fact that souls just are like that. But then I could say that about physical states. So it's just a brute fact that certain physical states feel like something to be that. So there's no explanatory value in positing a soul there, because you've just traded the naturalist has their brute fact and the dualist or whatever has their brute fact. This is sort of the Oppie approach, right? Where you just say, well, look, you just postulate either a necessity or a brute fact, so I can do that as well. The only difference is I don't have this extra substance floating around.
Yeah, so this one is interesting. The whole notion here is that when we're talking about a soul or consciousness, we're talking about the what its likeness, that what its likeness that he concluded after really considering it must be what I'm talking about, that throughout this video, I keep saying it's the what its likeness. It's to be an experiencer. We're talking about experiencers. That's the term I like. The question seems to be, the question he's posing us about, you're saying that, that this naturalism, has problems here. So you're saying that, well, it's the soul, but how what are the mechanics of that is what I take him to be asking here. But that question, the point of the soul or consciousness is that it isn't to be a soul is to be an experiencer. The question seems to be, why are experiencers, or why does the thing that knows what it's like know what it's like? That's what it means to be soulish. But if you're going to say physical stuff has this capacity when structured and organized properly to produce consciousness, and this can't be done naturalistically, it doesn't seem like it can be done naturalistically, you need to explain how is it that it's done naturalistically, if that's the position you're taking. All right, let's keep trucking and see what else he says.
So anyway, I'm not saying that resolves the debate, but I think that what I want to raise is two questions. So what is the question exactly? And are there any presuppositions underlying that question? And I feel like that sometimes the way the question is phrased, there's a presupposition that we should have a strong prior against subjective states under naturalism. And I just don't know what the justification for that is. And the second issue is, what are alternative explanations being
the point, I mean, we'll get into this again, as I say later on, but part of the point we could easily make about this is, well, the reason it's interesting or impressive is it seems purposeful. Philip Goff is saying we don't even have the beginnings of an explanation of how this electrochemical signaling results in all this experience and the consciousness and the sounds and the colors and all these kind of things. And so it seems incredibly unlikely. We still have no clear understanding of exactly how that's supposed to work. And so on top of that, it seems like it's unexpected in the absence of theism. It's more expected on theism than it is on atheism, because there seems to be a purpose, a telos to this. That's we could easily say that much, at least,
about why there are subjective states. And I mean, the one that Braxton has is some form of substance dualism, like, immaterial souls. And the question would be, well, why does it feel like something to be a soul? How does a soul wake up, would be to reframe his question about dirt. And if he would say something like, well, that's just the way souls are, they just do experience this, then well, why can't I just say, well, that's just the way brains are, they just do have experiences? The usual line of argument in philosophy, as far as I understand it, is to argue that there are incompatible properties, or that you just cannot, like as a matter of principle, produce subjective states from material substances. And I don't think those arguments work very well. But here it seems like Braxton is actually maybe the Mary argument was sort of intended to do that. But here it feels like he's more making an inference to best explanation. Actually, he does it pretty explicitly at the end, where he compares explanations, sort of. So he seems to be saying that his version of theism has a better explanation for why we have consciousness, subjective states. Whereas I think it has no explanation whatever, because it just says that we have souls, and why souls feel like something, well, they just do. Well, then I can just say that brains just do, and neither, they're both pretty lousy explanations, but I feel like mine is simpler.
Yeah, well, the thing is, throughout this presentation, I've thrown out these different problems or questions that need to be answered as we discuss souls or consciousness. And then, of course, at the end of the video, the part he hasn't even gotten to yet, we're going to see how these three different explanations stack up. And I'm saying that theism has a much better explanation for this than the other two options that we're discussing.
I don't have to say an extra step and then just say it does. So anyway, so that's some thoughts on the whole issue of explaining and how does dirt wake up. Let's keep going.
And you said they're not conscious, and sure, they're not conscious. But maybe if we keep working on it, and people like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and everybody else puts their fingers on it, maybe we'll get a complex enough brain that it will become conscious, even though it's not a human being. Well, I mean, that's something that is certainly a big topic today. But Roger Penrose, who is a famous philosopher and mathematician, and has been involved in some of the great scientific breakthroughs, and he says, I don't think this is one of the great mysteries. I don't think consciousness is in this glass of water, as he said, looking at a glass of water. He said, but it seems to be something we have, and I don't think it's just a matter of making things more complicated, and then somehow you'll be conscious. It seems to be something subtler than that. So that comes from an expert who says, it doesn't seem like complicated artificial intelligence is the answer. So there are two options that we're going to look at here real quickly. One option is maybe the way that dirt wakes up and you're awake to the world in a way that grass and robots are not. Maybe that's because everything is conscious. You're conscious, but everything is conscious. Believe it or not, this is a popular view that's getting more popular all the time in the philosophy of mind and in the science about this, and it's called panpsychism. Now,
so actually, I think we actually have data on this now, at least in philosophy. I don't think this view is more popular in science. And
okay, I want you to really listen to what he says. Really listen close, because we're going to talk percentages again.
Based on the survey results, panpsychism has maybe 2% of philosophers as adherents. So you're talking low single digits. I wouldn't say that's a popular view. I'd say that's an extremely fringe view. It has received some more attention recently.
And that's what I'm referring to.
I don't know why he's emphasizing how popular it is. I have a suspicion about this. I don't want to say it because it's quite speculative. About why Braxton's making a point of that. Maybe you can think for that for yourself. But I just think this is factually false, that it's quite a popular
What
view.
was that?
It's a fringe view, but it is discussed. It is true that it is discussed seriously.
Don't worry about that. There won't be a test, and you'll probably never need to know that. But you can Google it if you want to. Panpsychism is the view that everything on some level is conscious. Electrons are conscious. Cheesecake is conscious. Bricks are conscious. You're conscious.
I think it's more correct to say that panpsychism is a view that consciousness is fundamental, rather than a derived property, like a reductive natural, something like me would say. I think it follows from that pretty much everything's going to be conscious to some extent. But I guess that's just a bit of a nitpick.
Conscious. Everything. This stage is conscious. Now, they don't think that it's conscious to the degree that you are, whatever that means, but to some degree of consciousness. The problem with that is there's really not.
Does Braxton not really know what it could mean to have degrees of consciousness? Like, I feel like we even experience that, different forms of sleep, for example. People have different levels of consciousness there, or when you're waking up, you sort of...
Okay, let's talk about some of this. I said about panpsychism that it's a popular view and it's getting more popular all the time, and I could have been more clear on that. I guess that's not exactly right. The point is that there is currently, I mean, he points out the point that I'm making. I think he understood the point that I was making, but fair enough. The point is that there is currently a lot of talk about panpsychism, right? And that seems to be increasing. That's it. And notice that he says 2% is a fringe view, but 3% who think AI is conscious should have been mentioned because it's a quote-unquote non-trivial number of philosophers. And back to libertarian freedom, it's commonly scoffed at. Libertarian freedom is commonly scoffed at least on the internet, because only 13% affirm that. Just noticing how we're playing with the numbers here. 2% is fringe, but 3% has to be included. Now, I mean, it's technically could still be the case that 3% is non-trivial and 2% is fringe, but it's like I should have mentioned, I guess, that and I think it's actually 3 point. I think I messed this up earlier. I'm seeing it more clearly now on the screen. 3.46 or whatever it is percent that think maybe AI is conscious, and that it was implied strongly in James's video should have been included in my presentation. That was for a popular level audience where you can't shove everything in, and a lot was left on the cutting room floor, and all that sort of thing. but 2% of panpsychists is fringe, and I don't know, should I not be talking about it? It's just that I'm just noticing that 2% is fringe, but 3% is non-trivial, which could technically be true, but then what are you trying to say? I should have included the, I guess, 3.5% about that issue of AI being conscious, maybe, but not talk so much about panpsychists because that's a fringe view. The point is, it's talked about a lot now. And so it's a view that people who research this are going to encounter. But yeah. Anyway, he says, does Braxton not know what it means to have degrees of consciousness? And then he gives the example of dreams versus being awake. I wouldn't call that degrees of consciousness. I know what it's like to have a conscious experience of a dream. It seems nonsensical to me to suggest that an electron has consciousness to some degree. Describe what that conscious experience is for me. Maybe it's ineffable. Maybe it's not to be described. But you understand what we're talking about is unobservable consciousness. At least, this is what Goff says too. He's like, this is a unique problem in science because it's unobservable in a unique way. When we're talking about, do I know what it's like to have degrees of consciousness? Sort of, but we've already said it's not like a dream versus being awake, because the form of consciousness that I've explained in this talk in the first 15 seconds I was on stage is to be a first-person conscious experiencer, and you are experiencing your dreams. You're conscious in that sense that you're an experiencer even in a dream. All right, let's keep trucking.
Hazy, and you don't quite recognize things or respond properly, or if you're drugged, things like this. I mean, we have different levels of awareness, different levels of responsiveness, even in humans, right? Let alone talking about other animals or impaired states and so forth. I don't. Maybe this actually explains a bit that Braxton maybe thinks of consciousness as binary, like you have it or you don't. There's no spectrum, which raises, I think, massive issues, right? Because then he really does have to find an absolute cutoff of there is some species that is conscious and then a species that's very similar to that is not conscious. And I'd be interested to know where he picks that. Also, he has to make a argument there about the human development process as well. So if he believes, as I suspect he does, that life begins at fertilization, well, they say conception, right? But that doesn't mean anything. Like that, they want to say fertilization, right? The zygote. Like, is a zygote conscious? Because if a zygote has a soul, and souls are the basis of consciousness, then a zygote is conscious, right? But that seems an absurd conclusion to me. And I mean, if we're going to say zygotes are conscious, then why not say that, like, plants or the stage is conscious? Now, Braxton hasn't said that. I'm inferring that from positions that I'm pretty sure he holds. But, suppose he doesn't think a zygote is conscious. Well, if the soul is the basis for consciousness, at what point does the soul come in? There would have to be a point where it just becomes conscious, like it has a soul or it doesn't. So I don't know. The point I'm making here is Braxton is poo-pooing panpsychism, but I think his own view has these massive issues that sort of need to be addressed to make any sense of it. And I think panpsychism makes more sense. I'm not a panpsychist. I'm not a fan of the view, but I think it makes more sense, right? Because it seems to have more principled answers to what is conscious. It's actually just everything, but there's degrees, right? Depending on basically how things are arranged.
Okay. So Triducianism, as opposed to creationism, again, not scientific creationism, and we already discussed Triducianism, and yes, you are a soulless being from the moment of conception, but embodied consciousness is governed by the hardware of the brain. I've made that clear in this talk. Now, does that mean consciousness is degreed in humans? I think the better thing to say is brain development. The hardware, right, comes in degreed stages of development. But remember that just a moment ago, he was complaining that naturalism has a better answer than theism because you don't have to posit another substance. Now he's saying that panpsychists have a better view than theism. But hold up, they may not posit a second substance, but they do posit a conscious property in matter that is completely unobservable. So why one over the other? I have my suspicions about that, but I won't mention them. You can just think about it for yourself. Let's keep going now.
Yeah, because I don't know how Braxton sort of tries to draw this, that tries to answer those sorts of questions. Anyway, let's keep going.
Any evidence. It's just kind of a way to kind of try to answer the question of how you became conscious. Well, because everything's conscious. Okay, so there's that, if you want to think about that for a moment. And then there's a naturalistic answer, like an atheist might say, an atheistic naturalistic answer that says, well, maybe the solution...
I hate it how people like Braxton, I've heard it from many people, conflate naturalism and atheism.
So I'm conflating naturalism and atheism, he says. I didn't. I just didn't. I said an atheist naturalist answer because I'm about to read from an atheist naturalist. Far from being sloppy, as I take James to imply, I'm being specific with my language. But let's hear what he says about this quote from Rosenberg.
Or at least imply that they're basically the same thing, because they don't really have anything to do with each other. Naturalism entails atheism, I think, where you can't be a naturalist in any standard forms of theist, I would say. But being an atheist doesn't entail anything about whether you're a naturalist. Plenty of philosophers are atheists, but not naturalists. Phil Papisev actually makes that quite clear. Now, I am an atheist and a naturalist, but I don't like the implication that there aren't other combinations of views there. And so, yeah, that really annoys me. They're quite distinct things. Why not just pick one of them? I mean, why even say both words? I don't know.
Is nothing is conscious, including you, at least not the way that you think. Alex Rosenberg, author of The Atheist's Guide to Reality, says the following: the illusion that there is something inside that has thoughts about stuff is certainly as old as the illusion that there are thoughts about stuff. They almost certainly evolve together as a package deal. But if the physical facts fix all the facts, then there can't be a me or you inside our bodies with a special point of view. When it fixed the facts, physics ruled out the existence of selves, souls, persons, or non-physical minds inhabiting our bodies. He later says about this, our brain navigates us through life very nicely, thank you, without ever thinking about anything. Now think about what's just been said. This is one naturalistic answer. There are others, but this is one naturalistic answer, is that, well, yeah, it is hard to explain how matter becomes conscious, but listen, the solution may be that everything's conscious, and it may be that nothing's conscious, including you, at least not the way that you think you're conscious. It's more of just an illusion, an afterthought. Your brain's really doing everything. Now, I'll just tell you as a pro tip, if any philosopher, atheist, Christian, or anybody else ever suggests to you that maybe you should adopt the position that you don't exist, then I would encourage you to reject that view, all right? So we've got those possible answers.
See, this is the sort of thing that really irritates me, because what Braxton just said there seems to indicate to me that he is self-conscious of what he's doing here. It's not like he doesn't realize it, because he threw in those remarks very briefly, which you could easily have missed, where he says, this is one naturalist view. There are others, but this is one. He just threw that as an aside and then sort of moved on for it.
In other words, I was careful to mention that there's more to this discussion than just what you're getting in a 30-minute or 40-minute presentation. Yes, that's true.
He also threw in as an aside when he was saying that Alex Rosenberg doesn't think that selves or consciousness exists. He says, in the way that you think. And then he just moved on. Because that's, Craig loves to quote Alex Rosenberg as well. And I'm not hugely familiar with Rosenberg's views. But I understand that his basic point is that these concepts that we have of folk psychology, that they just don't actually pertain, right? That they're full of confusions, and therefore nothing has them. So it's analogous to a view in ethics, which is error theory, right? That the concepts that we have are just confused, and so they don't pertain. That there's nothing that in the world that corresponds to them. I'm pretty sure Alex Rosenberg doesn't actually think that persons don't exist. Like, I mean, persons in the sense of, he talks about selves, right? He's using that in the sense of the folk psychological belief, is my understanding. So I guess it is a bit of a tricky language game as to exactly what he would affirm. He'd have to come on himself to clarify that. But I guess the point is, yeah, he thinks, I'm not sure exactly. Well, someone like Rosenberg, I think, thinks that future developments in neuroscience will eliminate folk psychology and will have a proper vocabulary to describe these things. This is similar to, I think, what the Churchlands, like Paul and Patricia Churchland, not like those other Churchlands, Paul and Patricia Churchland say, that we should get rid of folk psychology, or at least massively reform it. And we're going to replace these terms like belief and desire and self and consciousness and so on with terms developed from neuroscience and cognitive psychology, which actually then refer to the real things that exist. Yeah, right. Nathan's saying that was a joke. Rosenberg is the opposite, which is what I thought there. But yeah, so the point here is that Braxton, I think, knows this, but he can't help himself from making the jab, because on the one hand he says, look, Rosenberg knows these things exist, right? But he doesn't think that they exist in the way that you think, right? He thinks our concepts are confused about it, essentially. And Braxton gives a little aside indicating that he kind of does know that. But then immediately after that, he says, if someone tells you that you don't exist, then you shouldn't listen to them, like as a philosopher. But that's not really what that's a gross misrepresentation of what Alex Rosenberg is saying. He's not going around saying, hey, you don't exist, in the way that I think that Braxton is implying that Alex thinks it. I mean, again, it's hard because Alex thinks that we need to.
I didn't imply anything. I said it's an sort of after the fact illusion, and the brain has done all of that work. It's kind of like if you think that the Libet experiments, for example, demonstrate that your choices are all kind of made before you become consciously aware of them, or something like that. Like the physical facts have fixed all the facts, but your conscious experience of it is an afterthought. And then, of course, when you plug in notions like his statements that are intentionally meant to be provocative, like I already said, then yeah, I think number one, it does do damage to the self.
Get rid of folk psychology language, so it's a bit hard to know what language to use, right? But the point is, I think he wants to make a cheap shot against Rosenberg's views, which I don't agree with, by the way. I just like it when people aren't strawman. He wants to make that cheap shot without also, but at the same time, he doesn't want to be vulnerable to this criticism. So he throws in these little asides. Like, I guess the question would be, if you wanted to be fair to Alex Rosenberg, why not actually just throw in a couple of sentences clarifying, yeah, look, what he means is he thinks these folk psychology terms like selves and belief and so forth are confused and don't have a clear meaning, and that we need to replace them with a more scientifically grounded language. That's something closer to what Alex Rosenberg actually thinks, right? Why not say that and then say, but that's silly for, I don't know, make whatever argument you like, instead of making this silly cheap shot that, oh, well, he thinks you don't exist, so don't listen to him. Ha ha, how dumb is that? Is the implication there. Anyway, so that really annoys me, because I don't think it comes across to me that Braxton is being deliberately unfair to Rosenberg's views and deliberately kind of strawmanning it for the sake of a cheap shot.
Okay, let's talk about Rosenberg for just a minute. So I went the extra mile to point out that Rosenberg sees consciousness as an after-the-fact illusion of sorts, and I invite anyone to read his work. I mentioned the name of his book, that it does have major challenges as to what we mean by you. If you're going to make intentionally provocative statements, and after caveating my own provocative statement, I make one, and you don't like pithy provocative statements, then get out of the provocative statement business. But in any case, does this criticism impact my case? No. I actually do think that Rosenberg's view does damage to our view of the self. Yeah, let's keep trucking.
One doesn't have any evidence, and one seems like it doesn't make sense of our experience. But that's problem number one. We've got to come to an answer about that problem. But problem number two is, are you just your body? You know, we had a song where he says, you have a body, you are a soul. You're not a body, you have a soul. Well, God wanted us to be spiritual, soulish beings in a physical body if you believe in God. But here's the question we've got to ask about this idea of, are you your body? You know, if you're just your body and your brain is just what you are, and we do kind of think that way almost default, don't we? I mean, you know, if you touch me, I say, you touched me. You touched my physical body. Maybe on my brain. Maybe that's what's going on. But do you know that your body actually isn't the same body you used to have? This may be shocking to you, but ever so often, your cells cycle out over 7 to 10 years.
Is he like making fun of his, or like this may be shocking to you that your cells, you know, die and are cycled over? Like, how could that be shocking to any person in a modern educated audience? Like, I'm not saying you need a lot of you expect people to have a lot of biology training necessarily, but or particular knowledge. But you know, people know that skin cells flake off, right, and that there's blood cells that have formed, and you know that the body's dynamic. I just don't know why Braxton says things like that. It almost seems like he's making fun of the and the thinking cap remark from earlier as well. Anyway,
and are replaced by.
No. Hold up, James. Hold on. We're going to talk about that for just a second. Why is that shocking about your skin cells fluffing off? The point is that it's shocking to think that this happens in a more robust way than most individuals are used to thinking about. Of course, they know their skin cells are fluffing off. I'm pointing to something that they identify with in order to make a deeper point about their physical bodies. This is just another example of public speaking material, but notice that immediately after James complains that I'm being unfair to Rosenberg and taking a cheap shot, he turns right around for the second time in this video and takes another cheap shot and references his earlier cheap shot. This is really like, he says, I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. This is a real pot and kettle situation. I mean, he literally did this by covering himself by saying, he's trying to cover himself by saying that he knows this is a popular talk and that you can't say everything, and then criticizes me for not including what 3.5% of experts think. This is literally, I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Cells. Some of them happen more quickly than others. Blood cells are different than skin cells, but even right now, you're fluffing off just look at your cells. You're fluffing off all these dead skin cells right here in our midst. And you're replacing those with new skin cells, which means after a couple of decades.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't want to get too far into speculating. I think he deliberately took the cheap shot because he wanted to do that. The reason I say that is because I think that because of the two asides that he made, which seemed like he was trying to cover himself and did have awareness of the criticism that someone like me would make, but then did the cheap shot anyway. It's almost like when someone says, I know you're not supposed to do this, and then does it anyway. Like, they can't then say, well, I didn't know. I don't know. That's just how I read it. But
yeah, so if you decry cheap shots and things like that, and you also say, I know that you can't say everything, but you complain that I didn't do a dissertation or excursus on all the different ways we could talk about consciousness, or include what 3.5% say, or any of these little asides that have been made that don't really affect the case or the point that I'm making. If you're going to do all of that after saying that you realize it's just a popular presentation with time limitations or whatever, then how is that not exactly saying, I know I'm not supposed to do this, and then going ahead and doing it?
Either way, I don't think it's good.
You don't have the same physical body that you used to have, and so we've got a real problem with what does it mean to talk about you? Now, this is an example that some of you may have heard before of this sort of idea, but whether or not George Washington ever chopped down a proverbial cherry tree, you familiar with that story? If someone put an axe in my hand and said, this is the axe, and there's only two parts, the head and the handle. This is the axe that George Washington used to chop down the cherry tree. Braxton, you're holding the axe. Now, the head of it's been changed 17 times, and the handle of it's been changed 30 times, but you're holding the axe. Well, am I? I mean, I don't really feel like I am, because there's only two parts to this, and they've all been changed, right? It's not the same axe. In the same way, if you're just your body, and your body it gets changed and cells are replaced over time, at some point, you're not you anymore if you were your body. And I don't mean it like, oh, I'm not the same person I used to be. No, we're talking about you're literally not the same identity that you used to be. And that is a serious, serious problem. Whatever.
It's weird for me to talk about an identity as if it's an object. You're not the same identity. What does that mean? Identity is a relation between two things. Now, this question about the persistence of personal identity over time is, of course, a big one in philosophy, and not one I can address now. I hold to a Perdurantist view if people are interested. So I think that basically persons are four-dimensional entities. Actually, I think that all material objects are four-dimensional, but I guess that's a bigger question. So I don't find this question especially perplexing. I suppose if you think about it in the way that Braxton does, where it seems like you want to find a thing that is just identical across time. I think the Buddhists have it right here, that when you sort of look into yourself and you see thoughts, you see memories, you see perceptions, but all of those change, right? Even personality changes, at least to some extent, certainly since you're a child. And you actually don't find anything that's just sort of there consistently over time. And I mean, I think that's basically what a scientific view leads to as well. There are commonalities, right? And you can assign labels to commonalities like psychological continuities. But in terms of identities, the way that Braxton talks about, I don't think there is any such thing. And you see, this is then how you can come to a view like Alex Rosenberg, right? We say, well, there is no self, right? Now, I wouldn't say that. I would go down a different route. But if you understand self in this sort of this identity relation between whatever you are now, whatever you were when you were a child, like what is identical in those two cases? There seems to be no physical properties or even combinational properties that you can say are identical in those cases. So it just doesn't work, right? So if
there's no physical properties that can be said to be identical,
your notion of self, and there doesn't seem to be any facts of the matter about that, then you're going to have to get rid of the notion of self and say there are no selves, right? And I think that's something like, I don't know if Alex Rosenberg would endorse that specific argument, but that's something like how you get to his view that there are no selves, right?
Which is why it does serious damage to the notion of you. And it could mean that there are multiple, perhaps potentially infinite iterations of you throughout your life. Or it could mean that there's not a you in any sense, which that would get back into what you think is a straw man. So yeah, this has serious damage for what we mean by you. I think you can see this now from James' own words, which means when I say about Alex Rosenberg, what I say that he's considering a cheap shot, yeah, it's a little tongue in cheek, but it still hits, because I think he's doing damage to the notion of you as defined by the people in my audience, I'm sure.
Again, I wouldn't go down that route. I would say, look, we just need to reform the notion of self. And actually, this idea of identity is silly anyway. It's really more of a continuity and of conscious experiences. And
okay, first of all, let's say something about this identity issue. This is fine. If James truly doesn't think there is some continuing identity between who he is at any given moment in his life and someone else, let's say James at age 10, then perhaps this argument wouldn't be persuasive for him. Okay. But I think it will be powerful to someone who does think that they are the same person they were when they were 10. But rejecting the notion does have a price tag. When we catch a serial killer after 30 years, we try him for those crimes because there's an understanding that this is the person that committed these crimes. This would be technically false if there's no continuing you. And when James says, when we look at what continues, there just isn't anything physical like that. Well, I posit the soul would do that. So ultimately, if James thinks there have been multiple iterations of James Fodor, then he won't find this convincing, and that's fine. But it does come with a price tag and doesn't strike me as likely true. So let me put it to you this way. I'm just not in the least convinced with this sort of thing.
Relative similarities and things like that. So obviously there are answers to that question, but the point that I want to emphasize here is that what Braxton wants to say here is that your soul is what gives you continuity over time, obviously. And I sort of find this interesting because it sort of then leads to the question, well, like, what is a soul? Like, what makes up a soul specifically? Like, in virtue of what is my soul different to yours or Braxton's or whatever? Because I think you run into the same problem that, again, that Buddhist philosophy thinks about. Like, because it can't be memories, right? Because memories change. It can't be personality traits because those can change. It can't be perceptions because those can change, like completely over a lifespan. I could lose all my memories, right, and change personality, like Phineas Gage, that I think Braxton mentions later. They had an ironing rod go through his head and change his personality. So the point is, if I strip away all of those things that seem to define the difference between one person and another, well, like, what's left? What is it that actually distinguishes your soul from my soul? I feel like you just have to postulate that there's sort of something else beyond all of that that distinguishes one soul from another, but it's sort of clear what it is. And this question has been discussed in the psychological literature. It's sort of asking like, well, what is a soul? Like if it's just the bundle of thoughts and perceptions and whatever, then it seems that actually doesn't get you the identity that Braxton wants. It seems it's got to be something more than that. But then what is it? Like, is there some sort of ectoplasm thing that exists non-materially? I mean, maybe that's how Braxton thinks about it. I don't know. But like the point I'm making here is the soul, it seems, can't be just a bundle of your conscious experiences and memories and stuff, because all of those things change. There has to be some identity there that, well, according to Braxton, that preserves the identity. But what is it? It's almost like he imagines a soul to be some sort of
experiencer,
some sort of glowing cloud with a label on it that says this is Braxton's soul, this is James's, and the label stays the same even if everything else stays the same. But obviously, like that's not really what it is, right? So like, what is it? What is it about the soul that distinguishes it? This is actually an interesting point, if I can geek out a bit, in terms of fundamental physics, because when you go down deep enough, there's nothing to distinguish between different fundamental particles. Like all electrons, for example, are identical to each other. And you actually have to you have to do the particle statistics differently when particles are indistinguishable, because otherwise you'll do the calculations wrong. So this is actually quite a fundamental point, not even just philosophically, but physically as well. If there are no properties to distinguish between two things, then they're identical. And it seems that what Braxton needs is something to distinguish between different souls that is consistent and identical over time for different souls, right? Like the labels on different souls. But I just don't know what that would be. It seems there has to be some substance to the souls that's distinct from each other and that persists identically over time. But I just, like, what is that? It's a mystery. I'm not saying there's no answer, but again, I think that there are problems for his view that he's not really letting on here. Let's continue.
No, the soul's immaterial. James keeps trying to describe it in physical terms. It's like, well, what is it made of? The same problem keeps arising for James, in which he keeps talking about the soul as though it's like, in terms of physics and stuff. The Triducian understanding of the soul has the soul being distinct from other souls because it is a unique identity. And it begins housed in a physical body, but it doesn't change into something other. It's like there's an attempt here to make what I'm saying sound like it's really convoluted and bizarre or something. But the best way to think about this is the way most people already think about it. It's not weird to most people in the least that they change and evolve during their lives in a poetic sense. They aren't the same person that they used to be. But if asked, are you the same individual who wrecked your bicycle at age 10? They'd say, well, of course. What are you talking about? Of course. This isn't hard. It's just that, unfortunately, I don't think you can get this on naturalism.
For the solution is it's got to handle problem number 2. Number 3, the next problem is, are the brain and consciousness related? See, the issue here...
Oh, sorry. I just remembered something else I wanted to mention. This notion of a persistence over time is not just a problem for persons. It's a problem for other things. It seems there has to be some substance to the souls that's distinct from each other and that persists identically over time. But I just, like, what is that? It's a bit of a mystery. I'm not saying there's no answer, but again, I think that there are problems for his view that he's not really letting on here. Let's continue.
For the solution is it's got to...
There's this experiencer, and then this experiencer, and then this experiencer.
Problem number 2. Number 3, the next problem is, are the brain and consciousness related? See, the issue here...
Oh, sorry. I just remembered something else I wanted to mention. This notion of a persistence over time is not just a problem for persons. It's a problem for other things as well. So let's say the United States of America, right? That's a country. Presumably you want to say that it's the same country that existed at least when George Washington was president. So, 220 years ago or something. Now, obviously the country's changed a lot since then. I mean, the states are different. All of the people are different. The area is different. The government forms have changed a lot. I mean, I guess it still has the same constitution, maybe, but the constitution isn't the same as the country, right? It has been amended. And the United States could adopt a different constitution. Other countries have, like France, for example. So I guess the point is, we understand that countries are things that exist over time, right? Unless you think that, I guess you could go down the full route that actually countries aren't real. They're just all a social fiction. But I don't know. That's a pretty strong view to me, and I doubt.
No, come on. The countries are a organization, a fictive construct of identity, and I mean, it's obviously in a physical location. Those borders could change, these kind of things. But we're talking about individual persons here. I don't think this analogy tracks. I get that what he's saying, what he's doing is giving a good, okay description of what is perhaps similar to his naturalistic view, where you have what we're calling the United States of America. but the citizens change because they die out and are replaced by new citizens. People immigrate, the borders change, the laws change. There's all kinds of change. Almost no part of this thing remains static, and although some of it does, and yet it's the same. It's the same. We still call it the United States. It's the same United States of America in one sense. And he's saying, and I think he's saying like that on my naturalism, that's how I think of the body. On the body, everything's always in flux. Your memories, your cells, all this stuff, it's dynamic. And so what's the problem? That's how I view things. Well, that's great that you view things that way. The problem I see for it is you have a serious problem with continuity of identity that you've already mentioned. You realize is an issue discussed in philosophy that is, a serious issue for consideration. So I get that you're giving an analogy for what you think your view is, or for what your view is. But my response to that is almost like, okay.
Braxton would want to say that. So then the question is, in virtue of what is a country the same country over time? Because there doesn't seem to be, like, countries don't have souls, right? So the point is, you get the same questions. I mean, this is the ship of Theseus is the classic example of this, right? And this is just a ship. Like, in virtue of what is the ship the same ship over time?
The ship of Theseus was memorialized for Theseus, and after he died, it was kept there. But after time, obviously, parts of it needed to be replaced, and ultimately, every single part of the ship has been replaced. And can you still say that's Theseus' ship? Philosophers do discuss that. In fact, Chris Tate and I disagree about this. He thinks yes, you can still say that's Theseus' ship. I don't think that is sufficient to call that the same ship. And so, if you want to hear us argue about that, Chris and I, it's actually a much deeper discussion of that issue, I think, than what we're going to get in this video. But I think it's a really good, profitable discussion on our channel.
Place all the parts. Ships don't have souls, presumably. So the question is actually a problem philosophically for any material object, or like social systems. I guess those supervene on material objects, presumably. Braxton has an answer that applies only to human beings, maybe to other animals, but he hasn't been clear about that. But then how does he answer the questions in other cases? Like, you have to have an answer there. Now, the answer that I would make is a sort of a bundle of properties continuity type argument, and which I think applies to everything. And doesn't give you identity over time, but I don't think there is such a thing. Whereas Braxton has an answer for one very special case, but doesn't seem to know what to say about the other cases. And I feel like whatever he would say about the other cases, I would say, well, why not just say that about humans as well? Why would there be two different answers? That seems a little ad hoc. I mean, I guess there could be, right? But
no, it's not ad hoc. So here's what we've got. So when a board is taken off of Theseus' ship and tossed into the water, okay, that board is still that board. That board is still the board that was part of Theseus' ship. But once all the boards are changed, that's not Theseus' ship anymore. And when it comes to our own identity, so I don't know why this is like something that I'm saying I have an explanation for it when it's with human beings, but not with other things. What I'm saying about humans is that there's something unique about soulless creatures. And one of the ways of accessing that we have, and of course is the very reason why it is such an issue that is discussed, is because this is like when in morality, there's a similar thing going on here, but with morality and consciousness, the way that we have, that's the most direct way we have of studying these things is introspection, or perhaps talking with other people about their own introspection. Of course, it's still true that you could you could do certain things, show people certain pictures, ask them to think about certain things, and then look for parts of the brain to light up and that sort of thing. I mean, that's definitely real. But of course, the reason that that this is related to that is because the subject told you that's what they were thinking about, or whatever it is. So the point is that this the thing that we have direct access to is our experience. So it makes sense for us to think about our intuitions when it comes to our conscious experience. Now, I'm not resting this whole case on intuitions, but there is something powerful about this. We seem to kind of recognize that we are the same experiencer that had the bicycle accident when we were 10 years old, or whatever the issue is, or got married at age 20, as is my case, or whatever. So we have this awareness that that's the case. It's just like it is the case. We're just aware that this is the case. And so then what's the best explanation for that fact? Now, if you are like James and you think, well, I don't think that I'm the same person that I was. I don't think that I'm necessarily the same experiencer or whatever that I was when I was 10 years old and had the bicycle accident. Then okay, this is not going to be persuasive to you. But fortunately for most people, it's immediately obvious that I'm the same person that I was when I was 10 years old. Again, not in the colloquial poetic sense of, well, I've changed, I've learned, I've grown. And that's not what we're talking about. The I there is what we're talking about, the experiencer, him or herself. So hope that clears some things up.
So the point here is that this problem of identity over time of material objects, of composite material objects, is a widespread problem. It applies to anything like this: ship of Theseus, countries, people. And Braxton seems to think that they'll only deal with this problem when it applies to people, because then he can roll out his answer of souls, but then just doesn't address it in other cases, which then raises the question, how does he address it in those other cases? And whatever answer he gives, why not apply that to people as well?
So I'm trying to answer this as directly as I can. So let's take a non-human object, as he said, not non-living object. So take, again, the ship of Theseus. Okay. We tear off a board. We throw it in the water, in the ocean. Okay. That board is still that board, right? But when the ship of Theseus, all its boards are replaced, it's not the ship of Theseus anymore. It's not the same object, right? So now he says, well, why don't you just say that to other people? Okay. Well, all right. So, or about people, when my cells cycle and that part of my body is replaced and given enough time, because my body is dynamic, eventually my physical body is very different in the parts that make it up. Right. So the question then is, what do I do? How does the ship of Theseus analogy compare? Well, if, as I said before, you pull off a board off of the ship of Theseus, it remains a board. It remains the same board when you throw it into the water, but given all the parts are changed, you've got a different ship of Theseus. In the same way, I would say that when, if you cut off my hand, for example, we could do this with my cells, but if you cut off my hand, for example, that hand was part of Braxton's physical body. It's not anymore. That's what I would say about other physical things. What I'd say about the physical aspects of my physical body. The thing that has continuity over time seems to be something else, our experience. And we kind of, again, this is like one of the most intuitive things. And again, my whole case isn't resting on intuition. But the point is, when you introspect and you think about your consciousness, which is really the direct access we have to it, it seems obviously the case that I'm the same individual that had the bicycle accident at age 10 or whatever. So at least with humans, and I would say with soulish creatures in general, that there's something more going on there that allows for that continued identity, that continuity of identity. I'm really not seeing what the confusion here is supposed to be. I'm not tracking with it.
And just doesn't address it in other cases, which then raises the question, how does he address it in those other cases? And whatever answer he gives, why not apply that to people as well? Unless he wants to say that all of these things have souls, which would be an interesting answer, I think.
Here is, it does seem to be the case, doesn't it? That we can change our conscious experience by interacting with our brains. Some of you may be on anxiety medication or depression medication. This is something that changes your brain chemistry. And then because of that, your conscious experience change. I mean, that's the whole point, right? And then, of course, there are great stories, like amazing stories anyway. Like there's a man who had a railroad spike shot through his head and he survived. And he actually went on living, but he had a different conscious experience.
Yeah, that's Phineas Gage.
So it does seem like there's some connection between our consciousness and our brain, but yet they're not the exact same thing. And so we've got to come to a solution about that. And then 4, we've got to have a solution about whether consciousness exists without the brain, without the physical body, without the brain. Now, this one is a bit mind-blowing, and you're about to, some of you might roll your eyes a little bit, but just stay with me. It's too early for you to thinking I'm a kook yet. But I want you to...
Oh, I find this quite funny as well. Braxton actually seems, like, again, this is my inference, but he actually seems embarrassed about talking about near-death experiences, which is what he's about to talk about. Because he mentions this a number of times, like, oh, you're going to think I'm a kook, or this might sound weird, or we don't believe in this sort of thing, which I just think is very interesting. I don't know exactly. First of all, if you believe in a lot of the things that Braxton believes in, I'm not sure why you wouldn't be all right with near-death experiences, just based on consistent epistemic standards. I would sort of say that the type.
Okay, so yeah, let's hit this again, because he does do these little asides where he wants to, take little jabs at how I talk to the audience and how things that I say about what Christians think. So no, James, I'm not embarrassed to talk about NDEs. I want the audience to accept what I'm telling them. And I know that there are a lot of weird psychic sort of things that sometimes get tossed in with Christianity. And because of that, many thoughtful Christians are leery of anything of that sort. Some feel this way about near-death experiences. I'm acknowledging that concern and telling them why some NDEs shouldn't bother them, should have no problem with their worldview. But this makes 3 now cheap shots, and yet he chided me over Rosenberg. But anyway, this is about to get really good, so I don't want you all to miss this.
Anecdotes that you appeal to. If this anecdote is good enough, well, then why not an anecdote about a near-death experience? Of course, the problem is that then you end up believing in homeopathy and everything else. But that's another issue. I just think it's kind of interesting how many times he seems kind of a bit sheepish about talking.
That sort of thing is exactly what I'm talking about. Is thinking, oh, I've got to believe in every weird thing that some people I know who believe in near-death experiences believe in. Like, I got to believe in, this, I don't know, essential oils that have magical powers and all these kind of things. Why? I don't. I'm an individual who sees no inconsistency in rejecting those things and accepting this, because I'm trying to look at the evidence, the examples that we have
about this. This is just the first time you'll see he mentions it again.
Understand that we have these experiences that happen that are written up in the medical journals. People talk about them all the time. 30 million cases in America, England, and Europe that are near-death experiences. Now, there's a lot of eye rolling when you talk about near-death experiences, because even among Christians, it sounds a little wacky. It sounds a little psychic.
The third time he's mentioned
we don't like that sort of thing. But for Christians,
we don't like that. So
Christians should be totally okay with the notion that we survive physical death, right?
Not me. I'm not saying I have a problem with it. I think near-death experiences are very powerful. I just realize that some people who are not into talking worldview and thinking about this sort of thing, they might not be familiar with it. Some of them may have heard about one of the kids who wrote a book about it, or a book was written for him or whatever with him, did end up saying later that this was not real or whatever. But I think that was the guy whose last name starts with an M. But the one that everybody's familiar with is the case of is it Todd Burpo, I think, is the one that kid went to. Did that kid go to heaven, or Heaven's for Real, I think is the name of it. And look, those things are interesting, but that's not really what I'm interested in. People might have reservations because of those things, or because it sounds like it often is discussed in the same realm outside of the church as psychic stuff and things like that. And I'm just telling them that's not what's going on here. And it shouldn't be surprising for Christians that your soul survives physical death. I mean, that's like unless you're a Christian physicalist, and there are some. By the way, I mentioned a while ago, Chris Date and I disagree about ship Theseus. Big surprise. Chris is actually a Christian physicalist. But anyway, let's just keep trucking. The point is, I'm not embarrassed about near-death experiences, but I am embarrassed about what some Christians or some people, whether they're Christian or not, have done with that realm. Okay. And I know that it gets looped in with a lot of things, but this just feels again like another cheap shot to me, honestly.
Kind of one of the things we talk about.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a theological point here, which again, I confess ignorance on. I don't actually understand this point. Christians should be okay with the idea that we survive physical death. So why is that central to Christian teaching? I don't actually understand that. It seems to me what's central to Christian teaching is a resurrection, a restoration of the physical body, maybe in a perfected form, right? But the resurrected body is what survives. This is what happened with Jesus, right? Jesus didn't walk around as a soul. He came back as a body, which actually more supports, I think, a physicalist. I know there are Christian physicalists out there, so there are people who hold this view. This seems to support the idea that actually the body is critical. Jesus didn't come back until he had his body back. Likewise, again, my understanding is that the righteous who go to heaven will first be resurrected. So I know that many Christians do believe in a soul, but I guess the question is, why is it sort of automatic that a Christian sort of straightforward, that this notion of you surviving your death of your physical body follows from Christianity? Like, again, it seems like just a simplistic, straightforward reading of, say, the Gospels would indicate that you need a physical body to come back. I don't know. I find this kind of weird, like that resurrection is so critical, but then somehow they seem to forget about it or put it to the side when talking about the idea that people survive the death of their physical body.
Okay, now this is, again, what I mean about when James discusses theological issues. The vast majority of Christians hold to an intermediate state. Ultimately, we will have resurrected bodies, and we will live as we do now, but with an ideal physical situation both in our bodies and in the cosmos. But despite that there are physicalist Christians here and there, it is accepted teaching in the vast majority of churches that when your believing grandma dies now, she goes to be with the Lord, to be absent from the body and present with the Lord. Some base this in part on Luke 16 and Jesus' description of the rich man and Lazarus there, which at least on the face of it looks like an intermediate state. These people have died. The judgment at the end of time hasn't taken place. They're somewhere right now, an intermediate state. Now, I don't actually myself interpret that passage as Jesus teaching like afterlife geography or something. I think sometimes people push that too far. But the point is, it's not surprising then, because of things like that, that Christians believe in an intermediate, that most Christians believe in an intermediate state. I mean, like most Christians. Hebrews talks about being surrounded by such a cloud of witnesses. Now, depending on how you interpret 1 Thessalonians 4, I mean, come on, this is commonly held. He says the resurrection seems so important, but then when we talk about this, it's like Christians like me forget about that. And I guess he means like we trip up and accidentally teach an intermediate state when Christianity doesn't affirm that. But seriously? Of course we think the resurrection matters. That's the idea, that we would be fully as God intended, body and soul at the end. That's the whole idea. That's what we're trying to get to. That what God wants for people is people who have bodies and souls. We'll talk about more of that in just a second. Let's let him continue just a little bit.
But these stories are amazing. And often they're evidential and seem to indicate that consciousness continues even without the brain functioning. When people have no measurable brainwave activity and no heart rate. And yet they are resuscitated later, and they talk about amazing experiences and facts that can be checked, or they talk about another very interestingly and mysteriously heavenly world that they experience. Now, one of these stories comes from Kimberly Clark, who talks about a patient named Maria. So
just people might be, I'm not going to talk about this in detail. I've done several videos with Nathan looking at near-death experiences and some of these evidential claims. The TLDR is that every time one looks into these, the evidence is far weaker than is presented. Unfortunately, you can multiply anecdotes indefinitely. So, you could spend an entire lifetime looking into every case that people give, and I'm not going to do that. But it's all about substantiating what was known at what time. And
yeah, okay. So he says he's not going to go into this, and every time you probe these, that they must be far weaker. He says, okay, well, that's an assertion. He says he's got videos and stuff on this, and then there's Gary Habermas, who has spent like a lifetime, basically, at this point, studying these things. So if we're just going to get an assertion from James, I'll give you an assertion from Gary Habermas. When he once told me that sitting in Mike Lycona's house, there's an Apologetics flex for you. Mike is a good friend. Gary's not, but we have met. And when we met, we talked about this, and I raised this claim. And he says they can claim that. He didn't say this about them. He said this about, in general, people that say this sort of thing. They can claim that all they want, but let them try and actually deal with the best evidence. And, interestingly, James says, well, you could spend a whole lifetime looking at these anecdotes. And why could you spend your whole life looking at near-death experiences, James? Why? That's kind of a telling statement, isn't it? Could it be because there's millions of them, like literally millions? That'd be a good reason. It also seems to me there's a lot of stuff to look at and a lot of evidence. Anyway, he's not going to spend a lot of time on it. We aren't either.
When reports occurred, and did that actually occur when there was no brain activity and what was documented, things like that. And it's actually very...
Yeah, which is why I think the best thing to do, and I'm sure somebody else has come up with a list, something like this, but I have a list of things that I use as guiding principles in whether I should even begin looking at a case as whether it is evidential or not for me, for what I'm doing. And that is, does it have any evidential things in it? Like, believe it or not, I'm actually not that interested in hearing just what someone has to say about their heavenly experience. I'm interested in knowing, are there any of these that are evidential, like the person knows something that we can check that they shouldn't have been able to know about from where they were, or something that happens during a time when we know they had no brainwave or no heart rate. So that's one. Number two, I think it's best if it's reported quickly. or somewhat quickly after resuscitation. It doesn't happen like 6 months later when someone's had time to reflect and maybe concoct a story, but it happens. It's being said relatively soon after the person is resuscitated. This is not necessarily a requirement, but I love it if it's written up by a non-Christian and hopefully a naturalist medical professional of some sort. It could be a nurse, could be a doctor, but written down by someone like that. And I think I have a couple others, but the point is, I don't think that every one is important, but there are guiding principles that I think we can be safe in beginning the process of looking at which ones maybe we should consider.
To substantiate, and we don't have any near-death experience. We don't have any evidential near-death experience cases where it's documented under controlled conditions that the patient was able to provide information that they provably could not have accessed beforehand. And by that, I mean that the idea of, putting numbers on top of machines that was then checked beforehand, and then they asked people. That study's been done, right? You ask people.
Yeah. So I take him to mean right now is there hasn't been a controlled study of this of the sort that, like, here's what we're going to do, and now we're going to watch, and we're going to see what happens. But that doesn't erase the cases that you do have where something very similar happens, like the one mentioned in the talk. Whether it was a controlled experiment or not, you still got to explain that. And that's pretty interesting.
Did you see the number? At least one study like that has been done, and there were no examples of that being reported by people who experienced near-death experiences. If we did get that evidence under controlled conditions.
Right, because this isn't, what was the name of that movie that had Kiefer Sutherland in it? Flatliners, maybe? Was it Flatliners? I don't know. I think it was Flatliners, where it's like they try to induce near-death experiences for this reason, I think, if I remember correctly. And it's like we can't, it's not like we can induce, like, I mean, maybe we can, but it's not like we're like this can happen on demand, right? And that's not our fault that you don't like the evidence that does exist, and we can't give you, or at least we haven't yet given you, the sort of evidence that you would like that results in the same sort of data as what we can get.
And that would be compelling. Obviously, it would need to be replicated and other things. But the point is that that's never happened. There are no cases like that. It's all under uncontrolled conditions with anecdotes and other things that are just not reliable. So that's the TLDR. If you're interested, you can check out some videos that Nathan and I have done. I'm not going to talk more about the specific cases, but there is some interesting theological points that I think we can draw out of what Braxton's about to talk about.
And when Maria
here
had no brainwave activity, measurable brainwave activity, and heart rate, she had an experience like this. When she was resuscitated later, she talked about how she had left her body during the interaction, during the surgery or whatever, and she actually could talk about what was on the floor in the room and what the doctors were doing and things getting moved around while they were trying to save her life. She actually said she went outside of the hospital, and that on the roof of the hospital, there's a blue tennis shoe with a worn-out spot right where the pinky toe should be.
we actually looked at this specific
They went and checked it out. Guess what? She was right. There was a blue tennis shoe up there, same style, she said, with a worn-out spot exactly where she said it would be. These stories are amazing because there are evidence that suggests that your consciousness actually continues when your brain isn't functioning. This is amazing. One of my favorite stories is a story of Gary Habermas tells. He's a philosopher at Liberty University, and he tells.
So if your consciousness can survive without your brain, then what is your brain doing the rest of the time? What are neuroscientists doing when they poke around the brain and measure its activity and correlate that with different experiences?
Studying the brain.
It literally makes no sense if that's all unnecessary. All the biology has to be thrown out.
Wait, what?
If consciousness can exist, if human consciousness can exist without a brain, literally nothing in neuroscience or most of like the rest of biology makes the slightest bit of sense. Because, like, well, evolutionarily, why would we develop this brain if you don't actually need it to perceive and do all these other things? How does that information get back to your muscles so that they can move? If your immaterial soul can sort of perceive it separately from your body, like. There's a million questions you could ask here, and Braxton won't have answers to any of them because it doesn't make a lick of sense. Now, this doesn't apply to every.
Now, hold on. This is interesting. Wait, studying brains and correlating them with conscious states is unimportant? We think that the brain is important. We think that the brain is an important part of being a whole human, and we think that embodied individuals function through the hardware of their brain. Their consciousness functions through the hardware of their brain. But in any case, why would we throw out studying brains? Would you say that the idea we have a soul would make dentistry unimportant? I'm assuming no. I'm assuming James would say no, because that's still an incredibly powerful and important part of the human body that needs to be understood better. he says that none of this makes a lick of sense for the following reason. How would your brain tell your muscles to move? Now, remember, we've just been told Braxton won't have any answer to this. That's what he said. How does the brain interact with muscles? Probably the way you already think it does, James. The soul interacts with the body, and our experience in this world is a combination of our physical bodies, including our brains, and the soul. So now, so what I've said before, and we've talked about God and what God's perceptions are like and all those kind of things. The thing is, what I've said before already is that I think that the brain is incredibly important to this, but you can be limited by the hardware. And of course, I think there are experiences that you have embodied that you don't have just as an immaterial soul without a body. For example, I think procreation, sexual stuff like that. I don't know that that's experienced in soul. I don't know why it would be. Seems like that's something you need to be in a physical body. Experiencing the physical world, which is amazing. You need a physical body to function around in that world. I was thinking about this because William Lane Craig once discussed this on Reasonable Faith podcast. And I think it's obviously just a speculation. And he said it was a speculation. He's not like teaching this. He's just throwing out a possibility to knock down defeaters, I guess, to the claim that it can possibly be this way. But he says something like, I don't know, but that, because God does want us to be embodied, but perhaps as when our souls are disembodied, perhaps we have something that is akin to a virtual reality sort of an experience where we do have something like a physical interaction with what seems like a physical world, but it's something that God is allowing for us to experience that normally without a body, we wouldn't be able to experience this. And it's not the best. It's not what God ultimately wants. He wants us to be in bodies. He wants souls and bodies to be one thing for the reasons that I've already discussed. Another thing is, while I do think there are perceptions people have, people talk about being able to see things, like congenitally blind patients seeing things when they're in their near-death experience, coming back and describing things that they saw. That sort of thing is certainly there. So I think there are some perceptions that the soul has some of these abilities. Memories seem to be there. That sort of thing seems to be really going on with these near-death experiences, and of course, to make sense of the other data that I think I've put forth. But when we're talking about what are all of the soul's capabilities, I don't know. I don't know. I think there are limitations there. That when you're in your physical body and it's in its perfect state, like will be after the physical resurrection, then you won't have a lot of those limitations. There'll be some limitations still, but there won't be those problematic limitations that are the result of where damage has been done to the ideal design. So I just don't know why what the problem is supposed to be. The goal is ultimately that we have physical bodies and souls and exist something like that. Now, I mean, it's really not even that hard to conceptualize in your own reality. Like, forget Craig's God giving you some kind of a VR experience. Just think about the soul as being something akin to any of you who have used virtual reality, not like where you just strap a phone to your face, but like an actual VR system like the Oculus or something like that. Then you know that when you're first aware, once you put this thing on, you're no longer aware of the physical world around you, and you're in some sort of a place that is incredibly amazing. But there are limitations on what you can do in that place that would not be there in your physical body if this was a physical place and you were in your physical body. But then there are also other abilities that you have. And there are some abilities you can actually gain while in VR by downloading an app that gives you that capability. So the notion that there are certain things that are possible through a physical body that don't seem to be possible just as immaterial souls, and then immaterial souls having certain things like vision or memory or things like that. I just don't know what the problem is. I'm not sure what all of the capabilities of the soul are. They don't share all the same things as the body, it seems like. But another thing that I think I want to mention about this that I think is important is, and I may have already said this in this video, but the fact is we don't have all the information we would like to have about everything. We don't have, for example, I've said this many times, I'd like to know more about angels than what the Bible gives me, because some of the detailed information we would like to have would come through special revelation. And so we have to learn about angels through special revelation. unless you've met one. And so I'm assuming you haven't, or you wouldn't be a naturalist. But angels, things about angels, we don't have as much information as we'd like to have. I'd like to know more about angels, but I don't get to know everything I want to know about angels. I don't even know of anywhere specifically in the Bible where the whole point of that section is to explain to me things about angels. I just have to learn about angels when they show up in a story. So I don't have all the information I'd like to have. I don't have all the information I'd like to have about the soul, but the information that I do have leads me to believe that there is one, and that it has some capabilities that seem to function better when not running through the hardware of the physical body. But then when in the physical body, there's possibilities and opportunities that aren't there just as a physical. So I'm really confused about what the problem here is supposed to be, I guess.
Of substance dualism, because more sane versions of substance dualism won't actually say
more
that
sane. I've got an insane version of substance dualism, but don't worry though, there are professionals out there who aren't like Braxton, and they have sane versions
of consciousness without the brain. It says that you need both, and that's what Braxton says sometimes. But then other times he says actually you can have consciousness without the brain. And at that point, it's not really interaction of substance dualism. I didn't even know what it is. Like, that's not dualism. That's just a soul without a brain. Like, dualism has to have the both, right? So I think dualism is wacky. But this version where you can, like, most of the time it needs the brain, but then sometimes it doesn't for no reason.
No, when functioning, housed in a physical body, for lack of better terminology, it functions through the hardware. It's like going back to the whole FM radio example. It's like when the signal is coming through this particular radio that has these particular possibilities or capabilities technologically, then it's limited by those, and it manifests there, but it doesn't have some of the limitations and problems of quality or whatever through other apparatus. I don't know what I'm really, or when it's just being played straightforwardly. I really don't know what the problem is. I've been saying throughout this whole thing that you've got a physical body that has limitations. Okay. And some of those limitations or inability to do things that your body is obviously designed to be able to do, that you're not able to do as well as you'd like, maybe a limitation of your body. It could be a result of the fact that we live in a fallen world. But the bottom line is, I don't know what's so weird about saying, look, you've got the hardware of your physical brain and your physical body, and when the music of the soul comes through that, it hits all those limitations. When it's not, it doesn't. What's the problem here?
Then it can go back. Like, it's literally magical thinking. This view, I think, I don't know of serious philosophers who defend this form. There are a small minority who still defend substance dualism. I think they're mostly Christians, not exclusively. But like this notion where like souls can go out and then experience things and come back, which Braxton seems to think, that's just totally nuts. I just think that's completely indefensible.
Yeah. Well, but look, why does he think it's indefensible? Like even the worst caricature of what he's saying, I hold, which if he were to give like a genuine straw man about this, is there anything contradictory about the claim that the soul can remember, the soul has some of these similar capabilities, but you can do things as a soul more freely, like some of these things aren't hindered by the hardware of the brain and the physical body? But then in a physical body, there are other opportunities open to you that you wouldn't have with just a soul. Like what's the problem here? Like is there any contradiction here? I can't see one, but yet he says it's just ludicrous or whatever he used to refer to it. Okay, well, all you're telling me is your own psychological state. You're telling me that you don't like that. Okay, well, thanks for telling us that you don't like that, but it doesn't mean it's insane, as you implied by saying other sane substance dualist positions. It's just that you don't like it, or it seems silly to you, or whatever. Well, I'm not surprised, right? You're a naturalist and an atheist. Of course, you've decided that some of this kind of thing is silly. Is that a shock for anyone? Atheist naturalist doesn't like the idea of the soul and the body. Is that a headline? I don't really see how.
Story about how he was giving a talk like this before a group of nothing but medical professionals. And as he was talking about the heavenly experiences that people have when they encounter these near-death experiences, he said a woman who was the wife of an ear, nose, and throat doctor over on this side of the crowd stood up. She said, "You're talking about heaven, and I can tell you all about it. I've experienced that." And after a few moments of them staring at her like an animal cracker, like you all are staring at me right now, an oncologist who was an atheist stood up on the other side of the crowd and said, "Well, don't just stand there. Tell us about it." And she said, okay, I was giving birth to our third child, and I bled out on the table, and I was declared dead. Now, we're not saying she was really dead. Modern medicine can come pretty close to crossing that line and bring
that's
someone
clinical
back.
death.
But while she had no brainwave
really
activity,
death.
no heart rate, she said, I was in an amazing place, a heavenly place. And she said, I can tell you about it. I'll tell you about the color. And then she stopped herself and said, no, because when I say color, you're thinking of red and green and blue. These are colors that the human eye can't perceive. She stopped and said, I can tell you about the music. And then she said, no, because when I say music, you're thinking about Mozart and Beethoven. This is music like you've never heard. She said, I guess I can't tell you about it. He said, let me ask you this. Are you convinced you were there? She said, I'm more convinced I was there than I am that I'm here right now. And he said, my understanding is that the strongest bond two human beings have is the bond between a mother and her child. Do you agree with that? And she said, yes. He said, let me ask you this. You had two sons who you knew and loved, and one who was you carried for 9 months but had not yet held in your arms. If you had your way, would you have stayed there, or would you have come back to be with your family? She looked at the ground and she began to weep. And she said, he could have raised our family. I would have never left that incredible place. You say, Braxton, do you think that woman went to heaven? Man, I don't know. But I'll tell you what, there are millions of stories of near-death experiences that seem to suggest we survive after our brains aren't functioning. I want you to think about it.
Okay, so if that woman didn't go to heaven, where did she go? Did she go anywhere? Like, this really annoys me. Again, because Braxton wants to eat his cake and have it too. He wants people to think that this story is, in some sense, veridical, that the woman went somewhere and experienced something real that was more than just sort of psychological. I mean, it's something psychological that's real, right? But I think you know what I mean, that there's something beyond the psychological aspect to it. He definitely wants people to think that, but he doesn't want to commit himself to saying that this woman sort of went to heaven. Because, well, first of all, theologically, I think that's highly problematic. Where do we get this idea?
Hold up. I'm going to respond to what he says here, but I want you to notice again this take on, or this thought that Christianity holding to an intermediate state is surprising to him, which is really wild. I mean, I know that he has some familiarity with Christianity. I think he was raised in it or something, but if he wasn't raised in it, he's talking to Christians all the time. And this is like the common view, is that there's an intermediate state.
People can go to heaven and then come back from it and go back to their body. What, like, does that even make sense of Christian? I just don't, like, what?
He's asking, does that even make sense in Christian? Like, does Christianity even hold this sort of thing? I take him to mean. Now, maybe he means, oh, Christianity holds it, but does this even make sense? Okay, fair enough. But he seems surprised that I'm raising it as if the notion of the intermediate state is I'm just pulling it out of nowhere.
No, I don't think it works that way. And also,
well, you don't
just
think
the way she described.
He says he doesn't think it works that way. He doesn't think it works at all. He doesn't think Christianity works.
Heaven, does that fit with the notion of heaven as I don't know. Maybe it does. That seems a bit of an odd way that heaven would be to me. And if sort of anyone can just sort of go there when they die but don't actually die, I mean, why wouldn't God just sort of make Earth like that? I don't know. It feels like he's holding out on us if there's something that great. But whatever. I guess the point I'm making here is, I don't know what point Braxton is making. Are we supposed to take that story as indicating that this woman went to heaven? If so, we have a lot of questions. If not, then why tell us the story? I mean, what exactly? It feels like we're just supposed to go, ooh, that's cool.
Yeah, partly, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's good if you can include interesting material in your talks. But as for me saying that I don't know if she really went to heaven, I'm just being honest. It's like James wants me to go further and claim that I know what this woman experienced definitely was a heaven experience, when I'm sitting here telling you I don't know that. So why bring it up then? It's a good question. Because I've given them an evidential case already, but now I'm sharing with them an example that matches the commonalities of NDEs, by the way, to give an impression of what these individuals claim to have experienced. Does it tick you off, James, when scientists say, I don't know for sure if this hypothesized event took place, but here's what it would indicate if it did, or here's what we could think about if that's the case. This is just, I mean, we have many accounts of this. We have evidential accounts of this. So I think it's relevant to say, and here is one particular example. And I think that this particular example actually fits a lot of the commonalities of near-death experiences. Now, I didn't say that, but I can say that now to defend its inclusion. But I don't know. It's like, I think he knows why it's there. Like, that's the worst possible characterization, but ooh, that's I mean, yeah, kind of, that is mind-blowing, especially since we know that some of these are evidential. And the point is, think of what it could mean. Think of the further information that we have that could also be true. This is just an amazing field to study. It's an amazing realm to study. So I don't know why this is just, I don't know, nitpicking, I guess.
Without really thinking about it too much. Because if you think about it, I don't really think it makes any sense under his worldview or under my worldview. I mean,
well, it makes sense under my worldview. Here's something to remember, folks, is that James was nice enough in a previous thing talking about something else, a previous part of this video. He was nice enough to say something like, I realize that I'm not saying that nobody's ever spoken to this or nobody's ever talked about this or written about this. That's to say the very least. I appreciate that he says that, but you do understand, like, almost anything you could bring as a criticism to Orthodox Christianity, someone's whole life has probably been spent on that issue. I mean, you do understand, like, in 2,000 years, there is a mountain of material out there by people. Let me put it this way. There are people smarter than me or you who probably have spent a lifetime writing on whatever particular issue you're concerned about. And if not, an approximation of something like that exists. So yeah, there are answers to this. The intermediate state is typically taught. Now, here's one thing that should be also said is, if one thinks of that intermediate state as heaven, which I think is fine for us to talk that way, but the ultimate resurrection will be the new heaven on the new earth, the new heaven, the new earth. And when we're thinking about the intermediate state, if you're just thinking of that as heaven, it brings to mind N.T. Wright's statement that heaven is great, but it's not the end of the world. And he means that, I think, to make this a point very similar to this one, which is that's not the end. The end is the resurrection of creation and the resurrection of our physical bodies. But it is commonly taught in Christianity that there's an intermediate state.
My worldview, I'm going to say, I don't know, she had some sort of psychological, neurological experience. Actually, these things are quite common in this. We don't have a full explanation, but I don't think we need to postulate that there's some realm beyond our own.
By the way, whenever you hear someone throw out DMT, he didn't do this, but DMT or other things that might happen in your brain at the moment of death that might cause these amazing things that feel like you went to another place and all that might be good enough to handle certain things. First of all, there are commonalities that you have to deal with across cultures about this. And I don't know that those chemical interactions would answer those sufficiently. But what they don't answer is, even if they did answer the experiences people have that they think are heavenly or hellish or whatever, they wouldn't explain the evidential cases, which is why those are the ones that I'm principally interested in.
Right. Now, Braxton, I don't know how he would explain it. Like the woman sort of went to heaven, but God's like, not quite yet. Like, doesn't this happen in The Simpsons where, like, you get knocked out and then you go to heaven and then God's like, it's not your time, and then you go back?
Well, first of all, I was the first one to raise The Simpsons in this discussion, just want to say. Secondly, when it comes to something that happens in The Simpsons and it being like God saying it's not your time, that's not from The Simpsons. That's like a common trope that's out there, or thing that people talk about, almost like see the light at the end of the tunnel type thing. That's just something that's out there. So pop culture is going to riff on it, right? I don't really know why, if that case with that woman is actually an actual account of someone going to this heavenly experience or whatever. I don't know exactly why that decision was made, or God made that decision, or whatever. I do know that it is not uncommon in near-death experiences for there to be some barrier that you're told you can't cross, that sort of thing. If after you cross there's no going back type thing. I realize that precisely because that's been riffed on in pop culture, you might think, oh, well, that sounds silly. It's kind of like the first time the first time they ever heard the Imperial March in Star Wars, they thought it was goofy, not because there's anything intrinsically goofy about the Imperial March. It's rather because that is so prolific. It's been used in so many other things in a funny way that when she actually finally saw it in Star Wars, she thought there was a joke being made about something and found it goofy and funny. When in reality, that's where it came from, and it's been made goofy and funny through other things. That's kind of what some of these commonalities of near-death experiences, that's what's happened to them with pop culture, because people know about that, because people have heard these stories. And so it gets riffed on in pop culture. So, but yeah, there's no problem with like, if you accept my worldview, there's no problem with the idea of someone experiencing some sort of a heavenly experience or something, and then being back in their physical body. I'm not sure what the problem is supposed to be. I find myself saying that 2 or 3 times in this talk, because it's like he talks about something, but it's never been clearly outlined for me. He thinks that seems silly or goofy. I guess I don't. Again, I think that's part of what culture has done to these ideas.
I mean, does he really think that's how it works? Like, because that's just laughable. I don't think that's defensible.
Well, you haven't raised any challenges to it. You haven't raised a challenge to the notion. You've just said, does he really think that? I mean, come on, that kind of thing. But have you raised a challenge to it? The challenge you seem to raise is, it seems like there'd be no point for the physical body, which we've already addressed. So maybe that's what he's referring to. In which case, hope that helps, James.
So what is this good for? Like, what's the point of this story? I reckon if he was here, he would probably just say, he's just trying to get people to think about it. I reckon that's what he would say. In which case I would say, why can't you tell the story that you would actually be willing to, defend and you think is actually legitimate?
I've done that. Now what I'm doing is I'm giving them a case that I think does capture this from a angle that they're not used to thinking about. I think that it's a powerful story. I do think it does invoke awe and wonder. I think, but I'm honest. It's like he would have rather me. Well, he says he'd rather me have chosen a different story. But it's like, I can't ever tell you for sure if what someone experienced out there somewhere, like in a near-death experience. What I can tell you for sure is, or what I can tell you with higher confidence, I guess I should say, is that the evidential ones seem evidential, which means then, since I know there are evidential ones there, and there are a large number of people who have these experiential sort of experiences, that's a phrase for you. I think it's reasonable to say, and guess what? These people, since some of these are evidential, here's an example of someone with a powerful story of what may well be a heaven type experience. That's what I'm doing. It's like, it's not weird or odd unless you're like looking for it to be, I think.
Instead of this one that you're not actually willing to stake anything on, if you want people to think about it.
About that for a moment, I want you to listen to this song, beautiful song about life.
And then there's a song, another one.
Again, another one where I explained it. Think about that for a minute. Let that sink in while we're talking about life and death and all these things. I explained each one of these musical segments. Fantastic song. I don't expect him to play through it, but man, powerful song. Original, created just for this project.
Death and it's powerful song. Powerful song. We have to face the reality of death and what it means for our lives and how we live our lives and whether there's hope. As we come to the end section here, I want us to draw together some of the threads of what we've been discussing, and I want us to think about what it means. So let's look at some of the options that we've mentioned earlier for what consciousness is and how it's possible, and let's look at how those options answer these 4 questions, because they need to answer these 4 questions. So
so this is why I say that he seems to be making an abductive inference to the best explanation here, because he's talking about answering these questions and comparing the views, which I think is a good approach. But it means that then his preferred explanation actually, has to do some explaining. It's not a deductive argument against physicalism. It's a inference to different explanations. And then we have to ask, well, how does his proposed explanation fare? I think we get about 1 sentence for what his proposed explanation is supposed to be, which is typical from these sort of approaches. Like Craig comes to mind here, who spend almost no time talking about how their prophet explanation, like God did it. I mean, it's always God did it, right? How that actually explains anything, provides any explanatory insight. We just get a lot of talk about how naturalism fails to. Anyway, so we'll see where Braxton goes with this here.
First, how does matter wake up? Are you just your body? Are the brain and consciousness related? Does consciousness exist without the brain? So let's talk about those for just a moment. We have one option, which is the option that's panpsychism, which is a weird, thing, but the idea that everything is conscious. Every slice of pizza, every earlobe, every chair in this room, everything is conscious, right? Okay, how does that stack up to answering these questions? Well, how does matter wake up? It would explain that pretty well, because it says it didn't wake up. It's just that it's always been there. It's baked into the system. Consciousness is a part of everything. Are you just your physical body? Well, this answer could also say about that, well, yeah, maybe you're just your physical body because, the consciousness is built into that stuff. But the problem is, it still wouldn't explain how you continue as the same person over time, because those bits, even if you want to say they're conscious, get traded out and you have a new body. And on that view, you'd have a new consciousness. Well, what about the fact that the brain and consciousness are related? That if we affect the brain with medication or an injury, then it does affect consciousness. Well, this view would answer that all right. But it wouldn't answer near-death experiences and how it is that the evidence suggests we go on consciously living after our brain no longer functions. So it doesn't answer that well. All right, so let's put that one aside for a minute. What about atheistic naturalism? Naturalism that says matter is all there is, it doesn't answer how does matter wake up. There's no answer to that, because if you just say no one's conscious, nothing is conscious, well, then matter didn't wake up. And even if you don't say that, if you're an atheist, but you want to say we are conscious somehow, there's no explanation for how it is that dirt put into the right order in a brain makes you awake to the world. So there's a big...
Again, so this is where it seems that the cheap shots. So can you find me, Braxton, a naturalist who says that dirt put in the right order becomes aware or something to that effect? I don't know. I suppose there's probably someone who said something like that, because there are people who like to put things in a...
What we're trying to do with a statement like that is to, as I've already explained, is to speak to everyday people. Some of them, yeah, I mean, this is a church where we have a lot of educated people. We've also got teenagers, we've got older folks, we've got everyone in between, and as a result, and people of various professions and education levels. And so, as a speaker, what you want to do is you want to find something that they can grab onto, that they understand, that then to make your point. And in fact, it was the senior pastor of the church who heard me say, among many different things, something like, how does dirt wake up? And he thought that just connects it for me. That just makes the point of what we're saying. Physical stuff like dirt, but physical stuff put together in the right order is what they're saying is results in. I don't know why you take that to be, it's like he's bounced around from maybe it's a biblical allusion to maybe it's a cheap shot to maybe it's not a cheap shot. It's a way of explaining things to people who aren't used to thinking about these things
in a particularly, I don't know, controversial way, like a Dawkins quote that about the purposelessness that Craig likes to quote all of the time, even though I think he's missing the point of it. But yeah, I kind of doubt that there are many people defending that, because that's a silly view, right? The idea is that sufficiently complex neural systems, or at least systems such as neural systems, for systems such as those, there is something that is like to be that thing. Again, the question is, well, I mean, we might not be able to explain quite why that happens, but why would we expect that it wouldn't be?
Well, I already explained this. It's a way of conveying with clarity for people who may not have thought deeply. We've said that. But notice he's already clearly admitted that he knows what I'm talking about, and yet he wants to say, no one really says dirt wakes up. How is this different, though? I want to know from his complaint that I know what Rosenberg means, and James knows what I mean. I know he's saying I know what Rosenberg means, but it indicated that we all know we have selves. How's it any different? It seems like we're doing the same thing, and he's complaining when he thinks I do it, but not when he does it, of course. He wants to have his cake and eat it too. The problem is that I actually do think Rosenberg's view does damage to the notion of the self. But anyway, let's keep trucking.
Well, I just don't know that there's much of a strong pry either way here. So I don't know that it counts as much evidence for anything, is sort of my main point there. Why I think it would be that it would feel like anything? Well, I think it wouldn't feel like anything. Why would it go either way? And then in terms of why does it feel like that specific thing? Well, whatever it felt like, if it felt like something, you would ask why it feel like that. So I don't actually think that there's a whole lot of explaining to do there. That's just what it is. And whatever it was, you'd ask that question. It's sort of like asking, why is Earth the size it is? Well, whatever size it was, you would ask why it's that size, right? Because it's not a perfect analogy, but I think you get the point there. So yeah, I'm just not really very persuaded by that issue of how does dirt wake up, as he frames it.
Problem there. It would explain why when you damage or affect the brain,
now,
it does.
I do want to cover something here. As many others have said, what I'm saying about consciousness and the soul and the fact that we are consciously, we have this first person experience, is that this is an evidential chip that seems to fall in favor of theism, especially given that naturalism is having a real hard time figuring this out. Not that just because they can't figure it out, it means theism is true. We would have already thought that consciousness was an evidential chip that falls in favor of theism. I would still think that consciousness was an evidential chip that falls in favor of theism, even if I was a convinced physicalist who still believed in the reality of consciousness. That is more expected on theism than it is on naturalism, because obviously a conscious mind, wanting to create conscious minds makes some sense on the face of it. Whereas on naturalism, why this happens, it doesn't seem to have that obvious explanation. And then on top of that, even if there is a physical explanation for how it is that our brains give rise to consciousness, that has got to be like the best teleological argument ever. So we've talked about some of these things already, but then James says, that's just how it is because we happen to be here like seeing it. He's like saying it's like if the planet Earth was any other size, you'd wonder why is it that size? Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. But given that we're going to have a planet Earth, it's going to be some size. It's not necessarily the case that we're going to have consciousness or that there's going to be conscious agents in the world. That is incredibly interesting. It's like, well, of course you think it's interesting because you're here experiencing it. But if you weren't here experiencing it, you wouldn't think it's interesting. Like, what kind of a point is that, really? It's like, it takes me back to the privileged planet and the sharpshooter analogy that I think comes from that book, where it's like, imagine if and this is making a bigger point about design and the fine tuning of the universe for life. I'm making it about consciousness here. But because for some of the same reasons that most people using a fine-tuning argument might think that God would want life, to be present. For many of the same reasons, we would think that he wants ultimately consciousness to be present. And with the sharpshooter analogy, what's being said is, imagine that you had all these sharpshooters, and that they're lined up, and these are all guys who know how, men or women, let's say, who know how to kill someone with a gun. I mean, they're not. I mean, they could probably kill you from a quarter mile away, but here they are right in front of you. You got like, let's say 10 of them up there, and you're tied up, and the order is given, and all the guns are fired, and somehow you're outlined in bullets. Not a single bullet hits you. Now, let's imagine that James shows up and says, well, but if one had hit you, you wouldn't be here to talk about it, right? I mean, you think it's impressive, but that's only because you're here to talk about this, right? Okay, that would not be in any way a persuasive explanation for this. It's more like begging off giving an explanation. How this must have happened. The fact that I'm still alive is amazing given what we know about these people. And I'm saying, given what we know so far, consciousness is amazing. And since it seems to have some sort of a purpose or telos, it's very much an interesting question as to why we have it. It certainly seems to fall in favor of theism. There you go.
That consciousness because you're just your body. But again, it also wouldn't explain how it is that we seem to go on having some kind of a conscious experience when the brain isn't functioning at a measurable level. So what do we have here?
Yes, well,
what we have is neither one of these options works. But as you might have guessed, there's a third option, at least. There's a lot to be said that we can't cover here, but there's at least a third option. And the third option is this. Maybe consciousness
so here's his explanation.
is best explained as coming from consciousness. Maybe a conscious creator made the world with the intention that there would be conscious beings in it who would then be able to interact in this amazing world of sound and color and experience. Maybe this conscious mind would like for conscious minds to be able to commune with him in a conscious way. Maybe God is the best explanation for consciousness. How does that explain these questions? Well, it would explain how it is that, or why it would resolve the problem of why it is that matter can wake up, because matter doesn't wake up. Matter makes up your physical body and the hardware of your brain, but it doesn't explain your conscious experience. On this view, your consciousness is your soul, and your soul, it lays on top of you, and that is the part of you that goes on, and that is how you're conscious. Well, what about the idea of, are you just your body? How is it?
Okay, so I mentioned this before. So Braxton's answer here is that your matter doesn't wake up. Matter is dead, like it doesn't feel like anything, but souls feel like something. It feels like something to be a soul. Couple of points here. First of all, what does that have to do with God? Why do souls depend on God? I guess Braxton's going to say, well, that's where they came from, right? But you could say that about anything. You could say that that's where matter comes from. God made it. So I don't know why you have to postulate God here. If you really want souls, you can just say, well, there are souls. Why does there have to be God? I don't see in any way the connection between God and soul. So that would be one issue I'd like clarification.
Now, before we go on to other issues that he wants to talk about, first, as for why would this indicate God? Well, first, I would point you to the work of Tim Stratton, who has several arguments for this. But I'm saying that when comparing theism, panpsychism, and Rosenberg's view, the best explanation is theism. Further, he just played a section where I connected consciousness as a source for consciousness. And at the very least, this concession of the soul would render naturalism false. even if you don't think it would prove theism, it would render naturalism false if the soul exists as we're talking about. And theism would be much, much more likely. Add to that the teleological or purposeful nature of this, that this is like, I can't think of a better fine-tuning sort of an argument. It seems like this is very unlikely and very odd that we would have something like this. And it seems very purposeful. Because if you just for a moment say, okay, let me imagine that there is a conscious being as the creator of the universe, it becomes really obvious immediately why that conscious creator might want to create other conscious beings. If naturalism is true, I see no obvious reason to think that. We're just extremely lucky. And I don't mean that in the way that we would typically say that with fine tuning or something. Like, it is ridiculously unlikely. It's just... I don't know. It's just like when we talk about, could libertarian freedom possibly be true in the absence of God or the supernatural or anything like that, or souls? Maybe, but the explanations that I'm aware of for how that might even possibly work are so incredibly unlikely and so dealing with like quantum mechanics and things like that and indeterminacy and all that. It would be like the best ever teleological argument for God anyway. So I think there's a lot to say there. We could say more, but simply put, comparing these three views, doing worldview comparison here, theism comes out on top, I think. But let's keep trucking.
If Braxton convinced me to believe in souls, then I'd believe in souls, but I wouldn't believe in God. Like, where does God fit into the picture? I don't well, God created souls, but I mean, how do you know that? Like, God could create anything, or maybe God didn't create it. It's the same question with anything else. Did God create it or not? I don't know why souls are more likely for God to make them than something else. So that's one issue. It doesn't really seem to connect to God. Now, the second issue is Braxton's asking, well, how is it that a lump of dirt wakes up? And he says, well, it doesn't. The soul wakes up, or always was awake. Well, then the question is, well, how do souls wake up? Like, well, why does it feel like something to be a soul? And I think that Braxton would just say, well, that's just the way it is. It's sort of intrinsic to it. That's part of its nature. Well, then I would say, well, that's intrinsic to a brain organized in a certain way, or sufficiently complex nervous system. It just feels like something to be that thing. Is either of those a worse explanation than the other? I don't think so, except for the fact that we all agree that brains exist, whereas we don't all agree that souls exist. Like that. So there's a discrepancy. Or I think that my explanation is simpler. It's not a very good explanation. It's not very satisfying. Right? It doesn't really explain exactly what is it about brains that makes it feel like something. But then neither does Braxton's. He just says that it is that way. He doesn't say how it does that. Notice that there's often a slippage here, a slippage from how to why, when he's talking about naturalism.
So look here. Let's talk about this for a minute. I covered this whole thing earlier. One of the things that happens in this video is that since James is bringing in things he knows I say, he brought them in at the beginning of the discussion, things that I'm saying now toward the end of the discussion. At the top end, we end up getting some repeated information. His responses are the same. I've already responded to now closer to the beginning of this video. He continued to seek out some sort of an answer for how the soul functions according to physics, it seems like. I'm not saying there isn't an interplay there, but the soul is not material. So asking for something like a material explanation, which is what I take him to mean, it seems misguided to me. Let's keep going. And if it's something, well, yeah, that's fine. Let's keep going.
He talks about how does a brain give rise to consciousness, or how does a brain feel like something? When he switches to souls, he starts talking about God wanted it that way. That's a why question. That's not a how question. How, Braxton, do souls feel like something? How does it produce this experience? And he doesn't have an answer.
Because, and again, he's going to say, I don't have an explanation.
That no one has an answer to that.
No,
and this is where I disagree with the philosopher before. He said we don't even have the beginnings of an answer to how a brain is. No, we have the beginnings of an answer, right? I've got quite a lot of textbooks there that at least I think give us some of the beginnings. I realize you can't actually see that bookshelf with all my neuro books on it. But there's a good one here, Principles of Neuroscience. It actually doesn't say that much about, like, it has quite a bit about like visual perception, which is part of consciousness, right? I'd like to see a comparable book for how souls give rise to consciousness. I mean, there isn't such a book, right? Because the research program of dualism is just not non-existent, because it makes no predictions. It can't answer any how questions. There's no mechanisms to investigate there. There's no empirical studies.
So here's the thing. In his debate with Matt Dillahunty, Mike Licona made a point that I thought was really great to consider here. And that is to say, first of all, if, like, when can we infer something like a soul or something like the supernatural or something like that, or a miracle? It's when, from everything that we are currently aware of, this seems impossible to happen naturalistically, or there's a natural explanation for it. Now, we can always revise later if that's what you want to do, but it really seems to some people working on this that you just said a moment ago, typically the way people do this is to say that in principle, the material stuff couldn't give rise to aboutness and perhaps you would say intentionality and, experiences and things like that. So even in principle, it couldn't possibly happen. So the notion that if it doesn't seem that in principle we've got these problems, and some of the questions related to consciousness can't even be met by naturalism, then we're well within our rights to look for what is another explanation that makes more sense of these facts. Well, okay, here's this position that holds that there is this other substance that is the experiencer, that is what it means to be the experiencer. And that becomes at some point just a primitive concept that you can't go any deeper with. It is to be an experiencer. And to complain about that, that's fine, but you don't have an explanation, and the explanation that you do have would be scientific, or the one that you will arrive at, I guess if you arrive at a conclusion about this, will be naturalistic and scientific and physical, and therefore can't make sense of at least one or two of these questions that we've raised. So anyway.
Can be done, rigorously at least. It's just a complete dead end. That's why it's a terrible explanation. Whereas physicalism at least has a starting point. We're not very far down that road yet, but I think that we have the beginnings at least. Whereas dualism has zero. And indeed conflicts, I think, with modern science in a whole bunch of ways, like conservation of energy, for example. But anyway, the meta point here is Braxton doesn't have an explanation for how souls are conscious. They just are, according to him. So if that's good enough for him, why can't I just say, well, brains just are? And he tries to hide this, I think, by talking about why souls exist or / are conscious, because God wanted them that way. Well, okay, that raises a question. If God wanted brains to be conscious, could he make them conscious? I think Leibniz raised this question. Could God make rocks that were conscious if he wanted to? It seems that he could, right?
That's a good question. And honestly, I have no idea.
I mean, why not, right?
And the reason I say that for anyone watching is, it could be that there's some sort of a contradiction that is under the hood there implicitly that I'm not aware of. And I don't think God works logical contradictory things, because I don't think those are things. But yeah,
omnipotent. There's no logical contradiction there about a conscious rock. So I guess,
well, there could be, depending on what consciousness is, right? Like, what if the way God makes the rock conscious is to give it something like a soul? I mean, what do you even mean aside from that? So to say, well, there's no contradictions there. We don't know. I mean, we would have to flesh out what all that would mean and see if there's anything contradictory about it.
You have to say that's metaphysically impossible. But then the question is, why is it metaphysically impossible? The P-zombie argument is supposed to establish that it's metaphysically possible that there could be, physically identical brains and bodies to us that were not conscious. But it doesn't attempt to establish that it's actually impossible that such things could be conscious. Just that it's possible that they couldn't be, right? It's, it's a different direction there. So I guess the point is, Braxton then, it seems, is forced into the view that, look, the reason God made us as souls that are conscious and not just bodies is it's actually impossible for God to make bodies that are conscious. Or I suppose you could say God just really, really likes souls for some reason. Although he also really likes bodies because he gave us bodies as well. Even though souls can be conscious all by themselves, as is clear because Braxton points to these near-death experiences. But God wants to add bodies.
You see how this is not a new criticism? This is just the same criticism that he's been talking about for a while now, just amped up again here. The thing about it here is, does God like souls? Apparently. Does God like bodies? Apparently. But the criticism that is being raised to support what is supposed to look like a new criticism, but is the same criticism, is, well, wait a minute. If the body can function, or if the soul can function and do all this without the body, why do we need the body? We've already been over that. You'll just have to rewind and listen again. But simply put, the notion is that, yes, there are some things that may seem to function better without the limitations of the physical hardware, but there are some things you need the physical hardware for. That seems, I really don't know what's causing the confusion there.
Because of unspecified, like, you see how ridiculous all this is? Did I say it was Leibniz?
No, now here again, this is just rhetoric. You see how ridiculous all of this is? Actually, no. I don't. I understand. Like, and I'm going to say this kind of straightforwardly, just to make the point. If you're listening to what I'm saying and thinking, "Oh, I'm going to respond to this because I know what I think about some of this stuff," well, okay, maybe then you wouldn't have come to this. But if you sit back and think, okay, Braxton thinks that the soul can be conscious when the brain's not functioning and the soul seems to be outside of the body. So what would the value then be of the physical body? Are there? It would seem that you would pretty quickly come to this conclusion that, yeah, when the soul isn't in the hardware of the physical body, then it's not going to have some of those limitations in some ways. But there's some things you can't do without the physical body. I mean, this is just so simple. I mean, it only takes a moment's imagination to understand why that would be necessary.
I was thinking Locke, but I might have said Leibniz. Excuse me. Yeah, Locke was the one who was asking the question about if God wanted to make rocks conscious. Thanks, Nathan. I think I muddled that one up. They both start with L, so that's my excuse. Anyway, so I guess the point is, this is why I think Braxton's explanation is terrible, because he doesn't.
Oh, and again, why didn't God just make bodies and not souls? On my view, well, because there are things that this allows for. The soul allows for the continuity of identity. It allows for the conscious survival of physical death, and it plays a role in soteriological issues. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons for both the soul and the body. I don't understand this bifurcation where it's like, you've got to either be saying that this one's good and this one's bad, or this one's important and this one's not, or this one's important and that one's not. And it's like, well, no, what? Okay, so here's what I'm saying. They're both important. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I've been saying that the whole time.
He wants the naturalist to answer the how question, but he doesn't have to answer the how question, because there is no answer to the how question. It just does, which, well, I can say that as well. But then in answer to the why question, it just pushes us back to, well, what these questions about, well, why would God want to make us with souls if he could make us with bodies? And he clearly does want us to have bodies, but he also wants us to have souls. But the souls apparently can do the job perfectly well by themselves. It's just a big muddle.
No.
Why would anyone believe this? I just don't understand. I'm not saying why does anyone believe.
Well, I don't know why anybody would believe the part you're saying, the characterization that you're giving. I know why I believe what I actually believe.
Christianity or anything. I'm saying why this particular combination of views. It just seems to be an absolute mess when you actually sort of think about it and work through the issues. So yeah, I find it extremely unpersuasive.
Well, okay.
That you remain the same person right now at age 40 that you were when you busted your knee when you fell off your bike at age 10. Well, the body might be changing and your body might become a different body in a certain sense as cells cycle out, but the soul would continue unchanged. Not say that you don't learn things, not say you don't have experiences, but the nature of your soul stays the same, and so your identity is.
Yeah, well, what is the nature of the soul if you strip from it personality, experiences, perceptions, and all of that stuff? What is it? What is the nature of the soul? It's like he talks about it as if it has some intrinsic nature that's distinct from any of those things. But I'm just not sure what that would be. Like, what is it?
The identity of the experiencer, and which therefore is an identity that's experiencing something. And we've got one here, and one here, and one here, and one here.
To be one, how is one person distinct from another apart from all of those things? Like if I asked you, what is it that makes, I don't know, Braxton, or me, and you would give all of these specifics, right? But all of those things could potentially be changed. I suppose you could say, well, I was born in a particular place, and that won't change, right? But I could forget that. And then it seems that, my personality could change if I had brain injury or whatever. And so I don't know that. I guess it depends on your theory of reference, right? But the point I'm making is that if you think that what it is to be a person is sort of intrinsic to what they are at a particular time, then all of those things are changeable. And so it's just a bit odd to me that then Braxton thinks that there's some part to your soul or aspect to it or whatever that is consistent over time. That
it's not odd. I fail to see why you think that's odd, given that this is an ongoing discussion in philosophy, is the continuity of identity like this. How does the soul remain the same? It's not weird to most people in the least that they change and evolve during their lives in a poetic sense, They aren't the same people they used to be. But if you ask them, are you the same individual who wrecked your bike at age 10, that got married at age 20? They would say, of course. This isn't hard to understand what I'm saying. It's just that, unfortunately, I don't think you get that on naturalism.
Not any of those things. I don't know what it is. It seems a bit mystical, mysterious to me. It seems to honestly just be added in solely to solve this problem. And remember, it's not a very good solution because Braxton faces the same problem with respect to continuity of other composite objects over time, like nations, countries, or ship,
yeah, we already talked about that, but we're playing fast and loose with the term ad hoc here. So surely you don't think that we throw out the soul as an explanation just to handle the continuity of identity problem, instead of the fact that we believe Scripture teaches this, that we believe that it fits all the other facts and all those kind of things. But yet, when it comes to this question, it's ad hoc. Now, this is something we already affirmed, and then when we come to consider, I mean, do you really think that I didn't believe in the soul prior to learning about the continuity of identity problem? No, the continuity of identity thing is something I became aware of, and I'm like, oh, guess what? The soul handles that really nicely, and I already believe in the soul. Like, it makes sense. Now, if I came across some fact that disproved the soul, I would have to reject the soul. But the fact is, I'm not seeing that. I just see more reason to believe in the soul.
Anything really. Whereas I think I have a principled answer that applies across those cases. Whereas I think Braxton has to still give a different answer for those other cases. And finally, Braxton's answer about the soul raises issues about whether animals have souls. It raises an issue when soul, when a body becomes ensouled, and then
talked about that.
Does that entail that a blastocyst with 32 cells is conscious if the soul existed into it at that time, or if not? Well, when does the soul come in? Like, what does that even mean? How does a soul attach to a body? Like, what could that even mean if souls are not fit?
One of the first things we discussed today is Triducianism and Creationism. So just go back and see those parts again.
Or how can they then be associated only with one fit? Like, so many questions that don't seem to have sensible answers and seem to just be entirely ad hoc. And honestly,
well, I mean, honestly though, it strikes me that some of the answers, because he's asking, some of these things he's asking are theological questions, and they've been, I mean, they've been answered. He's saying they haven't been answered satisfactorily, or they don't have answers or whatever. Well, okay. I mean, I didn't hear you break out. Hey, some people affirm this creationism, not scientific creation. Some people hold this idea that it has to do with the way you were born and it comes from your parents, that sort of thing. I didn't hear any discussion about any of those things, but yet we're told that these answers that weren't covered are bad or something.
I would say medieval superstitious type thinking, like the idea that a soul associates itself with the body at some point and become detached and come back. Like, this is something from a ghost movie. I can't believe we're talking about this in the 21st century. I mean,
again, you understand that, first of all, this is all rhetoric. This is, and I'm actually surprised by this, because you don't typically get this sort of thing from, I mean, I haven't seen as much of this stuff from James, but this whole is, oh, we're in the 21st century. I can't believe people still buy this nonsense. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that, young atheist men, boys put in my comments. And so I find it odd, but I mean, you're expressing a psychological state, but I think you're expressing it for the point of rhetoric. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's unfair. So we'll just take it as it is. You find it odd that people still hold this. Well, first of all, the way you've characterized it here, I wouldn't want to have anything to do with that either. But then on top of that, you add to the fact that part of the reason you think it sounds so silly, I would suggest, is because this is, again, with the Homer Simpson type ordeal. It's that these ideas were already out there. They were already being discussed. They were already affirmed by people. And in fact, so much so that pop culture picked them up, started making stories and movies and books and all those kind of things about them in goofy and funny ways. And so now you associate it with that and you think it sounds goofy and silly. Maybe you just think it sounds goofy and silly on the face of it. Well, okay. Well, as long as you can't get beyond that, I don't think you'll ever become a substance dualist or come to believe in God or whatever. But if your criticism is, I just can't believe people believe this, it's just silly. It's just, well, that's just rhetoric. That's just mockery. And it's kind of something you were chiding me for.
Braxton's not explicitly saying these things, but I don't see how you can fail to talk about what Braxton say and not then ask, or someone not ask these questions about, well, hang on, how does all this supposed to work? Braxton's trying to present it that his theory or explanation provides answers, whereas I think the answers that it provides are illusory, and it raises a bunch more questions that you just don't have under naturalism.
Oh, wait a minute. We don't even know what all the questions are that don't have answers on naturalism when you're trying to figure out consciousness. How can you even say that the naturalistic explanation isn't going to involve many, many more questions that we don't have answers to when we don't know what the naturalistic answer is yet? Okay. I mean, it's not that people don't have positions. That's not what I'm saying, but I'm saying, I think, this is a tough area. So you don't even know what kind of questions the solution might have that might lead to other things. Secondly, so what? Who cares if there's still more questions? I find it amazing. Oftentimes people will say, well, if you just posit God as the beginning of the universe or something like that, then you just ended all of science or something. Well, hold on. First of all, what? Like, there's still plenty of science besides that. Secondly, why would that mean we stop studying cosmology just because one believes that God ultimately caused it? We think we're figuring out the means by which it physically manifest. We're studying more the glory of God's creation. There's no problem here. I don't, and it's kind of like that. It's like, God just ends all questions. No, I think that there's going to be more questions. And honestly, that shouldn't be surprising either. That if we look at something like quantum mechanics or something, we realize it's going to have a lot of questions that lead to a lot of more questions. And it's really big and it's difficult to understand. But when we're talking about the creator of the universe, no, it's simple and just ends all discussion. No. And so when you go the other way, James goes right now and says, well, that just leads to more questions, or it leads to other questions. Okay. I already thought that. I thought it led to questions like, what is God like? And how does he want me to live? And is there a particular religion that's true? And all those things become important questions. But if it leads to more questions, why does that mean I should think that it's false? Now, I get the Occam's razor sort of thing, that you don't want to multiply variables beyond what's necessary to explain the phenomenon. I get all that, but I'm talking about something a little different. And that is that as we grow and learn, there are going to be more questions. And if God exists as the creator of the universe, we might not be surprised to find out that there are other questions related to the fact that God exists. And maybe a lot more questions. We would do the same thing with quantum mechanics. We wouldn't be surprised about that.
Still intact. What about the idea that of these near-death experiences that you can live consciously after your brain isn't measurably functioning? Well, obviously this has a great answer to that, and it also even explains why many people have a very interesting afterlife sort of experience that they talk about later. This answers that perfectly well. Your body dies, but your soul continues. Your consciousness continues. Now, there is one problem.
It doesn't follow that because souls exist, they would continue after the death of the body. That could extinguish the soul, right? Obviously,
right, but that's the
most
evidence.
Christians, as I understand it, don't believe in pre-existence of the soul. As a Mormon, right. I believe that, and personally, I think it makes a heck of a lot more sense, right? Because the soul is God creates the souls, and they
even though I did just watch this a couple of times before making this video, I had forgotten that he said he was a Mormon. So okay, no, we don't believe in this spirit baby setup,
irrespective of the body, and then they come associate with the body and then dissociate from it. Whereas it seems that most Christians think that the soul comes into being with the body or around the same time, and then that raises then the question, well, then if the body is extinguished or destroyed, well, couldn't the soul also, like, if it comes into being with the body, then wouldn't it go out of being with the body? But apparently it doesn't. Like, that's just not how it works.
That's not what the evidence shows.
I guess God can do what he wants, right? But again, it just seems more and more ad hoc. Like, well,
but hold up. How is it ad hoc? We have long said that there is a physical and immaterial substance. You've got a body and a soul. And when we come up with new issues, or we learn new facts, or we come up with new questions about that, or challenges, and we throw them out there, it seems to fit those really nicely. And why should the soul have the same shelf life as the physical body? Why? Why would we say that? One's physical, one's immaterial. Like, that seems like just an assertion. Nevertheless, depending on your view of judgment and hell and all those sorts of things, if you're a annihilationist, which is part of conditional immortality, if you affirm conditional immortality, you are already affirming that at some point the soul could be killed, like the body is killed. But even people that affirm conditional immortality might be substance dualists. Not all of them are, and they would think that that the soul, might still exist in the intermediate state, and then you'd be united with the body and all those sorts of things. But they already believe that the soul can die. But even they don't necessarily believe that its shelf life is the same as the physical body. Now, for Christian physicalists, which if you're committed to this physicalism, James, I would still invite you to be a Christian physicalist. And you could have Chris Date on to talk about that. He's a Christian physicalist that's a friend of mine. And he thinks that both, when you die, there's no intermediate states, but it's like a full-on soul sleep, or soul sleep isn't even the right way to phrase it up. It's just that when you're raised, body and soul, or body again, I guess he's physical. He would say soul, but he has a different definition for what the Bible's talking about when it means soul. And then you'll go on living, if you're a believer, everlastingly, body and soul. And if you're not, then body and soul, like Luke 12:4, if you're not him who can kill the body, and after that has more he can do. If you're him who can destroy both body and soul in hell, in Gehenna. So if you want a view that gives you that, James, there's a view. Now, it does it just like you're talking about, but that would be a Christian physicalist view. What most Christians affirm is not a Christian physicalist view. So yeah, I don't even remember where we were now on that, but let's just keep trucking.
Why would it not work so that you actually die, the soul dies with the body? Braxton says that it doesn't. I don't know that is intel. It just seems to me that he's just hoping you don't think about this and don't ask these questions.
Seriously, this is like, are you kidding me? Like, he hopes you don't ask these questions that have been discussed for thousands of years. He hopes you don't think about these things that I have whole tomes on over here. That's just more rhetoric, I think. It's not that I don't want you to think about. I want you to think about these things. I want you to think about the woman who had the heavenly near-death experience. I want you to think about the woman who had the evidential near-death experience. I want you to think about what implications this has for God, because there's a heck of a lot of people, despite the fact that I think it's not hard to make a case for God from this. There are plenty of people who, if they found out naturalism was definitely false, the possibility of God goes way up. Now, that's not how I've argued it here, but I think that it's just, I don't know. It's just so, I don't know, right here toward the end, there's like this rhetoric and this tone that just gets kind of strange. It's like these things aren't weird for Christians to believe. Now, you might think Christianity is weird, but these are not weird things for Christians to hold as Christians.
Because if you do, I think you just get a whole bundle of nonsense, or just ad hoc assertions. Oh, well, that's just the way.
Okay, there hasn't been any ad hoc, and I want to know what are the problems? What he says, like nonsense. What's the nonsense? The only nonsense I've seen emerge from this is because there was a misunderstanding about, or just a lack of awareness about how people answer these problems.
It is. Well, I could say that about naturalism. Like, well, any question Braxton asked me, I could just say, well, that's just how it works. But I think maybe I'd have to say that about 3 things. Braxton seems to have to say that about 20 things. And so I think that points to the fact that the naturalist has the simpler view. They may not be able to account for everything.
The only thing that comes remotely close to, well, that's just the way it works, and I'm not even saying it there, is that I've, in response to multiple things he's raised, I've said the soul is a conscious experiencer. That's what it is. The soul is an experiencer. I think that's what it means to be a soul. So, okay.
But they have the simpler view. And Braxton can't account for everything either, but he has the more complicated view.
I skipped that you might think causes a problem for our view of consciousness, that God's the best explanation, and that is, does consciousness, are the brain and consciousness related? How is it, if our soul is our consciousness, that when we affect the brain, we affect consciousness with medications or injuries? Well, We don't think that the brain is unimportant. Believers think that God has designed the human body in an incredible way and that it has function and purpose. The brain, as I said before, is like a computer that serves up the facts, and then in your conscious experience, you make decisions based on those. And here's what I want you to get from this.
What,
we think,
I don't think we ever find out what these uh-ohs are about. I'm saying that God designed the brain. Is that surprising that God designed the brain, that we think the brain is important? Is that a surprising thing? Uh-oh. We got a Christian here thinks that God designed his brain. Yep.
What that's like in your brain. It's kind of like your brain is the hardware. It's like an AM/FM radio, if you remember AM/FM radio.
So this is an awful analogy, but I just want to stop there.
No, an awful analogy is the one with the bicycle that we heard about earlier. That was supposed to be a better analogy than something else. But this analogy, I actually was able to backlog into parts of this discussion to bring clarity. But let's just hear it as it was.
On what he said. So I say uh-oh because it seems that Braxton's, well, contradicted himself is strong, I realize, but at the very least, I think he's run into a whole bunch of problems here. First of all,
okay, so what I just interpreted that was James, as he was hearing this, thought, wait, there's a contradiction here. And then after he heard me say whatever I was going to say, he paused it and said, okay, well, I was going to say it's a contradiction. It's not a contradiction. But then what is it? It's again, just, I mean, he said something like, I don't know, weird, silly, one of these rhetorical statements that we've been hearing.
Is that the brain is very important. God made it that way. Well, apparently not, right? Because you can do without it, right? You can be conscious without the brain. Apparently in heaven, at least sometimes, you don't need...
AM/FM radios are useless because we can hear music without them. Okay, but the fact is, you've got hardware apparatus. Do I really need to say this again? I'm going to say it again. When the soul is not in the physical body, it seems like some of the limitations are gone. Some. But then there are also things that can't be done unless you're in the physical body. So the soul is no longer limited by the hardware, just like the song is limited by the hardware of the FM radio. So the soul is no longer hindered by the hardware, but at the same time, there are certain things it can't do because it needs the hardware, right?
Body, based on the near-death experiences that Braxton was talking about, or even if you're not in heaven. So if near-death experiences are a thing, you don't need a body to be conscious. So why did God make one? Like, what's the point of it?
So we could have experiences that you can only have with a physical body and explore an amazing physical world.
He just really likes it for some reason. This is an obvious question. If you don't actually need it, then why do we have it? But also
because you do need it to have certain experiences, and that's how you can experience the physical world.
How can you say it's important, but also it's not important? It's not important.
I've never said, see, they just said, how can you say it's important and then say it's not important? I'm not saying it's not important. You'll find nowhere, anywhere where I've said the brain is not important.
Because you can be conscious without it. Your mind can operate perfectly fine without one, according to Braxton. You can perceive things, you can remember things, you can think about things, all without a brain, according to Braxton. But at the same time, you need a brain because your brain serves up the data. What? How is it both? Like, what am I not the only one who's seeing that he wants to eat his cake and have it too? He wants to say the brain is important, but also except when it isn't. Like,
no, it is important, and it does do that. When you're not in that physical apparatus, you're not limited by those things. But then you also don't have some of the, I mean, I just keep saying that over and over again because it's like, I realize that he didn't know my answer when he said this. So he's kind of going on about it. But I'm sitting here listening and I feel like he was listening like, well, what do you have to say about that, Braxton? It's the same thing I've been saying. So just know that as we go through, and I won't pause it again on this point.
How does that make the slightest bit of sense? Now, the other thing that he says is that your soul interacts with your body in some way. I mean, that is a very problematic notion because that violates conservation of energy and momentum and things. The idea that there's something outside of the material world that has causal effects on things within the material world. I don't think that dualists have produced a satisfactory answer to this question. I think the best answer is simply that it does, but we can't detect it because it happens in subtle ways. But I think that is extremely implausible and rather a cop-out. I think it's physically impossible for the soul to interact with the brain in the way that Braxton seems to think that it does. It's interactionist dualism. There's just no way that a soul can move neurons around. I mean, not physically move them around, but like change their firing activities, which is what it would have to do.
Okay. So how does the soul interact with the brain? Now, this is a problem that is discussed quite a bit. It's a fair thing to ask about. And the answer to that is honestly is nobody knows exactly how it works. I know that when I put my key in the car and turn it on, that the car starts. I don't know how that works. I mean, I know about combustion and the key and the electricity and the ignition and the starter and all. I know some things, but I really don't know how all that works in great detail, but I know that it works and I use it every day. I don't know everything I'd like to know about the soul, but I know enough for this argument. I know enough for this case that we're making. But simply put, there's a lot of talk about this and there are ideas about how this works, but depending on your take and I think about Robert Kane with this, I think about some of the things that Roger Penrose has said, who I've mentioned already in this, and whether anything is explained by the measurements and conscious observers when it comes to quantum mechanics. There's this thing of, well, when you use a measurement device or then someone to say, well, yeah, but that's because an observer set up that device and that whole thing. I've got to go back and listen to the debate review I did of Inspiring Philosophy and Matt Dillahunty's debate, because we get into some of that there. But that quantum mechanics is really weird. And it seems like some people hold that it's the observation that causes the waveform to collapse. And so for that into a location. So for that reason, it could be that just like our brains do all kinds of things we aren't thinking about, the soul may do all kinds of things we aren't consciously aware of. And it may be that the interaction is due to something like that observation impact. But understand, I'm not saying that this is the solution. I'm just throwing it out as a defeater to the claim that it doesn't work or it's impossible, as he's just said. But it may well be that there's some feature of the soul, just like our brains do all kinds of things we're not consciously thinking about. Our souls may do things, and one of the things may have to do with this observation principle with quantum mechanics, and changes are made something like that. I don't know that that's the case. I'm just raising it as a possibility. And the reason I would raise something that I don't know is the case as a possibility is to defeat the claim that it can't be, in principle, can't be a way that this works. All right, let's keep trucking now.
Oh dear. To have the effects that Braxton wants it to, like to process the data or whatever the soul's supposed to be doing, to making a choice that then leads us to move our muscles around. The soul has to somehow change the concentration of ions in different parts of the brain. Now, how does it do that? How does the soul do that, Braxton? You want me to, as a naturalist, to explain how the brain gives rise to consciousness. If I have to answer a how question, you, Braxton, have to answer a how question. How does the soul change ion concentrations in the brain? I would like an answer to that. And if you don't have an answer to that, which I know you don't, and it's okay for you just to say, well, it does, and we don't really know how, but it's just sort of how it works, then it's okay for me to say, well, the brain just does produce conscious experiences and we don't really know how, but that's just how it works. I think there's a symmetry here, right?
This kind of mind reading of what you think the other person will say or what you think they know is not the way to advance the conversation, is what she said is what he wanted to do at the beginning. If you want to advance the conversation, then you can say, here's a way he might answer it. I don't know if this is the way he goes. I don't think he has an answer to this, those kind of things.
This is a how question. So if I need to answer a how question, Braxton needs to answer this how question. If he doesn't, then I don't. So again, I think that this notion of interaction becomes massively problematic on its own terms. Plus then, if you want to say, but actually they don't need to interact, because then sometimes the soul doesn't actually need the body. But then sometimes the body can affect the soul as well. So somehow neurons can actually have an effect on the soul. Good luck figuring out how that works. Why only neurons? Why can't other things affect souls? Can rocks affect souls? Like, can a rock have a soul? Because you know what? I'm just going to keep playing because I'm just.
You already asked that question.
If I ask these questions,
they still exist.
But listen, if you're situated in your body, the hardware is limiting. If you're outside your body, it's limited in other ways. You can't do everything you can do in your physical body, but not limited in those same ways. There was a study done. We talked about the congenitally born blind patients, but could see during their NDEs. If you want to understand the analogy, you have to actually think about how this would be answered on the analogy. If the song is coming through the radio, the expression of that song is limited by the hardware. If we hear the music in its purest form, it wouldn't have that limitation. Although what would be lost is the song's proliferation throughout the world through these radios. With many and there's other benefits to that. If your soul is limited by the hardware, its function is limited by the hardware of your brain. And if it isn't, it isn't. But now has the other limitations, like not functioning in the physical world physically, which requires a physical existence. What I want you to notice from this sort of thing is that it's not actually that hard to conceptualize. The analogy isn't terrible, quote unquote. It seems to me that it's just rhetorically important to make it sound like this is a convoluted mess when it's actually fairly straightforward. I wrote that down so I could say it clearly as a summative statement, because this has come up multiple times. But we're drawing down to the ending here.
That's like your brain. It's the hardware, and a signal or a song plays through that FM radio. But if you damage the radio, the song isn't going to sound right, is it? It's going to come through distorted or in some other way different. But you didn't affect the song. You didn't damage the music. You just damaged the hardware. Now, in this similar way, if you damage your brain or if you affect your brain with medication, your consciousness may be a little different, but you didn't destroy the beautiful music of your soul that comes through the hardware of your brain. Those are distinct, although they are related. So I submit to you the best explanation.
So Braxton says that if you damage your brain, then the consciousness sort of can't come through properly. But if you destroy your brain, like if it's dead or at least non-functioning, then the consciousness can come through because of near-death experiences, right? Can someone explain to me how that makes the slightest bit of sense?
Yeah, I just did. Here's how. If you're situated in the body, the hardware is limiting. If you're outside of your body, it's limited in other ways. You can't do everything you can do in your body, but not limited in those same ways. And a brain that is still functioning is a brain that still has, there's still a soul in that body. When it's no longer functioning, the soul, it seems to be the case that the soul lives on, but is no longer in that physical body. I don't know what I'm not sure what the confusion is. I get on the surface of it what he's saying. He's like saying, if it's damaged, it won't work properly. But if it's destroyed, it will work properly. And in fact, in saying that, that's exactly the solution that needs to be drawn out. If it's damaged, the function of the soul through the brain, well, this is the confusion. If it's damaged, it won't function properly, the brain. If it's dead, suddenly it will function properly. The brain? No, the soul, right? This is the problem. We're flipping and flopping back between two things. If your brain is damaged, but your body has a soul, then that soul is going to come across with limitations. But if your soul is not in your body because your brain has died and the soul has gone on, then those limitations aren't there. So I think the confusion there is more to do with if you're trying to apply that to the brain itself without a soul, which isn't what we're saying.
Why does it sometimes need the body, but then sometimes it doesn't? Also, if your soul is conscious all by itself, then
let's skip ahead. We've done this.
Trying to understand these questions, and we have more that we need to learn.
We've gone through all this.
In this way,
I want you to notice this is the first time I've skipped ahead. It's because I know this is going to be like a 4-hour video, and I'm really worn out, frankly, right now. I'm ready to be done.
Postulate God, you're immediately going to think, yes, we're going to have souls that work in this bizarre way. Why? Or how does that fall?
Okay, my gosh. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, which I also thought was extremely weird. Now, guys, I've been freed from the bodily form. In fact, this was a heresy, right? If people have said this. Turns out you don't need one, right? You can just be a soul and experience things and go to heaven or whatever. No, actually, the whole point of Christianity is that he was risen, right? His body was restored or, glorified state or whatever. I know there's angels and other things as well in Christian theology, but
James. The resurrection, the bodily, physical resurrection of Jesus is the historical centerpiece of the Christian faith. And what it does, number one, besides demonstrating that Christianity is true and the Christian God exists, and by the way, please repent and believe the gospel. But beyond that, what the importance of this is he conquered death. That one day we might rise bodily as he has risen bodily. But that hasn't happened yet. It's going to happen in the end. For someone that dies now, like you're aware, right? You've thought about this far, that when someone dies and we put their body in the grave over there, you've heard people say like they're in a better place, right? Like 6 feet under is a better place. Cremated is a better place. Like that's not what we're saying. We're saying that their soul has gone on somewhere else that is a better place, right? It's like two or three things here, particularly about the intermediate state, but also about God and propositional experiential knowledge. I'm just surprised at how this is cast here. It's like he's speaking to me as though the embarrassing notion is that a Christian would accidentally forget about the resurrection and believe in something like a weird intermediate state or something. When it's like, no, that's like what most Christians think.
Very basic point that it seems fundamental to Christian theology that the physicality of the body is important, right? Plus,
Yes, I've said that it's important. You just heard me say that the brain is designed by God and very important.
Nation being important as well. So if anything, the point I'm making is, if anything, you might say that actually Christianity, like God as in Christian theology, you'd not predict that you'd have a soul that works like this. It seems to me,
What?
if anything.
What?
But really, God could do anything, right? So why would you expect it to work this way? I just think that there's no explanation here. I've talked about this quite a lot, but
What would be expected is that we'd have conscious minds. That would be expected on theism. Okay. As for, well, yeah, but look at all this stuff that you're saying. Yeah, I'm just going with what I believe the evidence indicates.
your explanation seems to be equally consistent with all possible facts, or almost all of them, then there's no explanation there. Like you haven't said why we got this and not something else. You've just given a story essentially that doesn't actually have an explanatory value. So
Yeah,
I just
we've
don't
dealt
think
with
there's
all
any
of this
explanation.
stuff.
To be
I want to
had
get to the
here. Not with
Jesus
souls
stuff.
and
Can we get to the Jesus stuff?
Creator who created you with this ability to have free will and make real meaningful decisions, moral decisions, important decisions. You have imagination so that you can think about a beautiful song and write it, or a sculpture and make it, or what you're going to eat and then fix it. You can love because love is real and important, and you can choose to freely give of yourself for the good of another. These things are all possible because of this incredible ability that God gave you to experience the amazing world he made, your consciousness, your soul. And the most important thing, and here's where I will just maybe say some things that sound a little preacher-like. If that's true, then the most important thing you could do with your conscious experience is choose to give it all to Jesus, to serve him. Now, I haven't said anything about Jesus. You might say, well, you've given me good reasons to believe maybe that there's a soul. And
yeah, which I also thought was extremely weird. Now, I didn't listen to the songs. I think they were mostly about like what he was talking about, though. So at this point, we're 50 minutes into a sermon / I don't know, worship, whatever they call these things. And like Jesus has barely been mentioned. Which I just think is bizarre for a Christian church. I mean, I suppose that I missed the first 10 minutes or so maybe they talked about him a lot then, and maybe there's something before this, although I don't know, I suspect these things aren't that long. Anyway, I just feel like...
Okay, so he thinks it's weird that I'm talking, he thinks it's weird that Jesus wasn't mentioned throughout this, but is highlighted at the end. And the most important thing I've said that you can do with your conscious experience is to give your life to Jesus. But dadgummit, why isn't this church talking about Jesus? Now, I get what he's saying in one sense that, hey, churches are supposed to be all about Jesus. And most of the time when I go there, we're singing songs about Jesus. We're reading scripture about Jesus. We're talking about Jesus. And I do quote scripture here. But, and yeah, normally I do the same thing. I speak about, I mention Jesus. I'm reading scripture through the whole thing. But this goes back to what is this? And at the top of the episode, remember I said, this is a day that we have a particular purpose for, and we're doing it a particular way, and you'll just have to go back and listen again to understand why. But no, I agree. Here's an atheist saying, more Jesus, give me more Jesus. And hey, I appreciate that, James, but I think maybe there was some confusion about what this is exactly.
It's a Christian church. You should kind of be talking about Jesus a little more than as an afterthought at the end. I guess Christians aren't going to listen to me about
as an afterthought, as the main thing that you should do with your conscious experience is give your life to Jesus, but it's an afterthought.
they should conduct their worship. But I just found this a bit odd. Like, what does this have to do with...
Oh, and by the way, we've done another project like this. I wasn't the speaker. We brought in Mike Lycona, but there was another project done like this for the resurrection, about the resurrection. So we just tackle different subjects.
Christianity? This seems to be more...
Is this like an attempt to get Christians to like, hey, yeah, why ain't he talking about Jesus more? Something like that. Is that what you're imagining? There will be Christians that think that way, I'm sure. But we're just trying to do church in a way that shows that the Christian faith is reasonable to believe. And we devote one Sunday a month to this sort of thing. Just the way we do church.
You know, Greek philosophy, not, which I think is where this has come from. I don't think Paul would have been really that interested in this.
And maybe God and maybe an afterlife, but how do I know that it's the Christian one? Well, real quickly,
Yeah, Paul, who engaged the Greek philosophers or philosophically knowledgeable people there in Acts 17 and reasoned from the unknown God to there's a God who created everything, determined the boundaries of our habitation. And your own pagan poets, they say that we all have our source in him. Yeah, he has no interest in these philosophical ideas and how they impact theology.
Say this, I don't have time for another presentation, and this church has done a presentation on this before, but if you don't believe in the resurrection, I'll tell you what, I understand it sounds wild to people, but I want you to realize this. When we're talking about the facts around the life and death of Jesus, there are a few facts that historians, whether they're Christian, atheist, or whatever in between,
why are we talking about this?
At accredited schools.
You just chided me for not talking about Jesus. Now you want to know why we're talking about Jesus. Because we're a church, and I'm not going to end a service without telling them why I think what we're talking about has ultimate importance for them.
Universities all over the Western world universally agree about, historically. That is that, number one, there was a Jesus, that he thought of himself as God's agent to bring about the kingdom on earth. That it was going to turn the world upside down, this message. They believe that he died by Roman crucifixion under the prefect Pontius Pilate, just like the Bible says. They believe that that after his death, his earliest followers had experiences that they at least interpreted as appearances of the risen Jesus. And that they were so committed to this new faith, this claim about the resurrection, that they were willing to be persecuted and die for it, and some of them did die. So here's what I want to say to you. If God exists and God raised Jesus from the dead, if that's true, if that's a historical fact, then it means that it's very, very important. And it means that there's hope. There's hope for you. You know, the Bible tells us in Romans chapter 10 and verse 9 that if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised Jesus from the dead, you will be saved. John 3:16 tells us, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. The most important thing consciously you can do today is give it all to Jesus, or at least decide to think about these things in greater detail, because there's hope. You know, for some of you, I don't want you to raise your hand, but you've lost someone's died who you love, and they were a Christian. And some days you'll walk around the house and you'll see a picture of them and it won't be that big of a deal, but then other days you'll see that picture and you just cry all day long. Or some place in the community that used to be a special place for the two of you. And on Thanksgiving, maybe someone else is sitting in the chair they always sat in, but as far as you're concerned, that's their chair. You know what that's like? There's hope. There's hope. The evidence suggests there's hope that you can see them again. You can see them again. And I hope that you will make this decision today to give it all to Jesus. Because if your consciousness survives from one cell to the next as your body changes, and if you can remain conscious even after the brain stops functioning, you can remain conscious even after the death of your body. I would ask all of you all to do something with me right now. Just think about this for a moment while I'm going to pray. We believe as Christians that our consciousness, part of what's amazing about it, is we have this consciousness and God is conscious, and we can consciously interact with our God in prayer. We're going to do that right now, and perhaps it's your moment to pray to the God that you might not even believe in and ask him to reveal himself to you. Let's pray. Father, thank you so much for all that you give us.
I wonder how many people in the audience aren't Christians. The way Braxton talks is as if it's quite a large number. I have no idea. I just think that's interesting. Yeah, I just think it's weird that it's sort of, well, we got a few Bible verses dropped in the last like 2 minutes. And what was that like?
I was thinking about this just as I was listening to this. It's like the kind of like stereotype of a little old church lady who's like mad if we have the songs on projection instead of in the hymnals, and mad if we're not using like the King James Bible, and mad if Jesus isn't used a certain number of times in the sermon and has Bible verses at every 10-minute turn and to support each point and everything. I've just realized that this is like two really odd, it's an odd grouping, but little old ladies and young atheist men from Australia might have this in common. They like church done a very specific way. And the people that like it the way we do it are some little old ladies, and then mostly young people and everyday atheists that you'll encounter in the public. So that's an interesting observation, I think.
Facts in 2 minutes that we had there, like I find that just so strange.
Really strange that I would end an apologetics discussion by giving a brief apologetic for Jesus and encouraging people to trust him.
Where in the New Testament do we get anything? I mean, yeah, they want to persuade us in the New Testament that, Jesus did rise and so forth. So obviously they're trying to persuade. But when do they talk about historical facts or minimal facts or anything like that?
I mean, where do you think we get them? like the original iterations of them. Like obviously, like we look to extra biblical stuff and we look to what are the historians saying. But like, okay, let's think about them. So that Jesus thought of himself as God's special agent to bring about the kingdom. Well, that is number one, a historical fact that is derived partly from internal testimony. Son of Man is Jesus' favorite title to refer to himself, and he does it like, I don't remember how many times, but multiple times in the Gospels. But then outside of there, Son of Man is only used like one time as a title for Jesus in the New Testament. And this gives you good internal reason to believe that this is something that Jesus actually said, rather than other early Christians putting it on Jesus' lips, because we don't see them using it for him as much after the fact. So it seems like it's something that Jesus really said. So it's like a historical fact. And then, of course, Jesus is referencing historical things from the Old Testament. And then we have the resurrection of Jesus. Well, that's discussed. Paul, I mean, as a historical fact. Well, historical, 20 years later, Paul's telling the Corinthians in 1 Corinthians 15 that there are 500 plus people they can go check with. They want to go see. He's arguing for it as a historical thing. And then in Acts chapter 17, Paul gets through before the audience goes off the rails. He says, God demonstrated this. In other words, God provided evidence of this by raising a man from the dead. He's talking about Jesus, obviously. So what do you mean? Like, of course this is discussed as a true historical event. And then, of course, if you take the position of, what's the guy's name that wrote Jesus and the Eyewitnesses? I never can remember the name. But anyway, great book. I read it back when I was preparing for one of my debates. And if you go that route, you'll see that, hey, the disciples or the apostles were considered to be the guarantors for this story. Explains real nicely perhaps why Paul references them, but then says he didn't get this stuff from them, and all these kind of things, because they're the ones that could serve as the guarantors that, yes, this is what we saw. These were the facts. This is the historical event. I'm not even sure I understand. Like, of course, the New Testament treats this as a historical event. Where does it give us these minimal facts? Well, I mean, this comes from within and without the Bible. And when it comes from within the Bible, usually Christian apologists will argue for why that scripture or that part of that scripture is considered to be historical material, even to people like the Jesus Seminar and things like this. So I really don't, I think maybe this is kind of shoved in at the end. He just thought to say it and didn't think too much about it. I don't know.
That's not what they're doing there. And I wonder if that's why people come to this church. I mean, maybe it is, I don't know, but it's more just like who is that for? Is it for the believer? Because the believer already believes this stuff, right? I mean, why we're telling them in this really weird way that I don't think connects with many people's faith, at least not in my experience. Why would that impact them or change much of anything? But if it's for the non-believer, well, I mean, how would that be persuasive? That's not in the slightest bit persuasive. Again, maybe it's just supposed to get them to think about it. I just think that's really weird.
Yeah. So first of all, understand, you may be thinking of like a church situation where sign on the dotted line at the end of the service, sort of thing. That's not what we're doing here. We are just trying to open up these topics to unbelievers who maybe haven't considered them at this level or something like that. Right out the door, we have all kinds of books that we just can give people for free if they want them, if they want to go further on this issue. The pastor referenced those at the beginning of this video that you're showing, not James's video. He's cut it out. But I mean, yeah, it's not supposed to be like all at once, you're boom, now I'm a Christian. It's just telling you why we believe these things.
I hadn't watched that very last bit, so I'm just responding to that kind of now. I'm just a bit surprised. I thought he was going to make some more sort of theological points, and he kind of did, right? But they were just sort of more apologetics, and then
yeah. So so here's what we're going to do now. We've gotten through his presentation, so some things to consider. First of all, I'm not sure where these understandings of theological issues. I mean, you saw what happened there. Keep that in mind, the misunderstandings about what most Christians think about some of these theological issues. And then on top of that, how many times what he was saying had nothing to do with directly the point that I'm making, the case that I'm making. How many times he said, well, I mean, I agree with that. But look, here's 5 things I know about that I want to talk to you about. And things like that, just things that caveating what I've said, saying that he understands it's a popular audience and you can't say everything. And then, implying that I should have said a great many things, including what 3.5% of philosophers and graduate students think about AI and whether they're conscious. And that 3.5% lean. So it's not even saying that they absolutely believe this, but yeah, that should have been included. I mean, I should have included what 3% think, but understand panpsychists. Now that's a fringe group at 2%, and what, I shouldn't talk about them, or maybe there he was merely responding to the fact that I had said something like, it's a popular and getting more popular. Yeah, that may have been technically incorrect the way I phrased that. What I mean is what he agreed with, which is that the awareness about it is becoming more and more. I mean, you hear about it everywhere all the time if you're interested in worldview type stuff. But yeah, we got real nitpicky type stuff, caveats, some good stuff to think about that gave us opportunity to talk about it. But some of the conclusions he seemed to draw about what was happening here were largely based on things that he thinks I would say, or thinks I wouldn't know what to say, or are based on misunderstandings of theology or the point I was making. Nevertheless, I appreciate that he took the time to talk about it, and I hope you enjoyed this. I'll see you next time on Trinity Radio.